Part 3. Twilight and No Gods. 17. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. The following day was unseasonably warm and reminded Michael that summer would eventually overtake the city. He preferred warm weather and looked forward to the changing climate. Normally, he'd have been cheered by the omen, but this morning he remained absorbed in his work. He didn't need any outside influence to affect his mood or his outlook. He was amazed at how much he had learned in the past few days. It made him appreciate how little he'd known or understood before discovering Dr. Musina's work. As he entered his inner office, he noticed Italo Calvino's novel on the edge of one of his file cabinets, where he'd left it so many weeks ago. The unfinished translation reminded Michael of several things instantly. One, how perfectly ordered his life had been, and in turn how insulated he'd become from the rest of the world. And now how much more challenging and exciting each day promised to be. It hadn't been so long ago that he'd been admitting to himself that he was ready to throw in the towel on psychotherapy, unconsciously planning his retirement to what? A quasi-solitary life of intellectual exercises and pursuits. But now he was looking forward to each new hour anxiously. There was simply no telling what awaited him. Sitting down at his desk, he glanced at the stacks of papers by Isabella Musina and was immediately reminded of her beautifully crafted prose. It made him wonder what kind of a person she might be. Maybe he should spend a little time on the net to uncover some biographical data. It wouldn't be a good idea to assign the task to Pamela Robbins, he knew. She would probably assume his interest in Musina was more than merely professional, which was untrue. He was just curious about a colleague, nothing more. But Pamela might think differently. He smiled when he imagined what Pamela might do or think. It wasn't as if they enjoyed a serious relationship yet. Going to dinner a few times, having a few drinks, didn't necessarily establish anything more than a friendship. But Michael was pretty sure Pamela didn't interpret things so loosely. The woman was definitely interested in developing a deep and intimate understanding between them, and Michael knew she considered it just a matter of time. Michael smiled to himself as the phrase drifted through his thoughts. Just a matter of time, until Pamela Robbins invited him to a special dinner at her East Side apartment, complete with candlelight and wine and a new dress. Michael was not being smug. He truly believed he knew Pamela well enough to anticipate her plans to accelerate their relationship. The next logical step was the ritual dinner and the accidental seduction. He and Pamela both knew a sexual encounter would be necessary to achieve the next level of involvement. He actually looked forward to it, but wasn't certain whether or not such a complication in his life was the best thing right now. He wouldn't deny Pamela was an attractive woman, that she exuded a sexual energy that made him more than just curious. But he'd reached that point in his life when he felt neither a biological nor a psychological need to bed every sexy woman he met. He'd nothing to prove to any woman about his manliness, and certainly not to himself. He loved sex as much as any man, but it wasn't his only or even primary interest in life. Learning how to live with sexual desire without letting it dominate his thoughts or his activities had allowed him to achieve a comfortable balance, which meant he wasn't going to jump into bed with Pamela in a moment of weakness or total abandon. He'd do it because he truly wanted to. Michael was very much aware of what such a decision would signify. For his own good, he knew he'd better keep that awareness in focus at all times. Thinking of Pamela made him check the time. She was scheduled to arrive for work within the hour. If he wanted to do any detective work on Dr. Musina, he should probably do it now. And so he moused into the net from the PC on his desk and ran a few preliminary searches. The initial information was unremarkable. Musina was in her late 30s, unmarried, no ex-husbands or children, educated at the University of Chicago, and recipient of a number of achievement awards and citations. Photos from various awards programs and symposia, while not studio close-ups, revealed Isabella to be a strikingly arresting woman. Classic Mediterranean features, brown almond eyes, high cheekbones, and full lips. He looked away from the screen as he heard a sound by the door. "Good morning, Doctor," said a familiar voice as Pamela glided into his office. "Just wanted to let you know I'm here." Smiling, he casually but efficiently moused out of the website and returned to his home page. "Good morning, Pamela. Ready to get to work?" She moved to the side of his desk, glanced at his screen. "Looks like you've already started," she said, raising a single eyebrow. "And on the net. That's a surprise. I thought you didn't like surfing?" He shrugged. It's kind of tedious, that's true. The graphics usually bore me." She looked at him with a grin that suggested she knew he was lying, nodded, and turned to leave. Stopping at the door, she looked back. "Oh, I almost forgot. Your calls to that doctor in Chicago, Musina, haven't been returned. No email either. Should I try to reach anyone else at the VA hospital?" "Yes," he said, keying up his on-screen info pad to double-check himself. "And you can call that associate of Musina's, the rabbi, Klingerman. You have the number." Pamela nodded. "I'll follow up right away." She turned and exited the office as Michael exited the net. He felt an excitement that he hadn't experienced for many, many years, and that is why he knew it was important to contact Dr. Musina. Even though he had until very recently not believed in the power of intuition, Michael had been overwhelmed by a sense of destiny. He truly felt that he must contact Isabella Musina. The compelling and in some ways frightening mystery he had uncovered was deeply connected to Musina as well as his own future. He smiled at the way he was thinking. If, several months ago, someone had told him he would be taking the concept of fate seriously, he'd have laughed at them, or maybe gotten pissed at them. The buzz of his intercom interrupted him. "I'm not having any luck reaching Dr. Musina," said Pamela. "Who'd you talk to? What are they saying?" "Her supervisor at Hines Veterans Administration Hospital is Dr. Lansing." Pamela gave him a phone number. "He says she's on a special assignment in Washington, D.C. "Any way to reach her there?" Michael wrote Lansing's name on his notepad. "He says no." "I don't believe that," said Michael. "I think I'll call him personally." "Okay." "What about Erwin Klingerman?" Michael tapped his blotter with his fountain pen nervously. "I left messages at both numbers I've been able to find." "All right, good. Keep trying him every hour or so until we hear from him." Pamela disconnected, and Michael dialed the VA hospital in Chicago. After several minutes of rerouting his calls, he heard the voice of someone young and harried. "This is Dr. Lansing." Michael introduced himself as politely as possible and stressed the importance of reaching Dr. Musina. "You ever worked in a place like this, Dr. Keating?" Lansing's question caught him off balance. "What?" "A veterans hospital," said Lansing. "It's probably what Dante had in mind when he wrote Il Purgatorio." "I see," said Michael. "If I sound like I'm disillusioned, disgusted, and overworked, it's because I am." Lansing made no effort to be cordial. "Sorry to hear that," said Michael, "but I can't tell you how important it is that I contact Dr. Musina as soon as possible." Lansing exhaled, and his weariness was transmitted through the phone with great clarity. "Is this a life-threatening emergency, Doctor?" Considering his answer for only a moment, Michael nodded as if to convince himself. "Yes, Doctor, it is." "Well, that's going to complicate things a bit," said Lansing, "because it's almost impossible to reach her when she's called to D.C. "What do you mean? Called by who? The government?" Lansing paused. Let's just say it's just difficult to reach her. Can we let it go at that?" "Does her work concern classified information?" said Michael. "Is that what you mean? Or am I asking questions that would compromise your own security clearance?" Lansing chuckled. "Dr. Keating, I don't know you very well, and you could be some government goon checking up on me for all I know, but I have to tell you, I don't give a shit anymore. I've had it up to my ears with the government and their security and their secrets." "Does that mean you know where she is?" Michael could feel the honest emotions in this man, and he liked him instantly. Another sigh. "I don't know. Maybe. I'm the one that has to sign off on her travel vouchers and credit card receipts, so I've seen that she goes to Langley, Virginia. That's CIA country. Is she a spy? Lansing chuckled again. He explained the indentured servitude program in which many doctors find themselves trapped. How else do you think they get good people to work in these shitholes? You make a convincing argument, said Michael. He didn't want to get the man started on a long discourse on federal injustices. But I really have to find her. It's life or death. He added the last sentence with less than compelling urgency. Lansing paused for a moment. The only thing I can tell you is that her super in Washington is some guy named Glinka. Thanks, Dr. Lansing, said Michael. You've been a big help. You wouldn't have this guy's phone number, would you? Listen, Doc, if you could see my desk and the general environment of my workplace, you'd understand what I'm going to tell you, which is, it's around here someplace, but I don't have a fucking clue where. You got me? Yes, said Michael, getting a very clear image of the man's office. I do, and I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time. Better you than the government, I guess. Well, again, thanks. See you, Doc. Good luck in getting in touch with her. Michael was about to hang up when he spoke impulsively. Wait, one more thing. Yeah? Lansing's tone indicated he'd reached the breaking point and would be lapsing into the territory of the rude at any time now. I just wanted to ask you. You see, I've never met her in person, Dr. Musina. Yeah? So? Lansing was clearly losing his patience now. I was just wondering, is she a good doctor, if you know what I mean? Michael could sense a release of tension through the receiver, a sudden warmth coming from Lansing. She's the best, Doc. If I had 20 more like her, this wouldn't be such a bad turn in purgatory after all. She's not only a great doctor, she's just a damn fine human being. That good enough? Smiling, Michael thanked him for a final time and hung up. It was not much information to go on, but it was better than nothing. Buzzing Pamela, he passed on the information and asked her to do whatever was possible. Then he scanned his on-screen Rolodex, jogging his memory as myriad names of friends, colleagues, and associates blinked past his view. Judges, lawyers, senators, doctors. The list was as impressive as it was long, and he knew there had to be someone who could get him past the bureaucracy of the federal government. He sighed. There was nothing to do now but start making some calls. Picking up the receiver, he was reminded of how much he loathed talking on the phone. If anything irritated him more than a ringing phone when he was doing something else, he didn't know what it was. He hated being interrupted, and likewise did not enjoy interrupting others. But it always seemed more urgent, more legitimate when he was the one making the call, didn't it? He smiled at the irony as he selected the first name and keyed in the number. Several hours later, after going through normal channels and protocols, Pamela had gotten nowhere. If they believed the answers they'd been getting, no one in any government agency had ever heard of Dr. Isabella Musina or an official named Glinka. Michael hadn't expected her to be successful, and that's why he had enlisted the aid of several well-placed associates. The father of one of his med school colleagues had been seated in the House of Representatives for 20 years. He was probably Michael's best connection, but he also had 4 other men of influence, a federal judge, another ex-congressman, the assistant to the NYPD commissioner, and a lifetime TV journalist who worked as a Washington correspondent. They all promised him positive results. But this might all take time, and he was getting impatient. His curiosity was overwhelming other aspects of his life, and the mystery of the Holocaust victims was the only thing that seemed to matter anymore. "Excuse me, Dr. Keating," said Pamela through the intercom, being thoroughly professional. "Yes?" "I have Erwin Klingerman on line 3. He says it's urgent." Michael could feel his pulse jump. Klingerman had worked with Musina. He had to know how to reach her, he thought as he grabbed for the phone. "This is Dr. Keating," he said into the receiver, trying to sound calm. "It's good to hear from you, Rabbi." "Please, call me Erwin," said a loud, slightly accented voice. He sounded like a native New Yorker. "I'm sorry I haven't called you back, Doctor. So busy. I know you've been trying to reach Isabella, Dr. Musina." "Yes," said Michael, briefly introducing himself and his credentials. He then added a concise history of the events that led him to contact Musina. Klingerman was astounded to hear of corroborating research, but his enthusiasm seemed subdued. "That's certainly good news. I can tell you that Dr. Musina will be pleased to hear about this." "I know," said Michael. "Can you help me?" "That's why I am calling," said Klingerman. "Our research is ongoing, and it's time-consuming. Normally when she goes to Washington, Isabella checks in with me every few days, but—" "But you haven't heard from her." Michael knew what the man would say. He also knew exactly how time-consuming their project could be. It was the very nature of obsession. "Not at all. Nothing. And that's not like her, believe me," said Klingerman. "I called the number she leaves for me, and they claim to have never heard of her. Doctor, I don't mind telling you, I'm more than a little bit concerned." "Why?" said Michael. "What kind of work is she doing in Washington?" Klingerman hesitated for an instant. Then, "Everybody thinks she works for Walter Reed or the big Veterans Hospital in D.C., but that's not true." "I know," said Michael. "Dr. Lansing thinks she works for the CIA." Klingerman exhaled loudly. "Ah, so you know about that? Good. But like I said, Dr. Keating, this has got me worried. She's been working for them for years, and all of a sudden, they've never heard of her." "Do you have anyone else you can talk to?" Michael said softly. He could detect true concern in Klingerman's voice, like that of a close friend, a very close friend. "No," said the rabbi. "I'm afraid I'm at the end of my rope. What do you think this means, saying they've never heard of her?" Michael paused, trying to decide how much to tell Klingerman. "I couldn't tell you. Understanding how the government operates isn't one of my strengths," said Michael. "But I have some friends who might be able to tell us more. Can you give me the phone numbers and contact names you have?" "Of course." Klingerman gave him the information. "I'll get these followed up." "Excellent. I'll call you immediately if I hear anything." Klingerman hung up the phone, leaving Michael to his thoughts. Even though he had no new information, he felt a little more secure to know that he had put some wheels into motion, that people were out there trying to help him. Actually, Klingerman had added a dire piece of intrigue to what had begun as a simple forwarding of a phone message. The government's refusal to acknowledge Dr. Musina's existence was a very bad sign. He didn't want to tell Klingerman, but it sounded like somebody was trying to hide something. Never a good omen when bureaucrats or federal agents were involved. Pamela's familiar tap at the door made him look up from his notepad. "Yes?" "It's almost lunchtime," she said. "We haven't been having much luck, so I was wondering if we could take a break. My treat." Automatically, he looked at his watch. "Well, I don't know. I'm expecting calls from so many different people." "Oh, come on." Pamela stepped halfway through the door, revealing half of her body like a stripper easing out from behind a curtain. She wore a tailored suit that enhanced her breasts and legs. There was no denying she looked alluring. "There's a new Japanese place that just opened up on 74th Street. "All right," he said. "I feel like we are being stymied right now. I need a break." She smiled and waited for him to join her. The food was well prepared, and their conversation was equally satisfying. Making sure they spent most of it talking shop, Michael was able to keep away from any mentions of future plans on a personal level. But it wasn't easy. Pamela's dark good looks had the desired effect on him. He was looking forward to spending a crazy night with her, to satisfy his curiosity, to be sure, but also because he was beginning to really like her. This was new to him, because Pamela had never seemed interested in him, and he'd been okay with that. It was only when she had begun making it obvious they could get to know each other outside the office that he gave his idle fantasies any credence. As they left the restaurant for the short walk back, a brisk wind was cutting through the streets. He hunched his shoulders against it, and she held his offered arm. "You seem distracted, Michael." "I'm always distracted," he said, trying to make light of it. "I'm always thinking about things. You know that." "I know you're interested in these cases," she said, as they reached the corner, waited for the traffic. "But I think I should warn you that it's not a good idea to become so involved in this thing." He looked at her and smiled. "You think I'm getting obsessed?" Her expression belied her response. "Of course not. I've just been thinking that we might not ever learn all the answers here, that we might end up in a blind alley." He shrugged as the light changed, and the crowd around them began to move forward as one entity. "I've thought about that." "But have you accepted it?" said Pamela. "To spend so much energy and time on something that ultimately doesn't pay off, it can be very frustrating." "What are you trying to tell me, Pamela?" He glanced at her as they walked along, smiled to relax her. "I don't know, really. I guess I just worry about you," she said. There was sincerity in her voice. He could detect an element of self-realization, as if she had just at that moment learned something about herself. "And?" Michael had an idea what she was trying to say. There was no harm in urging it from her. Better now than later, actually. She walked along in the self-contained sphere of their conversation, oblivious to the shrill buzz of the Manhattan hive all around them. Her attention was gathered and focused on him so tightly he could almost feel it. "And I guess I'm trying to say I really care about you, Michael." He stopped and looked at her. "I know that," he said softly. What she was saying was very difficult for her. They stood in front of an office building as the pedestrian traffic streamed around them. "And what I'm thinking is that I wish you felt the same way, that you were as interested in me as you are in these cases." Pamela couldn't look him in the eye, and he could feel her embarrassment. Gone for the moment was her usual air of competence and understanding. What she said took some guts. "These things take time," he said, taking her hand, kissing it. "But I think I can be." "I know, but look at us," she said, letting go a bit. "Neither one of us are getting any younger." "True." He smiled. "And we respect each other. We like each other, and we like a lot of the same things. So I figured, why not? Why shouldn't we be involved?" She was taking deep breaths, expelling them in dramatic sighs. The wind was tossing her thick, wavy hair around, and her dark eyes darted nervously from him to passers-by. It was a very sexy moment, like a scene from a movie, and this was the point where the script would have called for him to proclaim his love and take her in his arms while the music swelled over them, the camera pulled back, and the credits began to roll. But there was no script, and Michael wasn't in love with her, and despite her soul-bearing exercise, he couldn't make things any better than they were. He did kiss her, though, and it was a good kiss. "Pamela, I'm a very difficult man," he said in a whisper. "Let's just see where things take us, all right?" "Sure," she said, kissing him back. "I'm sorry if I embarrassed you, if I acted silly." "Are you kidding? Of course not. Come on now. It is getting colder." They turned into the wind, and she held onto his arm as they walked toward the office. It was a comfortable feeling to have a woman holding him like that. Upon returning to the office, he watched as Pamela resumed her role of employee. Quietly distanced, professional, and respectful. It was an unspoken, unacknowledged transformation, but no less real. For that reason alone, Michael carried a few doubts about the viability of an intense relationship with her, unless she quit her job. And that didn't sound like a great idea, because he knew his office would never function as efficiently without her. "I have to make a few more phone calls," he said, standing by the door to his inner sanctum. "You want to check for messages first?" Nodding curtly, Pamela had already keyed in the phone service and was adjusting her headphones and mic. Michael retreated to the security of his large desk. The modern fixtures and furniture of his office were a familiar comfort to him, even more so than his own co-op in Turtle Bay, with its spectacular view of the United Nations building and the East River. Symbolic of the way he'd let his profession define his entire life. Maybe it hadn't been the best idea. Pamela tapped lightly, then entered, carrying a piece of notepaper which she laid on his desk. "Several calls while we were out," she said. "Judge Robert Gold, Representative Sam Hodgkins, and Captain Ellersby." "Great. Any messages?" "No, they all want you to call them back. Captain Ellersby said it was urgent." Michael nodded. "I'll call him first, thanks." She smiled perfunctorily and exited his office, but something had changed in her. The warm, subtly flirtatious demeanor had vanished. Their little scene on 74th Street was having a negative effect on her. He'd have to have another talk with her, but it would have to wait until he was less preoccupied. Keying in the deputy commissioner's office, he became anxious about the urgent aspect of the return call. "Captain Ellersby's office," said the receptionist. Michael identified himself and was switched through. "Dr. Keating," said the familiar voice. "I haven't seen you at any of the card games lately. What happened?" "Hello, Chester," said Michael. "I guess I've been busy." "Yeah, I'd say so. That's what I'm calling you about." "What do you mean?" Michael felt a lump forming in his throat. Something was wrong. "What's going on?" Ellersby chuckled darkly. "That's what I want to ask you, Doc. Talk about poking a stick in a hornet's nest. When I made a few calls to some buddies at the Bureau, they acted like I'd just asked them to kill my wife." "What do you mean?" said Michael. "What happened?" "My buddies told me they'd see what they could find out about this Dr. Musina, right? Then, Christ, the next thing I know, like a half-hour later, I got a visit from 2 feds. "Who were they?" Something cold had touched the back of Michael's neck. "Search me. Couple of government suits, you know what I mean? They said they wanted to know exactly who I was and why I wanted to know the whereabouts of Isabella Musina and what my connection to her might be." "What did you tell them?" "The truth. What else?" Ellersby laughed nervously. "These guys were serious business, Doc. Nobody to fuck around with." "Do they want to talk to me?" Another nervous chuckle. "I think you can count on it." "Did they tell you anything?" Michael was perplexed more than frightened by what he was learning. "Didn't you ask them why they were acting like that?" "Of course I did. They told me to forget I'd talked to them. That usually means we're dealing with something classified. Who is this woman you wanted me to check on, anyway? She a criminal?" "Not that I know of," said Michael, although now he was wondering just what kind of mess he had stumbled into. "As far as I knew, she was an academic working on a study I wanted to read about." "Well, sorry I couldn't be more help, my friend." "That's okay, Chester. Thanks for trying." Ellersby chuckled again. "Hey, you're not getting off that easy. You've got to let me know what happens with this one." "I promise," said Michael. "Thanks again." "See you in the funny papers, Doc." As he disconnected the call and leaned back in his chair, Michael wondered whether or not he had anything to fear from the government. Like Pamela, he believed the federal establishment had grown far too big and out of control. Michael had lost faith in the power of government to govern itself, and its ability to govern fairly. Whenever you gave anybody access to that much influence and money, they're going to use it. It was a simple extrapolation. The next hour passed uneventfully, although it seemed to move at a geological pace. He spent the time rescheduling regular patients for the following week. He could no longer justify the disruption of their therapies and knew that he had to return to a more normal routine. As much as he wanted to concentrate on the cases of Rodney McGuire and Allison Enders, he recognized his obligations to the many others who relied on him for assistance. The scheduling exercise was actually beneficial because it forced him to reevaluate the real priorities in his life. It made him ask the questions that he'd been unconsciously avoiding. Did he really want to keep doing this? Why had he become so obsessed with the mysterious Dr. Musina? Had he really become a true believer in reincarnation and past life regression? Or had he allowed himself to be swept away by a storm of strange coincidences and possibly an outright hoax? His answers and the introspection they catalyzed made him feel more at ease and more dedicated to the choices he was making. Despite his prior beliefs about premonitions and intuition, Michael was 100% certain that the experiences of Enders and Maguire were not only real, but represented evidence of a much larger phenomenon. The existence of someone called the Little Angel was critical to understanding the real meaning of both Michael's and Musina's cases. There was no doubt that he would continue to pursue the truth, wherever it might lead him. He felt better about everything. The just-below-the-surface anxiety had begun to leave him, and he believed his relentless search for answers would be rewarded. And then the phone rang, changing everything. Again. 18. Bradley Stevenson, Manhattan, New York. He decided he would handle Dr. Keating himself. Things were happening very quickly, the time for quick decisions and don't-look-back actions. After months of going absolutely nowhere in the Harford-Nichols case, the FBI's International Division was suddenly getting more data than it had time to assimilate and follow up. As his bureau chopper prepared to land him on the roof of the World Trade Center, Brad Stevenson leaned forward and closed his notebook computer with its reports and briefings. He'd spent the short flight from D.C. calmly reviewing the history of events. From his side window, the spectacular clutch of skyscrapers of the Battery loomed ever closer, finally dropping daringly close beneath the fuselage. Looking straight down, Brad lost all sense of size and perspective. The tops of the great buildings looked like the abstract squares of a circuit diagram. "Get ready to touch down, sir," said the pilot. Brad nodded absently as he continued to ponder the realities of the case. When Brunel from Interpol had inquired back in early spring, Brad had stonewalled as a matter of policy. Actually, he was surprised that it had taken the Eurocops so long to associate the series of assassinations with a single agent. Several high-profile individuals had become suspects, but Brad had decided to keep a lid on the case, given its volatile nature, potential for international embarrassment, and some unsettling and unexplainable facts reported in each event. There were a few guys in his division who thought the case was downright spooky, out there in left field with some of the other preternatural phenomena the Bureau was sometimes forced to investigate. The one that always came to mind was the guy from the State Department who spontaneously combusted during a transatlantic flight in full view of the passengers and crew. Intense fireball lasted 10 seconds, and he'd been reduced to ashes except for his feet, still in his shoes and socks, and skull. No burn damage to the plane other than the seat cushion. Nobody ever did come up with anything to explain that one. He had a hard time accepting such things, pragmatist that he was, but too many people had sworn to it, just like they had in the Nichols killings. The tattooed numbers on the victim's arms were apparently true. His follow-up talks with Egon Brunel at Interpol had been very convincing, and Brunel was a very sincere and trustworthy witness. But what those camp number tattoos might mean remained a mystery to Stevenson and his people. And frankly, he wasn't sure he even wanted to know what they meant. One thing he had wanted was to have closed the net on Nichols months ago, before this latest fiasco at Langley. But the guy'd been an excellent operative for so many years, he'd accrued some powerful friends and supporters. Nobody wanted to believe he was over the top, a loony. But after reviewing the video-audio of the session with Dr. Musina, there was no doubt the guy was not only a complete lunatic, but also a very scary lunatic. Christ on a crutch, he thought. Nichols had made them look like idiots, right in their own backyard. Brad wondered how that psycho session could have been monitored and nobody ever figured that, gee, maybe it was getting a little out of control in there. And now that Nichols was on the loose, killing like some rabid animal, the company boys were asking Brad and his people to clean up the mess. Find Nichols and terminate his ugly, crazy existence. It wouldn't be easy, Brad knew. Nichols was a tough package. Not only did he have vast knowledge and experience, he was also a very resourceful, creative type. In order to stop him, they would first have to locate him, and that would be practically impossible without understanding what was fueling him, motivating him. That business about having lived before in Ukraine and the Nazis, Just what the hell did that mean? The chopper heaved to the right as swirling crosswinds from between the twin towers tried to bat the craft from the sky. Brad's cheek pressed against the glass as the pilot corrected for the aberration. "Sorry about that," said the pilot. "We'll be down in a minute." Pulling back from the glass, Brad swallowed slowly, making sure nothing was coming up from his stomach. He hated flying in regular commercial jets. Just the sheer size of them made him think it was impossible they could ever get off the ground. But stunting around in the Bureau's modified Comanches kept him on the fine edge of panic almost constantly. He'd never been able to figure out the phobia because he wasn't afraid to do other risky things. He liked skiing down the sheerest of slopes and loved sailing so much he'd once signed onto a sloop that made an Atlantic crossing with a crew of only 7. Go figure, right? The Comanche seemed to hang over the helipad like a light bulb dangling from its cord for a long time before touching down for good. The pilot jumped down to the deck and ran around to open Brad's door. When he stepped out, he was surprised at the amount of wind snapping across the flat surface of the building's roof. As he took a step toward a shed along the perimeter of the landing area, a Bureau employee was running out to meet him. "Chief Stevenson, hi!" she yelled over the wind and the noise of the rotors as they whipsawed above their heads, slowly shutting down. "I'm Marcy Greenfeld from the Wall Street office. Let's take the elevator down to the lobby. We've got a car waiting for you." Brad nodded and followed her. She was a petite woman with pointy little features. No ass or hips, almost a boyish figure, and he wondered how the hell she'd ever gotten through basic. Even though he was no grizzled 30-year vet, he'd been around long enough to see a lot of changes in the policy and procedure of the Bureau, remaining far from convinced they were all for the better. Just looking at this little woman made him angry. She couldn't possibly be able to perform as efficiently as men twice her size. He followed her down a corridor to a service elevator. Once inside and heading down, he started to relax. "Do you get into the city much?" Marcy Greenfeld had decided to make a little small talk. But Brad would have preferred silence. He didn't want to talk to her because he didn't want to find out she was a nice person, a likable person, making his anger and resentment of her inappropriate. "Not much. My wife, Neva, she likes to come in for Broadway shows. That's about it." Marcy nodded. "Did you see Phantom? That was fantastic. My favorite of all time." "I like plays, actually. Always thought musicals were kind of dumb." Brad eyed the floor indicator anxiously. For a high-speed car, this was pretty damned slow. Greenfeld smiled weakly and took the hint that he didn't feel much like talking. They plummeted to the lobby in a web of awkward silence, making him feel lousy with guilt. She seemed like a nice enough kid, and here he was being an asshole. But it was too late to save it now, so he kept his stony silence until the bay doors opened. "Which way for that car?" he said as warmly as possible. "This way," she said, with a measured coolness. She took him to a set of double glass doors and pointed to an archetypal sedan waiting at the curb. "Agent Greenfeld," he said as he leaned against the door. "Thanks for the help." "Sure." She remained cool to him. "Look, I think I owe you an apology. I shouldn't be taking out my bad day on a fellow agent." She didn't have anything to say to that, which was fine with Brad. Constructing what felt like a fairly fatuous smile, he nodded and exited the building. The drab sedan waited at the curb, one agent behind the wheel, another leaning against the rear fender. When he saw Brad, the latter opened the door like a limo driver. "Good afternoon, sir," he said, shaking hands. "Agent Sid Kleppner." "Nice to meet you, sir." Brad nodded, slipped into the back seat. Kleppner ran around and jumped into the shotgun seat. The driver, a balding man in his mid-40s, tending toward a weight problem, turned around and smiled. "Agent Andy McShay. How you doing, Mr. Stevenson?" "Fine, fine. You guys want to fill me in?" "Go on, Sid," said McShay. Kleppner reached for a notepad from his jacket pocket. He was a thin guy, almost gaunt-looking, his face angular and long, cheeks pock-marked and small birdshot eyes. Kind of scary-looking, actually. "It was kind of weird," he said. We just gotten the facts on Nichols' escape from Langley, and then, like 15 minutes later, we get another fax from headquarters, the Police Liaison Division. Seems as if they got a call from—" He paused to check the name on his pad. "From Chester Ellersby, the deputy commissioner here in town, and he's checking on the whereabouts of Isabella Musina." "Which red-flagged everybody," said Brad, cutting through the fat. "Who is this guy, and what does he want with Musina, and how does he even know about her?" "Right, I know all that. So what happened when you went to see this guy, Ellersby?" McShay chuckled as he maneuvered the sedan down a street lined with double-parked vans and trucks. Kleppner glanced at his notes, then continued. "He checked out, has some old poker buddies at headquarters. They all vouched for him. He was a precinct captain for years on the Lower West Side. A good man, that's what everybody says." "Go on," said Brad. "He claimed he didn't know Isabella Musina or Hartford Nichols, had no idea what had happened at Langley." "You believe him?" "Oh, yeah, he's clear," said McShay. "This guy's just playing out the slack in his line till he can retire. He doesn't give a shit for anything." "But he just happens to call you the day Nichols shoots her." Kleppner chuckled. "Yes, sir. He was just doing a favor for a doctor friend of his." "James Michael Keating," said Brad. "Okay. Have you contacted him?" "He knows we're coming." "What do we have on him?" Kleppner checked his notes. "Not much. Been in practice as a psychiatrist for 20 years. Upper West Side. Clients are mostly upscale types. Used to do some forensic work with NYPD. Attended some regional seminars. And presented some papers on head shrinking and police work. Has lots of fairly well-connected friends. Belongs to all the right organizations. Divorced once. Single. No criminal record, as you would expect. This guy's a model citizen." McShay made a right turn, heading north on West End. "We're almost there," he said. "Office is up on Riverside Drive." "Okay, let's check it out," said Brad. He looked out the window as they cruised through what were still some of the nicer neighborhoods in Manhattan. Block after block of stately townhouses jammed cheek to jowl. It amazed him how people could adjust to living in a space with practically no yard or trees, and everything looking so worn and old and dirty. No matter what they did to make things look classy, they couldn't escape the grime of the city. Having to live in Northern Virginia and make a daily commute into bureau headquarters every day had been wearing him down like a grinding wheel. But at least he lived in a place with some landscaping and shade trees. He couldn't imagine living in the center of D.C., but he'd been tolerating the suburbs. Not for much longer, he thought. Pretty soon his request for transfer should be coming through, and he would be working out of either the Albuquerque or the Salt Lake City office, and that meant the chance for some clean, open skies, less traffic, and more chances for hunting and fishing, which, other than his family, were the loves of Stevenson's life. There was little to match sitting on the edge of a lake so clear and clean you could drink out of it, or stalking deer through the mountains with a bow. "This is it," said McShay, as the sedan jerked to a stop by the curb. So much for mountains and lakes. "Okay," said Brad. "McShay, you stay with the car. Kleppner, you're with me." They flashed their IDs to the doorman, who smiled and not only let them in, but escorted them across the lobby to the elevators. Everything was extremely clean, the interior decorating looking like it was done yesterday, and with about as much warmth as an ice-fishing hut. In other words, it was a typical New York office building. On the third floor, they made their way to a suite where a receptionist greeted them with a very professional smile. She had thick dark hair and big brown eyes and a pretty face, despite being dragged kicking and screaming into her 40s. The Ann Taylor suit did nothing to hide her lean, athletic body, and Brad could have figured her for a racquetball player or maybe a swimmer. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," she said. "You must be from the FBI." "Geez," said Kleppner. "Is it that obvious?" She gave them a mock once-over and sardonic frown. "Yes, I'm afraid it is." "Is Dr. Keating in?" Brad wanted to skip the bullshit. He was tired, and he wanted to get this over with. "Yes," she said, with an overly warm smile, as if to let Brad know she didn't appreciate his hard-ass posture. "He's been expecting you." After intercoming the doctor, she led them to the door to his inner office and silently disappeared. As Brad entered the room, he was impressed by its old-world feel. Lots of books, a standing globe, some pieces of Renaissance sculpture, a glass display case with some old stuff in it. It was a masculine room, but full of reserve and dignity. The fixtures were tastefully functional, not ostentatious, and the decorations were thoughtfully intelligent. The doctor stood up from behind his desk and moved out to greet them. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Please be seated." Shaking their hands, he directed them to comfortable chairs to the left of his desk. He wore a charcoal gray suit, nicely tailored and accented by a conservative tie. He was of average height and had light brown hair. His face was angular, nose and jawline prominent, and penetrating eyes dark with intelligence. His complexion was even and healthy. James Michael Keating was a rather handsome guy with a kind of relaxed demeanor. Brad found himself liking the guy on first impression. In his business, he was always meeting people and almost always getting a quick read on them, one way or the other. People were either thumbs up or thumbs down, nice guys or dickheads. It was pretty simple, really. "We need to ask you a few questions, Dr. Keating." "Of course," he said evenly, with great courtesy. "You asked your friend Chester Ellersby to help you locate Dr. Isabella Musina." "That's right. I didn't know I would be putting so many people to so much trouble." "How long have you known Dr. Musina?" asked Kleppner. "Actually, I don't know her at all. I only know of her through her work." When Brad pursued this statement, Dr. Keating provided them with a brief summary of his work with 2 patients in hypnosis and a possible connection with some of the experiences of Musina. What connection might that be? Keating hesitated, not because he seemed to be hiding anything, but more out of a desire to be precise. When he explained the common thread of death camp experiences and the mention of the figure called Der Klein Engel, something churned deep in Brad's gut. It was a feeling reserved for those times when everything he knew to be true and good was going to be ripped inside out, just to remind him that he really didn't know much about any damned thing. Less than 24 hours ago, he'd been briefed on the Nichols case, watching videos of the psycho session with Dr. Musina. He remembered sitting there and feeling the hair on the back of his neck stiffen up 3 or 4 times, and being afraid to admit it to any of the others in the room. There had been something just downright scary about Nichols, that's all. During his years in the Bureau, Brad had listened to plenty of nutcases, and none of them had sounded as convincing as Nichols. The guy was beyond crazy, whatever that meant, and Brad still hadn't decided he could handle the guy face to face. "Are you all right, Mr. Stevenson?" Dr. Keating was looking at him with concern. I was just thinking of something." "Something I said, no doubt," said Keating. "You know about this Klein Engel fellow? Did Dr. Musina tell you anything about him?" Brad looked the doctor in the eyes, but reading people was this guy's business. There had been no hiding Brad's reaction to that German name reference. "I'm afraid I can't say anything about it at this time," said Brad. "Mr. Stevenson, I can't tell you any simpler than this. I am only trying to reach Dr. Musina so that we can compare our findings," said Keating. "I have no idea what it all means at this point." "Either do I, pal," thought Brad. "That's not going to be possible, Dr. Keating." Keating smiled, opened his hands in an ameliorative gesture. "Mr. Stevenson, it is very possible that we are all involved in the same phenomenon. If we are allowed to work together, to pool our knowledge, we may be able to figure out what is happening, what it all means." "That's a great idea, Doctor, but right now I'm in the middle of a preliminary investigation. Maybe a little later on I might want to talk to you again. That okay with you?" "Of course," said the psychiatrist. "But could you do me a favor in the meantime?" "What's that?" "Could you at least give Dr. Musina my message? that I would very much like to speak to her as soon as possible." "Sure," said Brad. "I can do that." Keating thanked him, and Brad wrapped up the interrogation, brief as it was, with a promise to stay in touch if necessary. He led Kleppner out of the office, pausing only long enough to smile at the receptionist. Once in the elevator, Kleppner tapped his arm. "None of my business, really, sir. But why didn't you tell him about Musina?" Brad closed his eyes, massaged his temples. "I don't know," he said honestly. "He seemed like a nice guy. I didn't want to get him upset." Kleppner considered this, shrugged. "Can you tell me something else?" "What's that?" "What was that business about the little angel?" Brad looked at him in surprise. "How'd you know what he was saying?" Kleppner smiled sheepishly, waved it off. My grandmother used to speak a lot of Yiddish around the house when I was a kid. Guess I picked up more than I realized. What's all this got to do with the concentration camps?" Brad looked at Kleppner, aware at that moment of the man's inherent interest in anything to do with the Holocaust. "I don't know, Kleppner. Honest, I don't. But I'll tell you, I have a feeling that whatever it is, it's pretty fucking weird." "You going to do some follow-up on this guy, Keating?" Brad looked at him and grinned. He liked Kleppner. He was always paying attention, and he seemed to like thinking ahead, planning. "Yes, I think so. You want the job." The doorman waved at them as they exited the building. Kleppner opened the back door to the sedan. "Sure," he said. "It sounds like it might be interesting. You want a full dossier?" Brad shook his head. "Nah, don't waste your time. He's one of those squeaky clean people, I got a feeling. If you're lucky, you might find out he cheated on a spelling test when he was in the 5th grade. And then again, you might not." They both climbed into the car as McShay looked at each of them expectantly, but they ignored him as they continued the conversation. Kleppner leaned back in his seat, nodded, took out his little notepad, and scribbled for a second. "Okay, so just concentrate on his current work, whatever that is." "You got it," said Brad. "Just get me all the connections between him and what Musina was doing, between him and Nichols." "So how'd it go up there?" said McShay. "So far, nothing," said Kleppner. "Okay, what now, boss?" McShay had turned around to regard him like a talkative cab driver. Brad leaned back in his seat, shook his head. God, he hated it when he started spinning his wheels like this. He needed a minute to sort things out. He needed McShay to just shut up. Even though this Dr. Keating was clean and knew nothing, there was something about the connection with Musina that might help them find Nichols. No reason to think so. Brad just had a sense for this kind of stuff. A feeling, a hunch, whatever. Experience had taught him to play out the hunches because they'd paid off more than they hadn't. Finally, he looked up at his driver. "You guys have an office?" "Sure, there's a Greek diner down off 2nd Avenue, said McShay. "Great burgers." "Let's go," said Brad. "We need to make a plan." 19. Der Klein Engel, Baltimore, Maryland. Dukor drove the Jeep Grand Cherokee north along I-95, and the traffic at 3 a.m. was very light. He had taken the Jeep from a young black man in his 20s who had been waiting for a light to change on C Street Northeast in downtown D.C. The Negro had been surprised to see him when Dukor had opened the driver's door, put a single bullet in his torso, and literally ripped him from behind the wheel. Before the man had even hit the pavement, Dukor had slipped behind the wheel and drove straight to the nearest access ramp to I-295 heading north. From there, he intersected I-495 and merged with I-95, again heading north. If any police noticed the stolen vehicle and had thoughts of interference, he was prepared to dispatch them. He had been driving for almost an hour when his headlights illuminated a sign that read Baltimore 10 miles, and he found himself reflecting on the city 40 miles north of Washington. It was a funny town, hard to describe even if you were very familiar with it. The city and its surrounding metro area comprised about 2.5 million people, all fragmented into little neighborhoods with harshly drawn boundaries of economics, race, religion, and nationality, or combinations of them. The downtown area had been developed around the city's natural harbor and served as the cultural and economic center, but it remained surrounded by pockets of blight, worn-out industrialism, moral corruption. Into one of these pockets Dukor now drove. Sitting so high off the ground in the jeep, he was reminded of the Daimler troop carriers in which he rode with Mengele. Hard to imagine the memory was more than a half-century old. He could not help but notice, and be continually fascinated by, the dual tracks of knowledge and experience that fueled his every action. Just now, for example, to have an understanding of both the contemporary urban profile of Baltimore and a 60-year-old Nazi military vehicle both amused and pleased him. And yet he realized there seemed to be a third track of, if not knowledge, then some other force or directive that motivated him and provided him with information he could not have obtained as either Harford Nichols or Hirsch Dukor. How utterly provocative! He could sense it and respond to it, but he could not feel intimate with it, as though it were some overriding sphere of total influence in which he operated, self-contained and irresistible in its special momentum. But he had no idea what it might be, nor did he care. It was like a constantly humming, low-frequency beacon in the core of his being, something that guided him in some atavistic yet totally accessible manner. The directive spoke to him in an unknown, never-spoken language, but remained lucid and intelligible on a completely unconscious level. He knew he understood its message because he'd witnessed the proof of it firsthand. Neither Dukor nor Nichols could have known the identity or location of Karnoffel in Greece, Little John in England, Ortiz in Peru, or any of the others. And yet he knew where they worked, their schedules, where they lived. Whatever presence or power lurked within him, he rejoiced in its choice of him. He felt as though he'd tapped into a trunk line to the universe's own generator. Not just alive, but literally seething with power and the life force. And the most intriguing, intoxicating thing about it was the effortlessness of it all, as simple as leaning into the wind, and he was in the complete thrall of it. There was something exciting about surrendering to such a totality, a consummate power, and to feel it take over like a pilot sliding into a cockpit, a driver behind the wheel, as natural and perfectly fitting as that. And it was happening now. He had felt it much earlier, from the very opening moments of the hypnosis session, but it had been far more subtle. Now it had broken the surface in total control. The sensation would be difficult to describe, because he knew where he was going and why he was going there, but he did not know how he was doing it. The information he needed, such as names, directions, addresses, and street locations, was simply there in his mind as he needed it, such as right now. The green highway sign in his headlights indicated ramps intersecting with I-695, a beltway loop around the Baltimore metro area. He took the north ramp toward Towson and pushed the 4-liter engine past 80 miles per hour. He passed the national headquarters for the Social Security Administration, leaving I-695 at the next exit, heading southeast toward Northern Parkway and the neighborhoods bordering Pimlico Racetrack. As the digital dash clock blinked past 4 a.m., he approached an intersection at Park Heights Avenue. Somehow he knew that this particular road was called by the locals the longest road in the world because it stretched from Africa to Israel. It was a pejorative reference to the ethnicity of the neighborhoods comprising the opposite ends of the metropolitan street. It was into the Israel section of the avenue that Dukor now drove, and that made him smile. It was his fate, his destiny, to be ever connected with that strange little tribe, the Jews. Even in the dim yellow light of the street lamps, he could see a preponderance of synagogues, counting one on almost every street corner for block after block. During the days, the sidewalks would be filled with Orthodox Jews, the men in their long black coats, beards, and fedoras, the women in demurely long dresses and long plain hairstyles and kerchiefs. But now everything lay desolate and quiet. The only other vehicles to pass Ducour were several delivery vans from the Baltimore Sun and Falstick's Bakery. As he slowed to make a right turn on Glendale, he noticed a young man heaving a large cloth bag over his shoulder and entering an apartment building. The morning paper, folded and bagged in plastic, as if sanitized for everyone's consumption, would be waiting for the eager hands of all the Jews in this neighborhood. But Ducour was bringing them a bit of news, breaking a little too late for their morning editions. He smiled again at his cleverness and eased off on the accelerator. As he looked absently at the rows of old homes on the residential street, he looked for a side street that would intersect with the alley running parallel behind the houses. Finding it, he turned left, then left again into the narrow passage. He avoided the trash cans and discarded appliances scattered in his headlighted path like debris from a V-1 bombing, and stopped the Jeep next to the backyard gate of a particularly dilapidated house. Even in the pale glow of a street lamp, it was obvious the house had seen no paint or nails for generations. Ducour jumped out of the car and smelled the air, tainted by the smell of humid, rotting garbage. He slipped through the gate and carefully picked his way through a patch of overgrown weeds and crabgrass, littered with broken yard tools, the rusted hulk of a lawn boy, and the skeletons of forgotten patio furniture. Reaching the back door, he inspected the rotting jamb and threshold, the thin plate glass pane, and the lack of even a deadbolt above the tarnished knob. Laughable. Balling his fist, Ducour punched out the pane with a sharp jab. It shattered into so many pieces they made very little noise as they dusted to the black and white tile of the kitchen floor. He reached through, turned the knob to unlock the door, and let himself in. Instantly his nostrils began to sting, burning with a pungent acidity. His first thought was some kind of alarm, somehow triggering a tear gas deterrent, but he calmed himself, using his training, and stood rigid for a moment, letting the fouled atmosphere seep into him. The lancing, acrid odor was ammonia. He recognized it just as his shoe tapped against a plastic tub on the floor. It slid grittily across the tile, and he looked down at it in the ambient light from the alley. A cat litter box, heaped full with turds, surrounded by huge hydrated clumps of accreted urine. Like obscene pieces of sculpture, they mocked him, assaulted his senses. Moving deeper into the room, the overwhelming stench of cat piss filled the room like a thick yellow fog. Ducour felt as though he might puke from the violent attack on his nose and throat, and he had to use his training to calm and control his body's automatic responses. No time for weak stomachs now. Moving deeper into the house, as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could see the phantom shapes of furniture and other oddments in each room of the first floor. Most of the space had been filled by cardboard boxes, stacks of old magazines and newspapers, empty cat food bags, and other junk. Something brushed the cuff of his pants, and he knew it was a cat, and soon he was surrounded by its brothers and sisters. As he reached the stairs to the second floor, he could see a vast sea of fur around his feet, 20, 30 cats. Disgusting. Looking up the staircase, he saw a stained glass window through which leaked light from the street, more than enough to guide him to his target. Now, so close, he could finally allow himself to begin to get excited. He loved the thrill and the passion of the hunt. The act of stalking a victim had always been far more electric than the actual kill. The anticipation, the imagination, always better than the real payoff. Ducour smiled, began his ascent to the second floor. With each step, he became more aware of his penis, growing as it flapped against his left leg. Part of him trembled with the promise of what would come, while another part reflected on the commingling of sexual fire and bloodlust. When he reached the top of the stairs, he noticed the stench of cat piss was stronger in the upper reaches of the house, and he could smell the labored, sinusoidal breathing of labored sleep. Following the sound into the nearest room, he paused to assess the layout of the room and the lump of body and blankets on the sagging bed in front of him. Before he could take another step, however, the sleeping figure bolted upright to a sitting position and stared at him blankly. Martha Paschek was gray-haired, overweight, homely, looking far older than her years. Over a flannel nightgown, she wore a sweatshirt that said Syracuse University. "Oh, my God," said the woman. "Hello, Martha," said Deucourt softly. I was just dreaming about you." Her voice was shallow, thin, and quavering with confusion and fear. "Yes, I know." "But you didn't look like you do now," said Martha. "That's right. But it's you. Jesus Christ, it's still you." "Oh, yes," said Deucourt. "You knew I'd be coming sooner or later, didn't you?" "I don't know. I didn't know anything." She gathered up the blankets around her, squinched away from him toward a scratched and scarred headboard. "I think you did, Martha. Or should I call you Isaac? Isn't that the name of the person you dream you are?" "No," shouted Martha, but she nodded vigorously, as if unable to deny what he had said to her. "And you know why I am here, don't you?" Deucourt stepped fractionally closer to her, clenching and unclenching his fist, feeling his blood pumping high and hard behind his ears. Martha opened her mouth to scream, but only a dry rattle emerged. He chuckled as he reached for her, and was surprised by her sudden movement. Jumping up from the mattress like an uncoiled spring, she slammed into his shoulder with all her weight. She caught him off balance in mid-stride, and with the leverage of a perfect jiu-jitsu maneuver, her bulk spun him around, twisting his feet together so that he fell hard to the floor. And then she was by him, bounding down the staircase, still trying to make a sound louder than a raspy whisper. Reaching out, he grabbed her ankle for an instant, and she tripped, falling out of the room into the hallway. Scrambling to her knees, she pitched forward off the top step and head rolled down to the bottom. He could hear her whimpering as she tried to drag herself away from the landing, working her way through the narrow canyon formed by the stacks of boxes and old magazines. Slowly, Deucourt descended the stairs, letting each footfall resound through the night-dead house, letting her hear each advancing step. "Please, leave me alone," she said hoarsely. Her voice sounded plaintively beautiful in the semi-darkness. "I don't get it. I don't get any of this." He chuckled softly, letting it echo down to her. "What do you want with me?" As he reached the bottom landing, he felt the swarm of cats at his shoes and ankles, and an idea touched him with the light forcefulness of a cat's brush. Hunkering down, he scooped up a kitten and instantly felt a subtle vibration as it began to purr. He ignored this as he stepped forward to pursue his target. Martha had reached the litter-grainy floor of the kitchen and was vainly trying to pull herself up by the edge of a small table. When she saw him, she redoubled her effort, but fell back in greater pain. She propped herself up on a single elbow and tried to drag herself to the back door, a move that earned his respect. She was a tough woman and would not go gently into that good night. He'd always liked that in a victim. "It's time to say goodbye, Martha," he said, holding the small cat in his hands. "What are you doing with Popsy?" she said with surprising indignation. "You'll see." "Leave him alone, you bastard." She tried to push herself up to her knees, grimaced from the effort. "You'll hurt him." Deucourt smiled. "You mean like this?" And holding the kitten out toward her with both hands, so she could see it clearly, he wrenched its head so viciously he almost separated it from its body. He could feel its soft bones snap, the flesh go immediately limp, and imagined he could feel its life force escape the suddenly useless carcass like air from a ruptured balloon. Martha tried to scream, and the sound lapsed from her in a series of pitiable squeaks. He smiled as he bent low, looking her in the eyes. Her jaw remained slack as she trembled from loathing and despair, but there was no fear in her eyes. Reaching out, he grabbed her face in his powerful hand, forcing her lower mandible open even wider. She tried to writhe away from him, and he had to flat-hand her skull just hard enough to stun her for an instant, just long enough to stuff the kitten's body into her mouth. Her eyes bugged wide as he jammed the furry clot deeper and deeper until its tiny head sealed off her throat and esophagus. Martha fell back against the kitchen floor, and still he shoved the dead animal deeper into her mouth, splitting the flesh of her cheeks, crushing her tongue, and filling her with the pliant carcass. With her eyes swelling from her skull like hard-boiled eggs, she began to flutter-kick violently, convulsing and clawing at his hands upon her face. But he recognized the flailing, panic-powered motions for the futile gestures they were. One final savage thrust, and he watched the light fade from her eyes. It lasted for only an instant, and it was that single moment he always anticipated and tried to savor beyond its briefest manifestation. And he always felt an infinite sadness when it evaporated like ectoplasm, the exquisite instant of death teasing him yet again. Standing up, he washed his hands at Martha Pashek's sink and turned to slip out the back door. As he did this, he sensed movement behind him and spun to see a swarming feline mass flowing across the kitchen floor to get as close as possible to their stilled mistress. Such warmth and attraction made Dukor smile. Closing the door behind him, he sealed the cats within their fetid prison. "Don't worry, little ones. At least you'll have a good food supply." 20. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. As he knew she would, Pamela glided into his inner office as soon as the FBI agents had left. She wore an impish smile like a new dress, and he had to smile himself. "Wow, looks like you poked a sharp stick in somebody's eye, didn't you? I'm guessing you had the intercom turned on?" She shrugged. "Sure, I heard everything." "Which wasn't really much," said Michael. "All they wanted was to know what I knew about their case, and my relationship to Dr. Musina." Pamela was walking slowly around the room, looking at his furniture and wall art. "You don't think they planted a bug in here, do you?" "I don't think so." He laughed lightly. "I didn't know you were so paranoid." "You want me to look around just to be sure?" Pamela walked to the chairs in front of his desk. "They sat here?" Michael nodded. She gingerly overturned the chairs, looked carefully along their bottoms. After righting them, she checked the edges of his desk behind all the picture frames. When she started on his desktop, he gestured for her to stop. "They never left their seats," he said. "I really think this place is clean." Pamela smiled cynically. "I read somewhere that if they really want to know what's going on, they can get the phone company to turn any telephone receiver into a microphone, even when it's on the hook, so they can hear anything said in the room at any time." Michael held up his hands in mock surrender. "Well, if that's true, you're really wasting your time." Pamela sat down in one of the chairs in front of this desk. "Seriously, what do you think is going on? Why would the government be interested in anything you or Dr. Musina might tell each other?" "I have no idea," he said, "but I think it's a good bet her obligations to work in Washington, to keep her federal grant, are to blame. It's certainly nothing I've done." She tilted her head coyly, pointed a finger at him. "How can you be so sure?" Michael considered the question. Interesting possibility. Could he have uncovered some government secret unwittingly? "Well, I can't be, can I?" "In the meantime, what? Do we continue to do our own checking around?" Pamela made an adjustment to her hair that was completely unnecessary. "Certainly," he said. "We have nothing to fear." Pamela grinned, stood up to leave the room. "Not yet, anyway." He was about to comment, telling her she was getting too melodramatic for her own good, when the phone rang. She picked up the receiver on his desk, recited the usual salutation, then looked at him. "Judge Gold." Michael accepted the receiver. He'd intended to call him back before the FBI had interrupted his schedule. "Hello, Bob. Sorry I couldn't call you right back. It's been a little hectic here." "I'll bet it has, Mike. You're nosing around into places certain people don't want you, I can tell you that." "You know about the FBI being here?" Michael felt a lump forming in his throat, his pulse quickening. What had he gotten into? Judge Gold chuckled. "No, but I figured they'd get around to talking to you. Already shook you down, eh?" "Listen, Bob, the feds are suddenly very interested in me." Michael applied a slightly weary tone to his voice. "I'd like to know why. What do you know about Isabella Musina?" Not much, except that she was shot and killed yesterday. Shot? The word stung him. Are you sure we're talking about the same person? What I have here is she was a Ph.D. from the University of Chicago, assigned to the Hines VA hospital there. Also part of a field agent debriefing unit for the CIA. That's her, said Michael, fighting off the shock, the disbelief. And they told you she was killed? That's what it says here, Gold said softly. I just can't believe this. Was she a friend of yours? No, not really, but I was very familiar with her work. I guess I felt like I knew her. It's hard to explain. Christ, Michael, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this. Anything else I can do to help? Did you find out where it happened? How? Michael's voice came out sounding detached, dulled. Judge Gold cleared his throat. I couldn't get any details, and I have to tell you, it was like pulling teeth to get this. I have a son-in-law working at the State Department. He has access to all the classified communications between agencies. Classified? Said Michael, shaking his head, still trying to accept it. Search me. I can try to find out, but Keith tells me they have a pretty solid lid on this thing. Thanks, Bob. I would appreciate anything you can do. Sure, but I just want you to understand. I have to go about this with a little, decorum, if you know what I mean. I don't want to raise too many eyebrows. I understand, said Michael. Whatever you can do would be great, and I owe you one. Who says we ever kept score? Gold tried to make a small pleasantry, and having failed, he simply said goodbye. As he replaced the receiver, Michael felt as if he'd lost a friend. Even though he'd never met her, he felt like he had somehow known the woman. He shook his head. More quasi-mystical nonsense. What was happening to him? A grown man ascribing reasons to things better relegated to the realm of the Tooth Fairy and the Boogeyman. Dr. Musina dead. The thought kept repeating itself. Shot? Who would want to shoot her? And what could she have done to deserve it? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that he'd stumbled into some hideous government operation. He couldn't let it go until he understood everything more fully, and this did not even consider his initial need to see her studies and her findings. Pausing to take an inventory of things he needed to do, he scribbled a few items on his ever-present notepad. Call Hodgkins, call Klingerman, stay in touch with Judge Gold, and resume scheduling sessions with Enders and McGuire. He asked Pamela to return Sam Hodgkins' call, and she kept him on the line while she put it through. Congressman Hodgkins' office? Dr. J. Michael Keating returning his call, said Pamela. Oh, yes, Mr. Hodgkins is expecting him. Hold the line, please. He slept into phone limbo for an instant. Pamela disconnected her line. Suddenly, the congressman's distinctive Georgia accent was booming at him. Mike Keating, how the hell are you, Doc? Good afternoon, Sam. I'm sorry to have to bother you, but bother me? What's an old fart like me have to look forward to except another round of golf? Nah, you made my day a little more interesting. Besides, if it wasn't for you, Teddy would have never made it through med school. Thank you, Sam. How is Ted doing at Dartmouth, by the way? Michael did not really care about the welfare of his old classmate, but he understood the need for following protocol. Well, you know my son. He's figured out all the angles by now. Turns out he likes professoring a lot more than he liked doctoring. His students love him, and he's finally getting used to all the snow. That's great, said Michael, with as little enthusiasm as possible. But listen, Sam, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Bull stuff, Doc. You just want to grill me and get me off the phone. Hodgkins laughed heartily. Hell, boy, I don't blame you. I'd want to do the same thing. Well, to tell you the truth, I am kind of pressed for time. Michael didn't want to be rude, but he wasn't in the mood for a lot of small talk right now. Were you able to find out anything about Dr. Musina? There was an obvious hesitation, an embarrassed pause on the line as Hodgkins struggled to find the right words. Listen, Mike, Was this doctor a friend of yours?" "She was a colleague. I already know she's been shot," said Michael. "I was hoping you could get me some details." The old congressman exhaled dramatically. "I'm not going to ask you how you knew that. God knows I had a hell of a time digging it out of anybody." "Do you have anything else?" "Not really. Nobody feels much of a need to tell retired congressmen a damned thing these days. I'm just calling in old favors, if you know what I mean." "Sure, Sam, I understand. I appreciate anything you can do." They exchanged goodbyes, and as he hung up the phone, he wondered if Sam Hodgkins had a phone safe from wiretapping. The hell with it, he decided. They already knew where they could find him. There was still more work to be done. He had Pamela ring up Erwin Klingerman, and he gave the rabbi the bad news about his friend. Klingerman turned out to be an effusively emotional and dramatic mourner, and Michael was enforced to endure long minutes of what the Jews called gescherjing and wailing. He listened patiently as the rabbi went on about Musina's character and life, composing her eulogy on the fly. Understandable, but difficult to endure. He asked many questions, ranging from arrangements for the disposition of the body to the philosophical exigencies of a universe that would allow a young woman such as Musina to be killed, for which Michael had no answers. Eventually, Klingerman gathered himself together enough to attempt a rational conversation, which began with him apologizing for going on at such dramatic lengths. "That's okay," said Michael. "She was obviously a good friend. But I think we need to talk about what all this means, and what we should be doing about it." I don't think I follow you, Doctor." Klingerman spoke softly, holding back sobs. "It's occurred to me that maybe something about your work with Isabella is what got her killed." The words spilled from Michael so quickly they were a surprise even to him. Did he really feel that way? How had his unconscious suppressed such a dangerous notion? "What?" said Klingerman. "Why?" "I don't have any real reason," said Michael, redressing his own thoughts, trying to find some logic there. "It's just a hunch, really." "Well, what should we do now?" "Did she ever say anything to you about her work in Washington?" "No, practically never. Only that she hated it and the people she worked for." "Hated it? Why?" "Because it kept her from her real research interest, even more so than the VA hospital." Michael paused to consider this, then offered, "So that would suggest that her CIA job was not connected with her past life regression studies." "Yes, so it would seem." "Rabbi, you worked with her, probably closer than anybody. I want you to think about this very carefully. Is it possible she would have lied to you about anything?" Klingerman paused. I don't think so. And please, by the way, please call me Erwin." Sure. But listen to me. Other than saying the work was classified, do you think it had anything to do with what we've discovered?" A longer pause, then, "No, I honestly don't think so. Her studies were the most important thing in her life. If the government was involved in them in any way, I think she would have told me." "Okay," said Michael. "That's good. I was hoping you would say that." "Why? What do you mean?" Michael paused for a moment, trying to get the sense of what he'd been thinking. "I mean that as long as our work isn't connected to the CIA, we're probably safe to continue it." "Safe?" Klingerman's voice lilted upward. "What's safe?" "Otherwise, it's very possible we could end up like Dr. Musina." As he spoke, Michael wondered just how safe they actually were. Until talking to Klingerman, he hadn't really thought about being in danger, but it was definitely a possibility, not allayed much by the rabbi's assurances. "You mean we could get ourselves shot?" "Do you always have such a talent for stating the obvious?" Michael smiled grimly. "That's funny," said Klingerman. "Isabella used to say the same thing." Michael did not respond immediately. Klingerman was his only connection to Musina's work. He would have to cultivate it. "Let me ask you something, Erwin." "Of course. Anything." Do you have access to Isabella's files? Files? You know, her records and papers, on all the cases. Most of it is on her computers and video discs. Where are they located? At her apartment, and also at the hospital. Can you get into her apartment? Klingerman coughed nervously at the suggestion of any impropriety. We didn't have that kind of relationship, Doctor, but that won't be necessary. Why not? Because she gave me copies of everything, just to be safe, she'd said, and I've taken good care of them. Excellent, said Michael, carefully choosing his next words. And so, Irwin, I guess my next question is whether or not you would think Isabella would like you to be carrying on her work. Oh, my, yes, of course she would. His answer was sincere and heartfelt. It would have destroyed her if she'd ever thought all her efforts would ever die with her. Okay, then I must ask you one more thing. Would you be willing to share her files with me and continue her work with me? There was a long pause, and Michael wondered if he'd overstepped his bounds. Then, finally, Dr. Keating, I have never met you, and neither did Isabella. In talking to you, I believe you are sincere and professional, but in light of what has happened, I hope you will not take this the wrong way. Here it comes, thought Michael. He's going to crush the whole thing. But I would like to, how do I say this, have you checked out first, before I give you a definitive answer. Michael released a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He grinned as he spoke to Klingerman. Oh, no, that would be fine. In fact, I was going to suggest you do something like that. Believe me, I would consider it an honor to carry on her work. Klingerman seemed relieved that he hadn't offended him and promised to contact him as soon as possible. Michael hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair. God, he was feeling anxious, even confused, but not scared. And that was interesting, because even though Klingerman didn't believe Musina's death had anything to do with her work, the idea that it might be central to it kept snagging at the base of all his other thoughts. He couldn't shake it loose, and therefore had to pay attention to it. Later that afternoon, after fending off Pamela's attempts to join him, he departed the Riverside office building and headed for a favorite bar of his near Columbus Circle called Farley's Place. It was dark and quiet and didn't offer any of the trendy drinks or entrees. A burger and beer joint with a good assortment of bourbons, which was just what he needed right about now. He didn't plan on getting wasted or anything like that. He just wanted a little solitude, and a few drinks seemed like the only company he would need. As he was working through his second Maker's Mark on the rocks, someone approached his right shoulder and stood silently behind him for a few seconds. Sensing the presence, Michael felt intimidated to turn and face the guy, and then it suddenly struck him to look in the mirror behind the bar. Tall, thin to the point of being gaunt, dark eyes staring at him. The guy looked very familiar, thought Michael, as he turned slowly on his stool. "Dr. Keating, I need to talk to you," said a voice also vaguely familiar. Looking him in the eye, Michael recognized the sidekick of the FBI honcho Stevenson. "I'm sorry," said Michael. "I don't remember your name." "Special Agent Kleppner. Sid Kleppner." "Right. Well, sorry, Sid, but I gave it the office." Kleppner looked kind of tired, embarrassed. "I know. This isn't official business." "Far from it, actually." That made Michael smile. "Yeah, sure. Like you guys are ever off duty." "We're not all creeps," said Kleppner. "Some of us just need a job. We've got families and bills like everybody else." Interesting reply. Michael hadn't expected anything like that. He eyed the man carefully. After many years of evaluating patients, he had become pretty adept at judging abstract traits like loyalty and sincerity and even deceitfulness. Looking at Sid Kleppner was like staring at a sheet of glass. The guy's face was a portrait canvas where everything lay revealed in the colors of pain and compassion. "You know, I have to admit," said Michael, "you look like you're telling the truth." Mind if I sit down?" Michael gestured at an open stool, then took another sip from his glass. Kleppner climbed aboard, ordered a rusty nail from the practically invisible bartender, and waited in silence until it was delivered. Michael waited for him to take a long pull off the glass, then, "So, what do you want to see me about?" Kleppner turned and looked at him squarely. "Listen, Doc, I could get in some very deep shit for telling you this. But contrary to whatever else you might hear, Isabella Musina is alive." 21. Bradley Stevenson, Baltimore, Maryland. This guy was one sick fuck. He stood in Martha Poshek's kitchen, watching the ME's people wrapping up the body. Like everybody else at the scene, he'd been forced to wear an oxyosmotic mask. Besides the rank stench from all the cats, Poshek's son hadn't discovered the body for almost a week, and some of the little bastards had started to get hungry. As they slipped the poor woman's remains into the zipper bag, Brad caught one last look at the series of numbers on her inner forearm, just like the others. He followed the med-techs outside as they carried the bag to their van. Brad yanked off the mask, sucked in some humid but fresh air, and walked back to his car in the alley. After getting in, he picked up his notebook and glanced at some of the recent jottings. With his prints all over the place, there was no question this was Nichols' work. But the big question was why? Just exactly what was going on? How could he explain this whole mess to himself in terms that didn't sound like a lot of goddamned voodoo? After watching the video of the Musina interview over and over, the connection of Nichols to the Nazi death camps was undeniable, and the numbers on the arms of his victims did correspond to those used by the Germans. He'd already checked that out, discovering that each camp had its own set of numbers. But what did this really mean? It meant, for starters, accepting some pretty weird stuff that wouldn't look all that great on his reports to his superiors. He thumbed through the pages of notes at his list of facts. 1. If Nichols' story under hypnosis to Musina is accepted as the truth, then Brad would be forced to conclude that Nichols was being controlled by the reincarnated soul of some Ukrainian psycho killer named Hirsch Dukor. 2. If Dukor survived the Nazi death camps by helping Josef Mengele kill Jews, then 3. The appearance of the camp serial numbers on all of Nichols' victims could mean they were like him. They had all lived before, during World War II, and died in the death camps. 4. Therefore, Nichols was systematically killing people who had been reincarnated. Brad looked at the notes and shook his head. Not much concrete to go on. And the biggest question remained unanswered. Why was he killing these people? If he could come up with the answer to that one, he might be able to anticipate Nichols' next move. But the trail was very cold, and the only thing he had to go on was a look into Martha Poshek's past. Maybe there was a clue to what was going on? Brad keyed the ignition to his government sedan and slipped it into gear for a drive downtown to the Federal Building. Time to do a little research. 22. Arnold Rassenault, Manhattan, New York. There was something very scary about this man. Arnold sat in a booth at Thelma's on West 29th, looking across the table at the man who called himself Harford Nichols. The man was well-dressed in a white Oxford button-down shirt, pressed khaki pants, and a fashionable tie. He looked to be in his early 40s and had the angular good looks of an ex-athlete. He could have been a broker on Wall Street or an editor at one of the city's many publishing houses. But he had just told Arnold he was a soldier. And that's what scared him. It was in the guy's eyes. They focused on you, but it was like they were really looking through you. And what was this soldier stuff? What kind of soldier, Mr. Nichols? Arnold figured there was no sense playing games. I'm afraid I don't follow you. Aren't we all soldiers in the same war, Professor? Nichols leaned forward and smiled. What war is that? Arnold knitted his fingers nervously in front of him. The war against the mongrels and the Jews. The mention of Arnold's sworn enemies snatched his attention, disarming him and making him immediately more receptive to whatever Nichols might have to say to him. "Oh, of course, that war, of course." "I have come to help you," said Nichols, "and to also ask for your help in return." "How did you find me?" said Arnold, feeling slightly more at ease. Nichols paused before answering as Thelma, a large-boned woman of obvious Aryan ancestry, descended on their table with 2 plates of fries and greasy burgers. She smiled at them, then disappeared back behind her busy counter. Nichols grabbed his hamburger, took a large bite from it, and chewed slowly. He gestured for Arnold to eat as well. "I knew about you because of your publication and the lawsuit from the Columbia student," said Nichols. Arnold smiled. "Yes, that was good for me. I was in the news quite a bit, wasn't I?" "Which is surprising when you consider who's running the entertainment and news media," said Nichols. He was right about that, thought Arnold. "Yes, but the kikes can't help themselves," he said eagerly, warming to his favorite subject. "They never pass up a chance to put themselves in the public eye. Especially any of that nonsense about the Holocaust, right?" Nichols grinned knowingly. Arnold was beginning to like this fellow. "The worst hoax of the 20th century," said Arnold. "You know I'm writing a book about that whole pack of lies and distortions." "I'm not at all surprised," said Nichols, as he finished off his hamburger in 3 manly bites. "The Jews lie about everything. Look at the world today. I think the prospect of a world depression is very likely, don't you?" Arnold paused to consider this. He wasn't much on economics, but he did remember the horrible inflationary economy that threatened to destroy Germany before the National Socialists saved them. "I think you could be right," he said carefully. Nichols nodded. "Look today at the banking systems of Germany and Switzerland," he said, as he pounded the Formica tabletop. "They are both close to collapse, and if those 2 granite hard structures go down, they will take all of Europe with them." "Most certainly," said Arnold, wondering where this was all going. "And who do you think is running the world's money? Our friends with the hooked noses, of course." Nichols smiled. "The fucking Jews are running the world's money, all right. They're running it right down a rat hole." Arnold Rassenault could feel the glow as his own eyes lit up. Of course. It's happening all over again, and Mr. Nichols had very keenly perceived the process at its very beginnings. "You are so right, sir," said Arnold. Nichols nodded, then continued. "Do you realize what that kind of bank collapse would do? Not only Europe would be devastated, but there would be ripple effects all over the world. Japan and the United States would go like dominoes. And if you think it's bad now, with some terrorist setting off a goddamned bomb somewhere in the world almost every day, just think of what it will be like if global depression strikes." "People will get desperate," said Arnold. "That's right," said Nichols. "And they will look desperately for new leaders who can give them hope as well as promises." Arnold leaned forward, listening intently. There was much he could learn from this man. "What can we look forward to? How can we make it work toward our own goals? Is that what you're getting at?" "Well, just look at places like Africa, where almost every one of those miserable nigger republics is sliding into civil war, where the only successful leaders there are the fascists and the dictators." Nichols gestured wildly with his hands, sweeping the air grandly. "And it's spreading to other places. South America, India, and Eastern Europe, maybe even China." "And look at the crime right here in America," said Arnold. "It used to be just the drugged-out jungle bunnies, but now it's spreading to the regular people, too." "Don't you know why?" said Nichols. "Because the good, hard-working white people are getting fucked, too. People who aren't used to economic hardship are getting slammed by a group of Jews who want to systematically wipe out the middle class." "And people aren't stupid, you know," said Arnold. "Sooner or later they're going to wise up and see what's happening to them." Nichols laughed broadly. They already are. Look how many third-world countries have embraced fundamentalist, religious-backed governments. Look at all those half-nigger Arabs getting their own nukes so they can wipe out Israel once and for all. Israel, said Arnold, as if he'd just been reminded of that pestilent sore in the Mideast. Yes, they're to blame for everything, aren't they? Why do you think the skinheads are so powerful in the Slavic states? Nichols smiled. And the neo-Nazi party has established an electoral voice in Germany. Our time is coming round again, said Arnold, feeling his blood pounding at his temples. He liked this Harford Nichols very much. This man had obviously kept his fingers on the world's pulse, and he was so much smarter, more articulate, than poor Fritz Hargrove. Yes, it is, said Nichols, and I want to help you, but I will need your support as well. What you need, my friend, said Arnold. Just name it. I will need some of your workers, your supporters, to help me do my own work. Arnold hesitated. He didn't want to tell him he only had one man he could count on, and he was afraid he would laugh when he met Fritz. My supporters are widespread. That is, they are not all here or readily available. And, of course, many of them wish to remain anonymous for the time being. I can understand that, said Nichols, but I will need some of them for my work. Arnold cleared his throat. I've been meaning to ask you about that. Just exactly what is your work? Nichols looked straight at him, and it was like staring into the flat, dead dinner plate eye of a shark, and suddenly Arnold did not feel any warmth toward this man. My work is to get rid of the Jews, he said coldly. Something icy twisted in Arnold's gut. Get rid? Do you mean kill them? Nichols nodded, grinned like an old-time movie villain. Yes, of course, that's what I mean. Arnold leaned back from the greasy tabletop. Nichols' eyebrows arched. What's the matter, old man? Too strong for you? Too real? A cascade of conflicting thoughts and emotions tumbled across his mind as Arnold tried to make some order of them, to say something sensible. This Nichols character had jammed a spike into the center of his world, his raison d'etre, as it were, and now he was forced to accept in that instant the terminus of all his hate-mongering. Where else could he logically expect all his Nazi rhetoric to take him, if not to the place where Nichols already so comfortably resided? Hey, Professor, said Nichols, slapping him playfully on the arm. You still with me? Yes, said Arnold. I was just thinking, that's all. So, have I come to the right place? Can you help me kill some Jews? Arnold wanted to speak, but there was something terrible stuck in his throat, like a spicular sea urchin. His old sclerotic heart had begun hammering in his chest, and his hands would have been trembling if he had not been keeping them firmly locked together on the tabletop. But he knew he had been called, perhaps by some higher power, as had those who heeded the call of their Führer more than half a century past, and he knew he must comply. If he did not, he would in this single instant render the bulk of his life and his life's work impotent and meaningless. And so he drew in a great breath, unlocked his hands, and held up his right hand in a small but proper salute. Heil Hitler, he said, tasting bile in the back of his throat. Nichols chuckled. Well, I haven't heard that in quite a while, he said, but that's good. I like it. Arnold could speak no more, but he managed to nod his agreement. Can we go to your offices so we may talk more privately? Said Nichols. They are kind of messy, said Arnold. Nichols grinned again, that scary out-of-kilter grin. The whole world is kind of messy, Professor. That's why we're here, to straighten things up. 23. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. Several days had passed since Agent Kleppner had stunned him with the news about Musina being alive. It was hard to describe how it had affected him because he had been so completely overwhelmed at first. A very similar reaction to learning of her death. Disbelief and the unanswerable question of why. But now he felt like his life had been suddenly put back on track again. Abruptly, there was renewed purpose in everything he did. He was standing outside Gate 27, waiting for Klingerman's flight to the plane at LaGuardia, calmly going over the facts the FBI man had volunteered to him in the comfortable shadows of Farley's place. Dr. Isabella Musina had indeed been shot, but she had survived, although she was currently in a coma at the Bethesda Naval Hospital in suburban Maryland. She had been shot by a man named Harford Nichols, who worked for the CIA as a Level 1 operative, and who was now being hunted by the FBI for a variety of assassination-type murders. Musina's condition had been kept secret for two reasons: to keep her safe from Nichols, and secondarily, to keep her available for any helpful information she might be able to provide in the event she recovered. Kleppner had also hinted that he had more to reveal about Harford Nichols, but he wanted Michael to see it in its original form, a video disc, rather than through a secondary source. That had piqued his curiosity to a great level, especially when Kleppner said it would be very controversial data. When Michael called Klingerman with the startling news, the rabbi abandoned any caution or reservations he may have had. He gathered up all the records and files and scheduled the next available flight to New York. Michael had no concrete idea how he would get along with Klingerman. The man seemed effusive, excitable, and more than a little mystical. All characteristics almost totally opposite to Michael's. There was another important factor that would be of interest as it played out. Michael had always worked pretty much alone, and the prospect of having a research partner unsettled him. Such were his thoughts as the PA system announced the arrival of Klingerman's flight. Michael scanned the faces and physiques of everyone filing past him until he saw a very large man walking toward him with an exaggerated rocking gait, wearing a fedora and sporting a thick black beard and horn-rimmed glasses. He carried a dark suit coat over his shoulder. A thin black tie divided his billowy, sweat-stained white shirt. In his other hand, he lugged a carry-on bag that was obviously quite heavy. If this wasn't Erwin Klingerman, Michael would be very surprised. He approached the man and introduced himself. "Dr. Keating," said the man in a stentorian voice. "So glad to finally meet you." Before Michael could say a word, Klingerman had dropped his luggage and thrown both huge arms around him, pressing the air from his lungs like a set of bellows. He could not speak or move until the rollicking greeting was finally over. "You can just call me Michael," he said, smiling and shaking hands. "And me Erwin," said Klingerman, pausing to wipe his sweat-sheened brow before picking up his luggage. "I can't tell you how excited I am to be here, Doctor. Do you think they will let us see her any time soon?" "Not too likely. They don't know we officially know about Dr. Musina." "Oh, that's right. What am I thinking?" Klingerman laughed at his silly mistake and shook his head. "Which way do we go?" Michael led him along the corridors to the lobby and the cab stands beyond. A turbaned cabby rushed to help them into his old yellow checker, and Klingerman gave him an address on East 85th Street. "I am still shocked by the news," said Erwin, as they settled into the back seat. "Did this FBI man tell you why he decided to tell you the truth?" The cab slipped into the arterial flow of Manhattan's traffic. Michael looked from the window to the rabbi. "It's funny. I asked him the same thing. Why are you telling me this?" "Did he tell you?" "Yes, he did," said Michael. "He said he was Jewish, and his father's brother had been killed at the camp in Majdanek. When he heard about what Dr. Musina had been studying, and after he had listened to my own discoveries, he said something happened to him." "Something what?" said Erwin. "He said he had never been a religious man, and certainly not a very good Jew. but something touched him about the possibility of— let me see, what were his exact words for it? "Atoning for it," said Irwin. "For forgetting his heritage." Right, that's the word he used. Irwin smiled. Yes, that's a popular term among us," he said. "We believe we have all committed many sins, and we have much guilt about that, and therefore much to atone for." Michael nodded. "Okay, I can understand that." "Do you think he was telling you the truth?" Irwin asked the question as he stared out his window, idly watching the Manhattan cityscape slip past. The question was like a cold dash of water in Michael's face. He'd never even considered that Kleppner might be lying, and he confessed that to the rabbi. What reason would he have to lie? Irwin shrugged. "To set you up, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he would think you would volunteer more of what you know if you knew Isabella were alive to substantiate it, or reveal it anyway." But that means Kleppner might think I'm hiding something from him. Again, a concept that had never occurred to him. Irwin chuckled. "He's a cop. Of course he's going to think like that. It's part of the way they're trained." "I didn't know that," said Michael in a very low voice, feeling so naive, so foolish. "I used to do volunteer work for Cook County Juvenile Services," said Irwin. "I learned a lot about how kids and cops operate." "That puts a new spin on everything," said Michael. "I think we should call Kleppner on this one." "What do you mean?" "Maybe we should demand to see her." Irwin grinned. "Demand is an interesting choice of words when dealing with the FBI." Again, Michael felt naive. "Well, you know what I mean. I can't help it. Your question made me rethink everything." Irwin Klingerman patted him on the shoulder fraternally. "That's okay. I understand what you're feeling. Sorry my natural paranoia sprang loose without me even thinking about it. It's just that whenever law enforcement types get involved, my antennae go up." "Well, I hope she is still alive," said Michael. "I'd like to meet her and talk to her. I think she's the kind of person I'd want to know." "Yes," said Irwin, smiling softly, wistfully. "She is indeed." They rode in silence for a few moments. Michael had suddenly run out of things to say. The prospect of working with Klingerman seemed less daunting now that they'd talked for a bit. He seemed like a decent enough guy, and the initial feelings of awkwardness had dissipated. When the rabbi broke the silence, he suggested they use the remainder of the ride to firm up their plans. Irwin had arranged to stay with a colleague working at a synagogue on the Upper East Side, but he promised to come to Michael's office the following morning. They would spend the day examining Musina's records and slowly assembling a larger picture of the puzzle. Agent Kleppner had also arranged to meet with them late in the day. As the cab pulled to the curb at the corner of 2nd and 85th, Klingerman thanked Michael for meeting him at the airport and began to urge his bulk from the back seat of the car. "Oh, one more thing," he said as he worked himself free. "I've got a suggestion that you may find radical as well as interesting. We can talk about it in the morning." "All right," said Michael. "I'll look forward to it." The door closed, and he directed the driver to his co-op at Turtle Bay, 40 blocks to the south. As the car slipped back into traffic, Michael reflected on the roller-coaster ride he had given his hopes and expectations over the last 24 hours. So much had happened, he couldn't recall if he'd told Pamela about Dr. Musina being shot. It would disturb her, he knew, and perhaps unconsciously he'd withheld telling her for that reason. He was starting to really care about her. From years of listening to the romantic and emotional problems of his clients, he knew that most people didn't often pause to evaluate their love lives with much rational thinking. Likewise, Michael realized how much the exception he was. But having crawled out from the wreckage of his first marriage with deep, long-healing scars, he had always promised himself he would not ever fall so totally in love with any woman ever again. Most certainly he'd become oversensitized to the possibility and had spent many years alone as compensation. But there is balance in most things, and he had no real regrets. Choices were never helped by looking back at them. Maybe it was best to stop analyzing everything so much. The thought lingered as he stared out the cab window at the towering presence of the office buildings. It was as if he were noticing them for the first time, forced to stare like a gawking tourist. His driver checkerboarded out of the traffic flow and reached the curb at 41st Street. After paying the fare, Michael stepped out onto a sidewalk thick with pedestrians and began walking toward his building. Harry, the doorman, smiled and winked as he let him in. Michael missed the point of the gesture until he entered the lobby and saw Pamela sitting on the tapestried lobby couch. He wasn't used to seeing her in anything other than her perfectly tailored suits, but she looked equally stylish in jeans and an LL Bean shirt. She had several brown paper grocery bags on the floor beside her. Talk about synchronicity. "Hello, Doctor," she said cheerily, unleashing a blazing smile. "I thought I might try surprising you." "You already have," said Michael. "Funny, I was just thinking about you." Pamela ran her hand through her thick, dark mane of hair, tilted her head. "Oh, really?" "Honestly," he said, pausing for a moment to look around the lobby. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. Just got here." Pamela bent down to pick up the grocery bags, and he helped her. "I had some shopping to do. Thought maybe I would make you a good home-cooked meal for a change." The idea made him smile. "Sounds like a plan," he said, pointing toward the elevators. "This way." As they ascended to the top floor of the building, Pamela talked more rapidly than he'd ever heard her. She was a little anxious as she carried out her plans, and he found it charming. It was refreshing to see her not in such total control of everything. He led her down the hall to his top-floor apartment, unlocked the door, and allowed her to go in first. Pamela had been to his place many times over the years, for Christmas or New Year's Eve parties, but she had never visited alone. As she walked slowly through the bookcase-lined living room, she nodded with approval at his decorating choices, as if seeing them for the first time. He had filled the space with large chairs and tables, display cases for interesting artifacts, gargoyles, and even an old-world globe. "Very nice," she said. "Your furnishings are very eclectic." "I guess I've picked up a lot of stuff over the years. Baronial clutter instead of any particular style. That's how an interior designer once described my place. He said he wouldn't change a thing." Michael snickered. "Right, like I'd wanted him to." "Is it always this neat?" Pamela entered the short hall leading past the kitchen and dining room. "Better out here than in the den and bedroom." He smiled as he followed her into the kitchen. "And all bets are off when it comes to the bathroom." "And you men all seem so proud of that." "I think we just don't see things the same way," said Michael. "Would you like me to give you a hand?" Pamela shook her head as she turned on the light and began to unpack the groceries, looking at the various cabinets and drawers for the accessories and utensils she'd need. "This place looks like you never set foot in here." "Well, I do tend to eat out a lot." He shrugged, backed out of her way. "I have breakfast in here. A little toast and juice, coffee, cereal, that sort of thing." Pamela rolled her eyes and turned back to her task, laying out a cutting board, an assortment of knives, a colander, and several bowls. "So," he said, "you don't want any help, eh?" "Don't need any, but if you have any white Zinfandel, I'll have some. And a little Bach on the stereo would be nice." Michael nodded and opened the refrigerator. How did she know he had wine in there? He poured her a glass, then keyed up the Brandenburg concertos on the stereo. As the opening strains of the first movement filled the apartment, he felt himself unwinding like a spent mainspring, and it felt damned good. An evening like this was exactly what he needed after all the stress, both real and imagined. Pamela had already started her special magic in the kitchen. Incredible aromas blended with the sound of a harpsichord, and Michael poured himself a maker's mark on ice. But the phone rang before he could take the first sip. "Dr. Keating," he said, making an effort to not sound irritated. "Michael," boomed the caller's voice. It was Erwin Klingerman. I'm not bothering you, am I?" "Well, I was getting ready for dinner." "So I won't keep you," said Irwin. "I just wanted to tell you something. Something you might want to mull over until we get together tomorrow." "Really?" Michael tried to sound interested as he stole a long sip from his glass. "What is it?" "I've been putting together all Isabella's notes and files, categorizing them according to her list of variables, and I noticed something that might be important." Irwin paused to clear his throat, then continued. "All of her subject's episodes have occurred within the last 8 years. Nothing before 1991. Michael had been listening only half-heartedly. Anything he had could surely wait till tomorrow, but there was something definitely odd about that 1991 date. "You're sure about that?" he said. "That's unusual at the very least." "Oh, yes, I've checked it a few times. I don't know, for some reason it just kind of jumped out at me. Any ideas?" Just then Pamela called from the kitchen, needing the location of a blender if he owned one. Irwin chuckled. "Oh, I am so sorry, my friend. I had no idea how much and what kind of a dinner I was interrupting. Good night, Michael. We can tackle this little mystery in the morning." "That sounds good," said Michael, but the flamboyant rabbi had already hung up. He went into the kitchen to ferret out the blender from his pile of never-used appliances under the sink. "Wait till you meet Rabbi Klingerman," he said, as he started moving around pots and pans. "He's a real character." "Was that him?" Michael nodded and told her about no subjects reporting episodes prior to 1991. "Interesting," said Pamela, obviously filing the information away for further use. He located the blender and gave it to her as she returned to her careful and artistic preparation. "What are we having?" he said as he stood by the entrance to the kitchen. "It'll be better if I surprise you," she said. And she was right about that. Lamb chops with a light mushroom and marsala sauce, yogurt and curry sauce over risotto, and a Caesar salad. He never would have expected anything so good could originate from his kitchen. Combining the repast with several more cocktails, candlelight, and an attractive dining companion was enough to make him feel more relaxed, more free than he had in years. If a dinner date could be this pleasant, why had he been avoiding it so completely for so long? They dined slowly and kept their conversation away from the concerns of the office. He wasn't sure if it was Pamela or himself who was responsible, but he decided he didn't care. He was enjoying the evening far too much to care. Afterward, they sat out on his roof patio to enjoy a late spring night's view of the East River and the familiar architecture of the United Nations building. She'd brought 2 snifters of sambuca, each garnished with 3 coffee beans, and they shared a few moments of romantic silence. "This was a great idea," he said, finally breaking it. "Glad you thought of it, aren't you?" Pamela had pressed herself close to him on the chaise lounge. Despite the hours in the kitchen, she still smelled perfumed and rich in pheromones. "Oh, yeah," he said, smiling, then turned to kiss her. All the drinking had damped down his inhibitions and second thoughts about how appropriate it might or might not be. He didn't care if she was his assistant. She was a good-looking woman, and he found himself wanting her. She kissed him with the aggressive energy he'd unconsciously expected, and did not take too long to begin the timeless ritual of undressing each other. That they were doing so under the sparkling stare of the Manhattan night only made it more exciting. And then they were naked, hands everywhere, kissing with a crazy urgency, touching and slipping and caressing from every possible angle and attitude. They carried each other aloft on wings of desire, soaring above the feelings of vulnerability. They pushed deeper and farther into the delicate realm of passion, taking the time to share and instruct, never ignoring any chance for intimacy. It had been so long since Michael had let himself go like this that he was operating half on autopilot and half on fiery inspiration. Because Pamela was a good lover, full of activity and energy, she had given him the push and the motivation to respond in kind, and he felt as if he'd been awakened from a long, debilitating sleep. She sensed something fragile in him, and that only made everything better. Making it last, stretching out the time like a piece of hot, pliant taffy, they embraced the hot night to themselves and made it a part of their joining. When he could last no longer, she urged him into a gently explosive release, then held him in her arms. For a brief moment, like the starry path of a meteor's dying, he felt as safe and warm and happy as any child ever could. And he was reminded why all men are doomed to be forever also little boys. He felt so damned good that he almost laughed out loud and could barely contain the grin that widened within him. Is this what he'd been so afraid of? Had it been so long that he had so totally forgotten the primal beauty of two humans huddled against the void, even if only for an instant? If for no other reason, he would always be grateful to Pamela for having the persistence necessary to complete his reawakening. Unable to contain his feelings, he told her haltingly what miracle she had performed upon him. But before he could finish, she put a long, thin finger to his lips. "Shh," she whispered. "Before you say something you'll regret tomorrow." "I'm not going to profess my undying love or anything like that," he said. "I just wanted you to know that I realize I've been fighting this attraction we've both felt." "Okay." She lay back in the chaise, hands behind her head, breasts full and pointing proudly at him. She had taken care of herself, and he admired the results of all the time she spent at the Manhattan Athletic Club. "And I just wanted to thank you for not giving up." He grinned, took her hand, and held it close against his cheek. "Well, let's just say I had a feeling you were worth it." She tousled his hair playfully, and he felt very young again. They lay against one another for a long time, saying nothing. Occasionally the hint of a breeze passed over them as the city cooled down for the night, like a volcano heaving into reluctant remission. It had been so long since he'd felt the long, languid press of a woman's flesh against his own that he was in no hurry to retreat into the shelter of the apartment. Suddenly he felt Pamela's long manicured nails dig into his back like the talons of a hawk. "Oh, my God," she said in a burst. "What's wrong?" His first thought was that he'd done something wrong, something stupid, and was afraid to ask what it could be. "Oh, nothing really," she said, pushing her hair from her face. "I was just thinking about what you said before." "That's kind of scary. I said lots of things." "No," said Pamela. "I mean about none of the patients having any episodes until 1991. "Right. What about it?" Michael looked at her as she pulled her knees up to her chest, held them in her arms as though suddenly chilled. "I don't know why it came to me, but I was just thinking. Wasn't that the year that Germany was reunited?" 24. Arnold Rassenault, Manhattan, New York. "And that is why I am here," said Harford Nichols, pausing to sip from his mug of coffee. He sat across from Arnold at the little table in the second room of the Journal offices, seemingly unaffected by the squalid disarray and obvious poverty of the offices. Nichols possessed the dashing good looks of an Errol Flynn or Douglas Fairbanks, but he had the eyes of Rasputin, the twisted smile of Desaad. Arnold was not yet sure what to make of him, other than that he was most likely a very dangerous man. And what was he to make of the story? The story Nichols had confessed to him. The life of Hirsch Dukor, the death camps with Mengele, the reincarnation into the body of a CIA agent named Nichols, and the recent assassinations had to be the most fanciful ideations of a textbook schizophrenic. But Arnold believed every word of it, because he was terrified to do anything else. They had been sitting there, staring at one another for several minutes, as Arnold struggled to free himself from the spin of his own thoughts. Finally, Nichols leaned forward, grabbed Arnold's wrist in a bone-twisting grip. "You've been silent long enough, Professor. What do you think? Will you help me?" I don't know what to think," said Arnold, trying to make sense of this man who would invade his lonely territory of Aryan supremacy. "I'm an old man. Why would you need my help?" Nichols smiled. "Do you believe in destiny, Professor Rassenault?" Arnold shrugged. "I don't know. Perhaps I do. Why? What are you getting at?" "Because I not only believe in it," said Nichols. "I have no choice. I'm forced to do so." "What do you mean?" Nichols jumped up from the table, began pacing slowly within the crowded confines of the junk and cardboard boxes. "Destiny is real. Destiny is the engine that runs the universe. I can feel it humming in my ears all the time. I am driven by my destiny, Professor, and so, I fear, are you." "What?" Arnold leaned back in his chair as Nichols held a fist in the air, then pointed at him like a mad accuser. How had he let this man into his life? He wished that Fritz were here, if only to witness the seriousness of the problem. "Something is happening in the world, Professor. Can't you feel it?" "Yes, I can," said Arnold, lying automatically. He could feel nothing but the hollow pit opening beneath his stomach, threatening to unloose his bowels into his baggy underwear. "The old gods are awakening," said Nichols, looking off as though seeing them as he spoke. "The mongrels are everywhere, all over the world, and the rest of us are rushing to bow at their feet, full of silly talk of guilt and reparation and retribution. But that kind of talk has awakened the spirit of the old times. There is a new zeitgeist ready to stride amongst us. Can't you feel it?" Arnold was about to nod his head and lie again when he realized that maybe the madman was right. In years past, when Arnold allowed himself a rare moment of honest introspection, he could admit the smallness of his life, of the pitiful notions to which he'd allied his energy. There were times when he knew he was wrong about some things. It was good policy to deprecate the Holocaust, but in his heart he knew it happened. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, when the merciful release of sleep would not come, he would sit up in the darkness and question his beliefs, wondering if there was much of a future in the hate business. But lately he had felt something different, like an electrical charge in the air, and he had seen evidence in the burgeoning new Eastern European countries of the old Soviet bloc. The old ways, the old enemies, had never really died. They'd just been hibernating and waiting for the time to come round again. Nationalism was again thriving in places from Azerbaijan to Poland, and even in France, where the National Front Party's xenophobia had become the rule. Maybe this Nichols character was right, even if he did believe he was reincarnated from a death camp. "Professor, are you listening to me?" Nichols had leaned down to peer into his eyes. "Oh, yes," said Arnold, "very much, and too well." "Then you must know, when you reach down into that primal mud of your deepest thoughts, that I am right. That there is some really bad shit working its way through the pipe, and it'll be here pretty fast." Yes, I think you're probably correct, Mr. Nichols." Nichols stood up, looked over Arnold's head as if he could see something far beyond the cramped walls of the tiny room. "And by that, I'll assume you see your own destiny as well?" "You mean to help you?" Arnold took a wild guess. It was hard to follow Nichols' thoughts as they skittered from place to place like a water bug. "Yes, precisely. You do see it. That's good." "But—" Arnold paused, trying to be very careful how he phrased his next question. He didn't want to piss off this man, who might be a maniac, or who might actually be telling the truth. Arnold's biggest problem was himself. He'd believed his own rhetoric for so long that what Nichols was saying to him was so damnably appealing, so ineluctably right in its very sound, that Arnold wanted to believe him. Racial superiority, he realized long ago, was like the existence of UFOs. If you wanted to believe in it, that made it that much easier to do so. Nichols was looking down at him again. The man adjusted his tie and rolled down his Oxford shirt sleeves. So deceptive. He looked like 500,000 other office dwellers in Manhattan. He wore the camouflage so perfectly, even his dark hair had been trimmed in the proper modern fashion. "But what, Professor?" he said evenly. "As I said before, I am an old man. How can I possibly help you?" Nichols drew in a deep breath, exhaled slowly. "Very well, let me tell you a few more, shall we say, feelings I've had about my destiny." Arnold picked up his coffee cup absently. It had been long empty, and he wasn't thirsty anyway. "I'm listening," he said. Nichols sat down, stared at him intently. "I believe I am here for a distinct purpose," he said. "I believe I have been yanked back to almost total sentience by a cosmic force of some kind, one of those primal, basic, elemental things all the philosophers and the mystical religions talk about. Do you follow me?" Arnold nodded. He did, in fact, understand, having read some of the work by writers such as Teilhard de Chardin, Alan Watts, and others. It was perhaps possible the universe turned upon the energy generated by the pairing of great forces in eternal opposition. Perhaps our concepts of good and evil are merely primitive perceptions of these equal and necessary opposites. Okay, then. I believe I am here as a counterbalance to others being called back on the opposite side of the great wheel, or whatever you want to call it. The ones I've been killing are only a few of them." "Called back? The others?" "There are many of them," said Nichols. "Others who were killed in the camps. They've been reincarnated, too. I already told you that. Aren't you listening to me?" "Oh, yes, of course I am." "Then what's the problem? I am obviously here to do a job, to kill them again. Don't you see that?" "Well, yes, I do. Yes, they need to be killed, over and over again, if necessary." Nichols leaned down close to him again. He was so handsome, he was scary. "Don't you agree?" Arnold swallowed with great effort. His mouth was dry, his tongue sticky. Yes, I do," he said with awful difficulty. Nichols smiled. "Then it's very simple. I want you and your organization to help me get rid of them." My organization. Arnold would have laughed if he thought he could get away with it. It occurred to him he'd be better off just agreeing with this guy than trying to discuss any of it. There was a simple logic to what he was saying. Kill all the Jews. Isn't that what he'd been preaching for so many years? Of course it was. "I will do anything I can," said Arnold, with as much conviction and enthusiasm as possible. "Good. I will need to set up a base of operations here. You have a cot or a fold-away bed?" Arnold shrugged, shook his head. "No, "No matter. I'll buy one," said Nichols. "Set it up in that corner. Do you really need all these fucking boxes in here?" "No, I don't suppose I do." Oddly, Arnold was not as disturbed by the idea of Nichols laying up in the offices as he might have first imagined. There was something exciting, something dangerous in this man, and infectious. Arnold felt infused with new purpose, and he liked it, even though it scared him. "Good. I'll get myself dug in tonight." "Is there anything else I can do?" Arnold spoke with renewed sincerity and energy. He'd suddenly realized what good fortune looked down on him with the arrival of Nichols. The strange man with the movie-star good looks turned to face him. "Yes, there is one more thing we should discuss." "What's that?" Arnold could see the resolve driven deep into the man's eyes. It was both frightening and intoxicating. "You remember what I was telling you earlier about a new zeitgeist, about the old gods being awakened?" Something very cold slithered through him for an instant as Arnold nodded. Yes, I do." "I have been doing a lot of thinking about it," said Nichols. "And if someone like myself has been called back, then surely others more worthy than me are also here?" Arnold finished the question that was really more of a statement. It was at that moment he realized that he truly believed everything Nichols had been telling him. No proof, no reason to do so. He simply did. "That's right," said Nichols. "Mengele, Hess, Himmler, all of them. Even Hitler. Especially Hitler." "Yes," whispered Arnold. Good Christ, to imagine such a thing, that someone somewhere in the world carried within them, like a sacred scroll in a clay vessel, the essence of the most powerful man in all of history, Der Fuhrer. Arnold tried to stand up, but a sudden paralysis held him. He felt no fear, however. Its grip came not from panic or malaise, but anticipation. "Don't you see it?" said Nichols, in a voice as soft as the flutter of a bat's wing. "It has to be true. It follows logically. If I am here, if my victims are here, then somewhere we're all here." The words drifted through the office as evening lapped upon the window-sills. But Arnold could still hear them, coiling about the room in ever-widening spirals, echoes across the vast gulf of time. We're all here. 25. Bradley Stevenson, Baltimore, Maryland. Exiting the Federal Building at Hopkins Plaza, Brad walked down the steps to an open courtyard. Fountains punched at the late summer humidity, and thousands of office workers tried to stretch their lunch hours in the plaza on benches and under shade trees. It was the same in every city's downtown area. Despite the feminists' claims to the contrary, he saw lots of young businesswomen dressed to kill, looking for mates among the middle management crowd. But that wasn't what concerned him today. Somewhere, in a big crowd like this, a killer could be sliding and slipping. Harford Nichols had come to Baltimore to kill a lonely old woman, and Brad needed to understand what was going on as thoroughly as possible. It was the only way he could ever hope to anticipate the killer's next move, the only chance of catching him. Finding an empty bench at the edge of a line of shade trees, Brad sat down to look at his notes. An hour of keystroking at one of the Bureau's computers upstairs and some phone calls had established a few items that tied in, disturbingly, with the overall pattern. 1. Martha Paschek's attack on the skinheads, and 2. Her visit, a month later, to the Northwest District Police's shrink, a guy named Harold Schlossenberg. She saved some Jewish kids from the skinheads, and the police reports said she'd called the arresting officers back about a month later, complaining about nightmares. Brad exhaled slowly. It was time to find out if he was still a good detective. Thumbing through a few pages on his notepad, he found the number he was looking for. Keying in Dr. Schlossenberg's number on his PCS phone, Brad waited for a reply. After passing through the doctor's receptionist, he waited for him to pick up the line. "Harold Schlossenberg, can I help you?" Brad introduced himself, then asked a few questions about Martha Paschek. "I'm not sure I can tell you much," said the shrink. "I only saw her once, and there's the confidentiality business." "Not any more," said Brad. "Why not?" "Martha Paschek was killed last night." "Oh, Christ, you're kidding." "No, I wish I was." "How did it happen?" said Schlossenberg. Brad filled him in quickly with the details. "Whatever you know might help me find the bastard." The doctor cleared his throat. "I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Stevenson." Harold Schlossenberg was a small-framed, well-dressed guy in his 40s. He liked the thick-framed black glasses look of accountants, computer programmers, and NASA scientists, and he carried it off well. His office at Northwest District Headquarters was arbitrarily dreary, full of constant reminders of his indentured service to the city government. The obligatory plaques, certificates, and commendations from flummeried public officials. Only a family portrait on the corner of the desk proved the humanity of the police psychiatrist. "I only saw her once. One of the officers asked me to do her the favor. I referred her to a private shrink, but I knew she wouldn't go. She couldn't afford it." Brad nodded. What was her problem? Note I have here says nightmares. Schlossenberg smiled. Yeah, I guess they were. Every night, she told me, she was dreaming of being in a concentration camp. Every night they would kill her. Brad nodded. The gas chambers? Well, kind of, said Schlossenberg. This particular day at the camp, the day she kept dreaming about, there was some kind of problem in the shower room. The gas wouldn't come through the nozzles, some kind of foul-up. So the soldiers, they had to herd this big crowd of naked women and kids across an open pasture, through a small woods full of white birch trees. She remembers the trees being so pretty, she told me. And then they lined them up in front of a huge open pit where they just started shooting and shooting. Martha felt herself get shot, but it didn't kill her. But the soldiers thought she was dead, and they threw her into a huge pile of corpses that they were burning in the open pits. And they burned her? Brad shook his head in disgust. Alive? Yes, said Schlossenberg. And she kept having the same dream every night. Was she Jewish? No, she wasn't. Were you able to help her? Brad made a note on his little pad. Nah, she was a sad old lady. I felt sorry for her, but I couldn't prescribe any drugs that might help her. Schlossenberg removed his glasses for a moment to rub his temples, then replaced them. Violation of my employment contract. Brad didn't say anything for a moment. He was trying to put it all together, to look at what he'd gathered without bias and just accept what he had and get on with it. It was just so damned hard for a pragmatist like himself to make much sense out of the facts. Facts. The term made him grin. He'd worked an awful lot of cases, and he'd never had such flimsy crap to go on as this one. He'd never been one of those people who paid much attention to any of that occult business, and he was having a lot of trouble taking the information he tracked very seriously. But it looked like he didn't have much choice. After a long silence, Schlossenberg cleared his throat. I guess you can't tell me what's going on? Not a chance, said Brad, closing the little notebook. I can't tell you until I know myself. He thanked the shrink and left. As he reached his car in the back parking lot, Brad knew he would need to talk to Dr. Keating again. 26. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. Pamela had been correct. 1991 was indeed the year of the reunification of Germany. Michael was sitting in his office, staring at his desktop monitor, which displayed archived pages from Time magazine detailing the official end of the two Germanys. The significance of the date and the predominance of death camp memories surfacing was not lost on him or Pamela. They had come into the office together, earlier than usual because both of them had awakened in what he could only describe as a sweet panic and full of, oh, what have I done, kind of thoughts. As fantastic as their evening had been, neither one of them seemed to be comfortable with the newest aspect of their relationship. Michael smiled. He'd known it would be an awkward situation, and that's why he'd been avoiding it for this long. But now it was done, and they had no choice but to face it and get past it, especially since there were new factors to be evaluated in their reincarnation case study. Michael mentally stumbled on the word reincarnation because he remained uncomfortable with the concept. But the term was how Pamela had been referring to both their own files on Maguire and Enders, and the bulk of Dr. Musina's files. Since he had not come up with a more appropriate name for their current research, he had begun thinking of the study the same way. A light tap on the door, and Pamela appeared. She was dressed casually in her jeans outfit because they had not stopped at her apartment on their way across town to the Riverside Drive offices. Not that it mattered. They had no patient scheduled today, and Michael wondered if their lives would ever return to the staid routine they once had been. So much had happened in the last few months. You don't have to knock, he said softly. Klingerman called, she said, approaching the desk with an uncharacteristic shyness. He knew he was going to have a difficult adjustment, too, because he could not look at her without imagining her naked and kneeling above him. "He's on his way. He should be here any minute." "That's good. We should have an interesting meeting." She nodded. "There was also a message from Agent Kleppner of the FBI. He wants to see you today, too, but I haven't called him back yet. What do you want to do with him?" "See if he can stop in late in the day, as late as possible. I want to talk to him, but I want to give Klingerman as much time as possible." "Okay," she said, turning away without ever having looked him in the eye. He let her go a few steps before speaking up. "Hey, girl, wait a second." Turning, she couldn't conceal an incipient grin at the corners of her mouth. "Did you say girl? That's a new one." "Look," he said with a small smile, "we both know we're feeling funny about this thing. We need to get past it." "What do you mean?" He sensed an undercurrent of alarm in her voice. "Get past it? How?" "I mean this awkwardness we're both feeling. I don't know about you, but I don't think I was prepared for anything like last night." The tightness in her shoulders seemed to untense a bit as she looked at him. "Really? Believe me, Pamela, it knocked me crazy. I can't stop thinking about it." "Really? Well, I kind of liked it myself," said Pamela, smiling her usual natural smile for the first time that morning. "I guess that means we can relax and stop worrying about what the other person is thinking, right?" Pamela grinned. "That's right." "Okay, great," he said. "So while we're here, working, we can keep our minds on our work. And when we're not working, we can keep our minds on playing," she said, stretching out the last word. "Yeah, something like that." He returned to the stack of papers on his desk, feeling better about everything. That schoolboy anxiety he'd been feeling would have kept him from getting anything done today. Pamela was about to say something else when the office doorbell sounded. "That's our rabbi," she said. "I'll send him in, then I'll call back Kleppner." Michael nodded. "Then I want you to sit in on this one, okay?" "Sure, if you want. We need all the insights we can get," he said. "And besides, you're good." "Hey, doctor, tell me something I don't know." Pamela winked at him, then walked from the office in long strides, emphasizing the cut and fit of her jeans. He could hear Klingerman's boisterous and approving salutations as she greeted him at the door. She escorted him to the back office and slipped away to her desk. "Ah, Dr. Keating, what traffic!" said Klingerman as he kind of exploded into the room, carrying 2 large shopping bags and a valise. Just as at the airport, his black suit was disheveled and his tie was crooked. "And I always thought they had it bad in Chicago. Oi!" "Good morning, Rabbi," said Michael, getting up from his desk to shake hands. "Let's put all that stuff over here on the conference table where we can spread out." Michael helped him unload some of the file folders, binders, and cases of CD-ROMs and disks. They spent the next half-hour rough sorting and organizing the material, chronologically and by patient. It was slower than expected because they were not Klingerman's records, and Michael knew everybody had their own little quirks when it came to filing and compiling information. It wasn't until Pamela joined them, contributing her innate sense of organization, that they solved the system of Dr. Musina's records and began to make real progress. Soon the huge conference table resembled an architect's model city, with tall stacks of papers, folders, and bound documents neatly blocking and mapping out the entire polished cherry wood surface. It was interesting to watch Pamela take charge of the operation and to see how Klingerman became ever more charmed by her with each passing minute. But there wasn't much time for small talk. 7 years of intense case study research by Isabella Musina had yielded an enormous amount of information. She had personally sessioned 24 patients and had amassed medical records and personal correspondence with another 41 people. Rabbi Erwin Klingerman, working in a less clinically targeted environment, had, on several occasions, encountered Jews who were experiencing past-life Holocaust trauma. The term Musina had coined to describe the phenomenon she had discovered and had written about in several groundbreaking monographs that employed the phrase in her subtitles. With Pamela's help, they began the time-consuming task of reading abstracts, articles, and patient logs. On the cases in which Klingerman had personal experience or involvement, they were able to move a little faster, but the hours fell away like melting candle wax. The deeper they excavated into Musina's records, the more impressed Michael became with the woman's thorough methods, her unfailing dedication, and her almost lyrical prose. Each subject, each person she interviewed or sessioned, had been chronicled with obvious compassion and insight. Each case study crackled with the personality and pathos of the individual. Musina wrote about her patients with such care that no one could read her files without coming to feel that they knew the patient personally. The imprint of Dr. Musina's talent and intelligence marked every file and document they inspected, standing out like a distinctive and stylish watermark on fine parchment. Michael found himself wondering if she would ever escape the coma. They sent out for a deli lunch and worked into the afternoon, reading, taking notes, fine-tuning their evaluations and organizing techniques. Gradually, a larger picture of Musina's work came into focus, enabling Michael to more fully appreciate the scope and depth of Musina's massive study. Just from a single day's brief analysis of the evidence, Michael had become convinced they were onto something significant and perhaps even frightening. A more intense and careful analysis of Musina's work would take weeks and maybe even months, time that would be unnecessary if she had been able to join them and guide them. After seeing the staggering amount of corroborating evidence, Michael was certain that some kind of important mechanism was at work. Something happening on the metaphysical level that bowed to forces and influences greater than those of nations or their politics. Later, when the trio had retired from the conference table, sitting in the comfortable chairs in the reception foyer and sipping hot coffee, they began to exchange impressions and ideas. "I had no idea there was so much material," said Michael, "and a good percentage of the subjects reporting shared experiences." "That's right," said Pamela, "the same camps or memories of the same personnel, like Mengele or the little angel." "Or Breckstadt in Majdanek, Rossbach in Treblinka," said Erwin Klingerman. "If anyone ever wanted to dismiss these stories as fanciful dreams or nightmares, they cannot if they do their homework. These officers and commandos were real." Pamela nodded. "I know. I've been looking at her documentation. The rosters from the Polish and German camps. How long did it take for her to get those lists, and how long to check them?" Erwin Klingerman shrugged. "Isabella has friends and colleagues all over the world. If she wants to find something, she could usually figure out a way to find it." "But what does it all mean?" asked Michael. "We cannot doubt that something very significant and very singular has been taking place. But why?" "You've read Isabella's notes," said Erwin. "What do you think of her hypothesis?" Michael frowned. "You know, there was a time when I would have laughed at you and her work. Laughed you right out of my office," he said. "I would have called you a bunch of charlatans, or at least gullible fools." "But now?" said Erwin. "But now I have to agree with Dr. Musina's notion that camp victims have been reincarnated." "Is that all?" said Pamela, tilting her head at an angle that said she could see through his cautious defensive positioning. "Well, no, not really," he said, realizing where she was leading him and deciding she was correct in doing it. "That the incidents of the past life evidence, you know, the nightmares and the dreams and the blackouts, and whatever else these poor people have reported, all of it, began immediately after the reunification of Germany. Well, that's got to mean something." "Go on. What else?" said Pamela. She wasn't going to let him get away without spelling out everything. Michael cleared his throat. "Dr. Musina believed the victims were being marshaled back to somehow keep the Nazis from ever coming to power again." "But how would they accomplish that?" said Erwin. "It's something I've thought about long into more than one lonely night." "By telling their stories? By not letting us forget what happened to them?" Michael shook his head. That sounds kind of ineffectual to me, doesn't it? There's got to be more to it than that, said Pamela. Exactly, said Klingerman. The shared memories of monsters like der Klein Engel and Mengele and Rossbach. Michael pushed back his chair from the big table, walked to the window, and looked up the Hudson. It's funny. I feel like we're just dancing around the edge of this thing, that we're onto something, and it just won't come clear. Well, there's plenty of material here, said Irwin. We've barely examined more than 10% of it. That's true, said Michael, but it would be nice to have Dr. Musina on board. She could save us a lot of time. Pamela grinned. Are we in a hurry? Her question, although intended to be light and casual, seemed to get hung up in the serious atmosphere of the room. Everyone looked at each other as if, having been touched by a deep and philosophical argument, they were now pondering its implications. I don't know, said Irwin, after a long stretch of silence. Maybe we are. That sounds kind of ominous, said Michael. Which reminds me, you said you had an idea when you got out of the cab yesterday, remember? Irwin nodded vigorously. What? And you think I forgot about it already? Well, no, not really. Michael had to smile at him. Even when he wasn't trying to be animated, Klingerman had an irrepressible verve about him. Okay, listen, it's not really my idea, it's Isabella's. But I think she'd like to see us get it off the ground. Let me guess, said Pamela. We try to arrange a seminar or conference, or whatever you want to call it. We bring as many of the subjects together as possible. Klingerman looked at her as if she'd fired a hot slug into his expansive middle. How did you know? He half bellowed. How could you possibly have known? Michael shared his surprise, but tried to be nonchalant as he looked admiringly at Pamela. She just shrugged. I don't know. It seems pretty obvious to me. Get the patients together. For starters, it would be good for them to have first-hand proof that they weren't alone in their suffering. And secondly, the odds of somebody coming up with real answers would have to go way up if there were more people sharing experiences and ideas. Well, I guess that pretty well sums it up, said Michael. So, the idea, said Klingerman. What do you think? Michael sat on the edge of the table, looking at the rabbi in his rumpled clothes. He was one of those men who could buy his suits at Barney's or Kmart, and it simply would never matter. He would look the same regardless. He was not really a funny man, but he definitely projected a Falstaffian image. You wanted to like Irwin Klingerman, but his suggestion to convene a seminar of the trauma subjects didn't make much sense logistically or economically. It would require... So, Doctor, you are listening to me? Or perhaps you are daydreaming, no? I'm sorry, Irwin. I was just thinking over the whole idea. And while I think it's a great idea, it would be hard to bring it off. There's the initial difficulty in just contacting all the subjects, and then the cost of transportation would be tough. Even if we tried to narrow our range to people in the States, it would still cost plenty. And we couldn't expect the patients to pay their own way, said Pamela. But you know, said Irwin, I'll bet some of them would do it gladly. You're probably right, said Michael, but we couldn't count on it. I think the best way to get it to happen is to get some company or organization to sponsor us. That sounds like a lot of work, said Pamela, with an expression of mock suspicion. I wonder who gets to make all the phone calls. I think you already have the answer to that one. Michael smiled as he turned to Klingerman. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I think we should contact as many of the subjects as possible, at least the ones in the U.S. and Canada. We need to find out how many of them would be willing to spend a weekend or maybe a whole week working on this thing. You're right, said Irwin. Pamela and I could get the list together and start right away. If you think this is what we want to be doing... Good question, thought Michael. 10 minutes ago they were still shuffling papers around the table, and now suddenly they were getting ready to throw themselves into an organizational maelstrom. For what? Was it worth it? Whenever he began to think like that, the acid-sharp memories of his patients surged up inside him. He could see the gray skies and the frigid breaths of the Jews being herded into trucks and boxcars. He could feel their jagged panic and desperation as they were led into the dark mouth of the gas chambers. There was no real question of worth here. They had uncovered something that demanded their attention. Isabella Musina had felt the importance and the urgency. So did he. They must do whatever they could. "Yes," he said after a pause in which they had respected his silence. "I think it's a very good idea, Irwin. I think we owe it to ourselves and all these people in these files. I think we have to at least try to make it happen." "Okay," said Klingerman, pushing back his rolled-up sleeves. "Let's get started." Moving to a stack of folders, Irwin began winnowing out the prospective subjects and handing them to Pamela, who copied down contact information. Michael returned to his desk to compose a carefully worded letter to the subjects. But they were interrupted by the arrival of FBI agent Sid Kleppner. The thin, Semitic-looking Kleppner appeared anxious, but in control, as he stood there looking at each of them fleetingly. He had thick eyebrows and thinning hair, and the kind of Vulpin, pointy face you didn't easily forget. He had a general appearance that communicated caution, maybe even danger. After introductions were made, he opened a briefcase he was carrying and produced a video disc. "This is an unofficial visit, Dr. Keating," he said, "and this disc doesn't actually exist. And even though you're not actually seeing it, I'm not the one who showed it to you, understand?" As he moved to slip it into the disc player and monitor in the corner of the room, Michael held up his hand. "Hey, wait a second. After all that, do you mind telling us what we're, not going to see right now?" Kleppner paused as the deck accepted his disc, but he didn't push the on button. "It's a video record of the session Isabella Musina had with Harford Nichols." "Who's Harford Nichols?" said Irwin. "I told Dr. Keating about him. He didn't tell you?" Kleppner looked at Michael to see if he was saying something he shouldn't. Michael waved it off with a casual gesture. "It's okay," he said quickly. "With everything else going, I haven't had time to remember everything. Can you get everybody up to speed?" Kleppner nodded, spoke succinctly. "Nichols was a CIA agent who went psycho, started killing innocent people, assassination style. Dr. Musina was interviewing him. They wanted her to find out whether or not he was, salvageable." "And if not," said Pamela, "they were going to kill him?" "Yeah, that's the way it works," said the government man. "And you think we should see this?" said Michael. "Oh, yeah," said Kleppner, poising his finger over the button. "Excuse me, but I have one more question, Mr. Kleppner," said Pamela. "Sure. What?" "Why are you doing this? Can't you get in trouble for this?" She moved her chair closer to the TV monitor. Kleppner shrugged. "Maybe. I don't know. I don't really care. I told Dr. Keating about this video, and I think you should see it. I think it might give you some information that you're going to need." Irwin Klingerman leaned forward and looked into the FBI man's eyes, sensing there was something else lurking behind them. "No offense, sir," said Irwin, "but that sounds very altruistic. A little too good-hearted from somebody who works for the government, if you know what I mean." Kleppner chuckled. "Yeah, that's right. It does sound like a setup, or at least something fishy, doesn't it?" "Can we take your word that it's not?" said Michael. Kleppner looked at each of them with a humorless expression. "You have my word, but my reason for wanting to help might mean more to you." "What do you mean?" said Irwin. "My father and his two brothers were born in Germany. They had a dry goods business in Berlin, but it was burned to the ground in November 1938. "Kristallnacht?" said Irwin Klingerman. "Yeah," said Kleppner. "The infamous Night of Broken Glass," said the rabbi, looking from one to the other as though he were lecturing to a class. He spoke as if he were a village shaman reciting an ancestral tale. The evening when the mob swarmed all over Germany and Austria, destroying anything they could find that had any connection to the Jews. Offices, shops, synagogues, libraries, a lot of it went up in flames." "That's right," said Kleppner. He looked off toward a blank wall at the end of the room and began reciting a litany of his own. He spoke in a half-whisper, a story that would be passed down from one generation to another. "My father and my uncles lost everything. Then they were rounded up and taken to the Benson concentration camp. After almost 2 years of forced labor, it almost killed them. They were put on a train to Treblinka, but the engine broke down, and the cattle cars they were in had to be towed to a siding until repairs could be made. My father and his 2 brothers tried to escape. Uncle Sid was caught by the soldiers, but my father and my other uncle, Julius, got away. They eventually made it to France, then England, finally the United States. But my uncle Sid was sent to Treblinka, where they killed him." "And you are named after that man, aren't you?" said the rabbi. Kleppner nodded. "That's right, Sidney Kleppner. And when I came here with Agent Stevenson, when we first talked to Dr. Keating, he told us about Dr. Musina's work and his own patients." Kleppner paused, collected himself, exhaled. "And everything about the death camps and the Nazis. It just really affected me, you know. I couldn't stop thinking about it, and about my uncle and everything that happened. And then, after I saw this video with Nichols and Musina, I knew I had to do whatever I could to help." Erwin Klingerman walked over to the FBI man and put a fatherly hand on his shoulder. "That's good enough for me, Sidney. A blessing on your house." Kleppner could only nod, choking back his emotions. Michael believed him implicitly. "Let's watch that disc," he said. Kleppner keyed it up, and the monitor rezzed into a fairly good picture of Isabella Musina, dressed in a white lab coat, sitting across from a ruggedly handsome man in casual clothing. They began talking, and everyone in the room became transfixed by what followed. An hour later, after listening to the story of Hirsch Dukor, the little angel of death, and witnessing the daring abduction of Isabella, no one could speak as the screen went dark. The silence extended for several minutes as everyone tried to assimilate what they had seen, what they had heard. Looking around the room, Michael noticed that everyone was looking at him, waiting for his response. "It's all connected, isn't it?" he said softly, as he gestured toward the mountains of paper on the table. "A lot of these people have been dreaming about Nichols, or Dukor, whatever we want to call him." "Incredible," said Erwin. "Absolutely incredible. And yet very sensible when you think about it." "What do you mean?" said Pamela, her complexion ashen as she recovered from the horrors of the video. "Well," said Erwin, "think about it. It would be unwise to assume that everyone gathered up in the Nazi net was good and pure and virtuous." "Good point," said Kleppner. "There are rotten apples everywhere." "Yes," said Erwin, "and we have certainly found ourselves a monster, haven't we?" "We need to decide if this new information changes our thinking about the seminar," said Michael. "What seminar?" said Kleppner. Pamela and Klingerman gave the agent a summary of their plans. He shook his head, looked around the table. "I don't know if that's such a hot idea. If Nichols is hunting down your subjects, and it sure looks like he is, then gathering them together might be really risky, crazy even." "I've been thinking about that myself," said Michael. "We're going to have to weigh all the variables and give the whole plan more thought." "I think my agency's been dropping the ball, by the way," said Kleppner. "In what way?" said Michael. "I think we should have been sharing information on this case from the beginning." Kleppner ejected the disc from the deck, replaced it in its case. "Well, let's not forget," said Michael, "none of us have been dealing with information or real evidence that could be considered normal. I mean, a lot of what we've discovered is very hard to believe." "Maybe, but it's all we've got," said Kleppner. "That's not true," said a slightly familiar voice coming from behind them at the door to the office. I'd say you've also got yourselves a lot of trouble." Turning to face the speaker, Michael was shocked to see Agent Bradley Stevenson, resplendent in his obligatory dark suit and plain tie. He was holding a gun in his hand. 27. Bradley Stevenson, Manhattan, New York. The expressions of surprise and shock on all their faces amused him. Not that there was anything funny about what was going on, but he knew they wouldn't be expecting him, especially Agent Kleppner. Brad looked quickly around the room and, convinced the area was secure, holstered his sidearm. "Do you always walk onto private property uninvited with your gun out?" asked Dr. Keating. "Or is this an arrest?" "Not exactly," said Brad, looking at Kleppner. "But it could be if I wanted to ring up my agent on charges of stealing government property, sedition against the United States, and a slew of bureau policy violations. And all of you as accessories to the fact." "But you don't want to do that?" said Pamela. "Not really," said Brad, moving toward an empty chair at the conference table. "Mind if I sit down?" Michael nodded, pointed at the chair. "I'm sorry, sir," said Kleppner. "I can explain." "I know you can," said Brad. "Relax and listen to me. Everybody." Brad summarized Nichols' murder of Martha Poshek, including the appearance of a death camp tattoo on her arm. Everyone listened with a stunned expression. "That's why I came here with my gun drawn, by the way. If Nichols knows about your research and your own patients, this might be one of the first places he'll come to look for more victims." "So what do you propose?" asked Irwin. "I'm not sure," said Brad, looking at the overweight rabbi. With the beard and the cheap suit, he looked like every other Orthodox Jew he'd ever seen. Not that he was prejudiced or anything. It was just that, man, they all really did look the same. "But I think it's time we had a long talk, shared all the information we have, and try to come up with a unified plan. That's why it was ultimately a good thing that Kleppner let you see the video disc. I was going to do it anyway." "Thank you, sir," said Kleppner. Brad waved an index finger at him. "Don't think you're not still twisting in the wind with me, Sid. You went off the chart, and we need to talk about it privately. But it'll wait for now." "Yes, sir." Brad invited everyone's participation, and while it took a few minutes for them to feel comfortable, the rational ideas and the emotional responses started to break loose fairly quickly. After about an hour with the group, Brad was convinced he'd made the right decision to bring them into the loop. They were intelligent, dedicated, and well-disciplined. Their files and organization were impressive. Dr. Keating was obviously well-spoken and refined, as was his assistant, Ms. Robbins. He liked both of them almost from the start, and as he observed their continued interaction and body language, Brad suspected the two of them were a sexual item. He was usually pretty good at spotting that kind of thing. Klingerman was also likable in spite of his less-than-fastidious appearance and mildly irritating mannerisms. He talked too loudly, tended to spray his words with many droplets of spittle when he became excited, which was most of the time, and waved his arms around a lot. Brad had a feeling he was not exactly enjoyable to watch at the dinner table. But Klingerman had a good heart, you could tell right away, and he believed fervently in the importance of his work. The only thing about the group that bothered him, and not in a negative way, was the suggestion of mysticism at work. Bradley had already admitted the existence of supernatural elements in the case, and definite paranormal manifestations, and he could live with them because he had to. Plus, he'd worked with psychics on cases in the past, and he'd known bureau guys who'd liaisoned with the CIA's far-seeing operations. But some of Dr. Musina's notes, and some of the references made by Klingerman and even Ms. Robbins, implied some kind of cosmic forces at work, and that's where Brad was having trouble staying connected. He was basically an uncomplicated guy. His detective work balanced out by a little fishing and hunting on the eastern shore, and he was happy. Not much room for karma and yin-yang stuff in that kind of world. When Kleppner volunteered Klingerman's idea to convene a seminar of death camp trauma patients, Brad found the idea an intriguing one and filed it away for later use. It was a card he might play when things got more dicey. And he was counting on them getting that way. His main objective was to catch this guy Nichols or Dukor or whoever the fuck he was, and Brad had decided he would do whatever was needed to take Nichols out of the game. There was no sense impressing on these people how desperate the Bureau and the CIA were feeling, or how resolute they were to rid themselves of the embarrassment Nichols represented. With the arrival of a delivery boy, they took a break for some coffee and pastries from a shop near Columbus Circle, and while they were spreading out their cups and napkins at the table, Dr. Keating hit Brad up with several unexpected questions. "You never told us Dr. Musina's condition. How is she?" Brad nodded. "I had a feeling Sid might have told you she's still alive." Kleppner flushed a few shades redder, but said nothing. Brad shrugged. "Hard to say. She's recovering from a pretty severe gunshot wound. Still in a coma, last I heard." "What are her chances?" "Of surviving like she is, or coming out of it?" "Coming out of it." "Better than 50-50, they told me," said Brad, "but not a lot better than that." "I think I'd like to see her," said Keating in a very soft voice. The others were gathered at the opposite end of the large table, chatting and not paying attention. "Really?" Brad was genuinely surprised by the request. "What for?" "I'm not sure," said Keating. "I've spent so much time immersed in her work, I guess I feel like I know her." Said Brad. "Well, I don't know. That's not really my bailiwick, as they say. Clearance would have to come from somebody else, some other agency." "Is there anything you can do?" Brad grinned, shook his head. "Officially, you're not even supposed to know she's alive. Even your friends in Justice and Congress couldn't get that info." Keating nodded. "I was wondering if you guys knew that was me. You know, getting them to poke around." "Oh, yeah." "Well, what can you do?" "I'll see, but you've given me another idea." "Really? What?" "You'll see," said Brad. He called for everybody's attention, then started talking. "I've got something," he said slowly, drawing them in, "and I'd like to know what you think about it." "Okay," said Klingerman. Kleppner looked at him with open suspicion, but said nothing. "I think you should go forward with the seminar idea. I think I can get the Bureau to cover the expenses." Everyone exchanged glances, and he could read the tacit approval in their faces. Yeah, thought Brad, it was real fashionable to knock government spending, but as soon as people thought that endless money machine was going to kick some cash their way, they changed their attitudes in a hurry. "I thought you said it could be dangerous," said Pamela, who was standing at the end of the table, hands on hips. She looked good in the jeans, and Brad was thinking that if the doc was tapping her, he was having a good time of it. "Normally it would, but if my people are involved from the start, we can pretty much guarantee everyone's safety." "No offense, Mr. Stevenson," said Ms. Robbins, "but in the wake of your Bureau's recent history, from the Butte riot all the way back to Ruby Ridge and Waco, I'm not sure that many people would feel very good about their safety being guaranteed by the FBI." The past few years had taught Brad to ignore statements like that. He looked at her, but said nothing. "You want to use the seminar to, how would you say it, bait the trap?" said Keating. His tone of voice didn't betray how he felt about it, so Brad had to play this one out carefully. "Not really, but I think if we leak the story to a few key media points where we have friendly correspondence, we could be pretty damned sure to get Nichols' attention." "I don't think that's the main reason we want to bring these people together," said Keating. "I agree," said Klingerman. Brad nodded as though he were thoughtfully considering their opinions. What none of them realized was that his people would set up a seminar whether they approved or not. If the Bureau believed it was the best way to catch Nichols, then they'd make it happen. End of story. "Yes, I understand," said Brad, "but it would give you the perfect opportunity to completely understand what this whole phenomenon means, what it portends." "That's true," said Keating. I don't know. Maybe we should talk about it." "Why don't you take a few days?" said Brad. "I'm sure it's going to take my people at least that much time to analyze all the data you've provided." Keating nodded. "Yes, I think we definitely need to talk about it. I think we should contact some of the subjects and see how they feel about coming to New York." "That brings up an interesting ethical question," said Klingerman. "Do we tell these poor people their lives may be in danger?" "I would advise against it," said Brad. "We have no way of verifying that. I don't see any reason why you would want to scare people." "Scare them or save their lives?" said Robbins. Brad shrugged. "I think it all depends on how you look at it. Don't you, Agent Kleppner?" Kleppner said nothing, but continued to regard Brad with a cold eye. Not surprising. Kleppner knew how the Bureau operated, knew what was being implied here. Brad wrapped things up with a few platitudes and requested Kleppner to accompany him back to the Manhattan offices at Federal Plaza. He didn't plan to do anything to the field agent other than a wrist slap in his personnel jacket, but letting Kleppner sweat a little longer would never hurt him. When they'd exited the offices and had entered the elevator, Kleppner faced him down. "You're going to use them," he said. Brad smiled. "I have to. The situation is perfect, and I think everything points to Nichols targeting these patients, and anybody else like them. Do you know I did some follow-ups on Nichols' hits in Europe and South America? And guess what? Every one of his victims had reported Holocaust nightmares, visions, and that kind of crap." "It's not crap," said Kleppner, his voice edged with what could only be described as a newfound dignity. "You know what I mean," said Brad. "It's obvious we found the key. We've got the way to get him." "You've got to tell them what you're going to do." The elevator exited into the lobby, and they continued talking as they walked to the street where Brad's sedan waited with a parking ticket under its wiper blade. "Maybe I won't have to," said Brad. "If we're lucky, we can convince them to get those people together anyway." "And if we're not so lucky?" Kleppner stood by the shotgun door, waiting for his superior to unlock it. "Then we make a few adjustments," said Brad. He slipped in behind the wheel, keyed the ignition, let Kleppner in, then looked him in the eye. "But I'm telling you right now, Mr. Kleppner." "I know," said the field agent, putting up his hands in mock surrender. "I heard this one before. Remember who writes your paycheck, right?" Brad chuckled as he pulled the car away from the curb with a sharp acceleration. "Actually, I was thinking of something more like, if you try to fuck this up, I'll have to kill you." 28. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Bethesda, Maryland. "Dr. Keating," said the woman in the white Navy uniform. She had suddenly appeared in front of him as he sat in the physician's lounge on the 5th floor of the Naval Hospital. "Yes," he said, looking up from a magazine he'd been browsing absently. "I'm Ensign Vandermeer," said the woman. She had severely cut short hair, broad shoulders, and a tight, thin-lipped mouth. "You're here to see one of our patients, Dr. Musina." "That's right," he said. "It was by special arrangement with—" "This way, Doctor," said the ensign, who turned crisply to exit the lounge and began striding down an antiseptically polished corridor. It was quite clear she didn't care how or why he was here, and that was just fine with Michael. Having missed an opportunity to serve in the military, he'd always exercised a healthy caution around its members. While acknowledging the need for excessively trained soldiers and sailors, Michael understood the human psyche well enough to know that military people were never really happy unless they were fulfilling the purpose of their training, their raison d'etre, which was, of course, to wage war. And when they couldn't do it, they tended to get a little cranky. As he followed her down the hall to a private room, he realized he'd been anticipating this moment. Isabella Musina had been such a complete and total victim in all the events vortexing around her, Michael felt terribly sorry for her. The dedication and the poetry of her work had shown through every page of her meticulous documentation, and the imprint of her compassion for her patients was an undeniable presence in everything she did. Ensign Vandermeer stopped at the last door on the right, pushed it open, and held it for him until he passed, then silently removed herself to the corridor. Upon entering the room, the first thing he noticed was the way the light slipped through half-opened blinds in autumn-orange shafts. The room felt warm, inviting, despite the presence of the bone-white walls and bed-clothing, the stark plinths of the vital signs monitors. With each step closer to the bed, Michael grew more unsettled. The form beneath the sheets looked small and frail, and the woman's face was so pale. With folded hands on her chest, she looked like the ubiquitous Catholic saint in stately repose, and he had a fleeting memory from his childhood of mass cards the nuns had given him with pictures of the first candidate for sainthood in the United States, a woman they called Mother Seton. But this was surely no scene from Sleeping Beauty. Tubes were running in and out of her. While her monitored life signs appeared sound and strong, she had not yet regained consciousness, and he knew that each passing day reduced ever further the chances of that happening. Michael edged to the bedside and looked at her. She had stared into the face of the monster, had fallen under the cold aspect of a beast calling itself an angel. What had it been like for her, he wondered? How had she kept from withering under that terrible breath of corruption and evil? She had seemed so strong, so assured and in control during most of the video session he'd watched, it was tough for him to imagine her being scared or helpless. Maybe she wasn't. It was possible Musina held the key to everything, the single unknowable fact or proof or aspect of Dukor that could bring him down. It was an idea Michael wanted to believe, needed to believe. She might know his weakness. She had to. "Hello, Isabella," said Michael. "If you can hear me, I'm a friend of Erwin Klingerman." He stood watching her eyelids, long-lashed and unmoving, as though some abrupt movement might indicate a sign of understanding. Where did we go in the coma state? The question burst through him, and he imagined her knifing through a dark and timeless sea, leaning forward like the figurehead on a frigate. In that single moment he felt an overwhelming need to be with her, wherever she was, if for no better reason than to tell her he was with her, and everything would eventually be okay. It was a silly notion, but it made him feel good as he found himself smiling at her. "You don't know me," he said softly, "but I need your help. I need your strength and your insight." He paused, watching her for any sign of recognition. Seeing nothing, he continued, compelled to do so. "I need to know about Nichols. I need to know everything you know about him, so I can stop him, so you can stop him." Reaching out, he took one of her hands, relieved to feel her body's warmth radiating there. Squeezing it, he spoke in a loud, clear voice. "Come back, Isabella. Come back and help us. My name is Michael, and I need your help. Squeeze my hand if you can hear me." He stood, unmoving, holding her hand in a firm grip, waiting for a reaction. Even the slightest pressure would have sent his heart soaring, but there was nothing, no sign. He was still standing there, holding her hand, when a young nurse entered the room with a refill bag for Isabella's IV. "Hello, doctor," she said. "I'll only be a minute." Michael smiled at her as she quickly disengaged the almost empty plastic bag, slipped the new one into place. "Have you been taking care of this patient since she got here?" "Yes," said the young woman. She had red hair and lots of freckles. "You've been taking good care of her," he said. "Oh, yes, doctor. Thank you." "I want you to do me a favor," said Michael, reaching into his pocket for his wallet. He gave her a business card. "I want you to promise to call me immediately if she ever gives you any sign, any movement, a blink, a hand squeeze, whatever. Will you do that?" "I promise," she said. "You can call me at any of those numbers, any time, day or night, okay?" Michael watched the nurse nod, then returned to her task. He felt very helpless standing there. It was time to leave. Part 4. Night of Broken Souls. 29. Tamara Keurajian, Brooklyn, New York. 1 month later. Her intercom buzzed while she was in the kitchen fixing a Stouffer's vegetarian lasagna. Somebody wanting to bug her. God, she hated to have her privacy invaded once she reached the supposedly safe shores of her own home. Reluctantly, she keyed the speaker switch. "Yes." "Sorry to bother you, Ms. Keurajian. It's Billy. I've got a Federal Express delivery down here for you." "Thanks," Tamara said to her faithful doorman. "Can you just sign for it, and I'll pick it up the next time I'm down there?" "I tried to do that, but the driver said he ain't got no waiver. Says you gotta sign in person." Tamara exhaled in exasperation. "All right, tell him I'll be right down." What now? It was always something with her job, and even though she usually thrived on the pressure of deadlines and grand expectations, some days left her totally exhausted, disgusted, and just completely used up. Today had been a day like that, and all she wanted was a chance to retreat into the cocoon of her Brooklyn Heights apartment. A microwave dinner, a couple of glasses of Sutter home, a movie from Blockbuster, and the hell with everybody. But not yet, apparently. She entered the elevator to the lobby, signed for the FedEx letter pack, and opened it on the way up. It was from Brad Stevenson, a name she knew very well and had to respect, in spite of his sometimes abrasive personality. He was one of those inside-the-beltway, career Washingtonians who'd been drunk on the power so long he had no idea what the rest of the country did for kicks. But his well-timed leaks of upcoming events in the national arena had provided her with great stories. News-breaking stuff that had vaulted her over more seasoned writers at Time, placing her in the first rank of respected journalists, and landing her a salary so comfortable she'd been able to put a lot of money in the bank despite living and working in New York. All because she'd happened to date Stevenson's younger brother when they were both in graduate school at Boston College, which gave some credence to that old aphorism about who you know or who you blow. And so, yeah, even though she was dog-tired and never really liked Stevenson, she was excited to see something he'd thought was so important he sent it by overnight delivery. She knew it would be very sensitive material for Stevenson to avoid using phone, fax, or email. These days, using electronic encryption only served to call attention to yourself, Stevenson had warned. Anybody using the PGP was assumed to be a criminal, and, as they say, of story. Exiting the elevator and reaching the privacy of her apartment, Tamara opened the letter pack and read a fascinating summary of what Stevenson called past life Holocaust trauma. She read abstracts of the work and discoveries of Dr. Isabella Musina, Rabbi Erwin Klingerman, and Dr. J. Michael Keating. She read a bureau briefing that detailed a seminar to be held in Manhattan, in which 32 trauma subjects would share their experiences in an effort to determine the significance and meaning of the suddenly appearing phenomenon. Publicity on the event, it was hoped, might encourage other people who had experienced the phenomenon to come forward. This last point was very important to the researchers, who wanted to confirm their suspicion that most Holocaust trauma cases occurred after the 1991 reunification of Germany. Interesting stuff, she thought, as she shuffled through the remainder of the package, which included bio and biblio information on the seminar organizers, times, dates, locations, and a contact sheet on how to reach everyone for interviews. As was usually the case, she had no way of connecting the story she was encouraged to promote to whatever secret agenda the government enforcement agencies might be following. But sometimes, when she lay awake at night, unable to sleep, and not knowing why, those thorny ethical considerations and nagging questions of social responsibility would gnaw at the edges of her thoughts. Most of the time, she tried not to think about what her story splashes might be doing behind the scenes, about what takeovers, coups, assassinations, or worse might be gathering momentum because of her tweaks and tinkerings with the information machine. At least this latest data package exhibited some unique elements. Stevenson had no way of knowing it, but Tamara had always had an interest in the paranormal, ever since she'd been around 15 and picked up a book called The Sleeping Prophet, about a guy named Edgar Casey. So this business about hypnosis and past life regression and reincarnation was all a refreshing change of pace from the endless grind of the national political machinery, where facts and ideas remained true only until the results of the next poll. The nations of the world were being dragged kicking and screaming into the next millennium because they wanted to cling to social and economic strategies and policies that had been long ago outstripped by a technology that changed ever and ever faster. As a journalist, Tamara had grasped this principle early on in the game, and the truth of it had helped her deal with the dynamic, always mutable aspect of national and international relations on a technology-driven globe. There were so many hot spots, so many places where catastrophe could occur, it was hard for writers and their editor bosses to project the source of next week's interest point. And that was the name of the game in the media arena. Get your story on the pages and covers and screens of the world before everybody else. Get your story in everybody's face the exact moment they've become fascinated or interested in it. Impossible? Maybe, but her media empire bosses prided themselves on attempting and usually achieving the impossible every week. Right, she thought, at the expense of a lot of migraines and ulcers and coronaries. But Tamara had no valid basis for complaint, and she knew it. Being a journalist was what she'd wanted to do since entering college. She placed that priority in the #1 slot ahead of family, relationships, or any of the other traditional goals of ambitious people. There was plenty of time to find a suitable husband and have the baby that was starting to become a more important consideration with each passing month. Still, she had no regrets. To have sailed to the top of her profession in less than 10 years had been a feat few could equal. She knew she was good, even if she did have a private pipeline to a lot of inside information. Carefully replacing all the printouts in the FedEx envelope and leaving it on the table, Tamara returned to the kitchen and her microwave lasagna. So forget about Blockbuster, and easy on the wine. It was going to be a long night at the keyboard. 30. Arnold Rassenault, Manhattan, New York. The next issue of the Journal of Progressive History lay spread across his work table in hard-copy pages. Arnold was supposed to be proofing it one last time before fine-tuning it on the screen of an old Power Mac, but his heart wasn't really in it. For the last 6 weeks, ever since he'd been adopted by Harford Nichols, Arnold had been forced to look at the world through the lenses he'd been so carefully grinding for the last 45 years, and he wasn't so sure he liked what he saw. Arnold felt so tired, so overwhelmed by everything that was happening around him. He had nothing left, no drive, no energy, only a terrible uncertainty that seemed to be sapping him. Checking his watch, he saw how late the afternoon had become and decided to quit for the day. And do what? The idea struck him that he had no life other than this miserable little rag of a magazine that nobody ever read anyhow. And now the arrival of Nichols had begun to even render the importance of his journal null and void. Nichols had informed them that the time of talking and writing had ended. It was time for action. And to that end, Nichols had conscripted Fritz Hargrove into a conditioning and training regimen. Fritz had responded with enthusiasm and had already started to lose some of the flabby bulk that had defined him for so many years. And that wild, improbable story of Hirsch Dukor reborn in Nichols had begun to sound believable to Fritz, especially when he thought of the possibility of other Reich figures being reincarnated as well. All we have to do is find them. That's what Nichols had said. Find them entombed in the uninspired husks of ordinary humans. And when Arnold had first imagined the scenario of finding the trapped spirits of those great men, waiting for their glorious rebirths, he saw himself as an anointed angel, touched with a special mission. But now he was not so certain it was a good thing, because Harford Nichols scared him. And what he was doing to Fritz scared him even more. Poor Hargrove. The big guy had always been a kind of malleable, hapless kind of fellow who never seemed to have much luck in his life. One of those people who met defeat no matter what he attempted. and so he had kind of slogged through life like a man walking through thick mud. His shining moment had been a brief stint in the public eye as a Holocaust denial expert when Arnold's journal had sponsored his inspection tour of the Auschwitz death camp machinery. The trip had been an attempt to explain away the ovens by a thermal engineer who theorized the installation was a prototype German energy experiment. When the media unmasked Fritz as a steam fitter with no engineering experience, degrees, or job titles, his 15 minutes of fame had become a nightmare of derision and embarrassment. The incident left a mark on Fritz as if from a branding iron. His hatred of the Zionist-controlled media seethed, and he'd vowed his revenge. And now he was learning how he might exact it. The downstairs door opened, and as if on cue, Arnold heard the heavy footfalls of Fritz Hargrove ascending toward the offices. It was a familiar sound, one that Arnold had grown to recognize automatically, but now he noticed something new, something different in it. The usual leaden drop of each shoe had been replaced by a hard, lively cadence, as though Fritz were leaning forward, attacking each step. And then he was there, bursting into the room wearing a black sweatshirt stenciled with the letters B-U-M across the front and a pair of matching sweatpants. A nylon backpack, looking small, stretched across his broad shoulders. He stood tall and rigid as he extended a salute. "Heil Hitler, Professor!" "Hello, Fritz," said Arnold, with a studied weariness. "What brings you here so early? I thought you were going to be with Nichols all day." "Change of plans," said Fritz. "Haven't you seen the news?" "No. What are you talking about?" Unshouldering his pack, Fritz unzipped it to pull out a Time magazine. "Look at this," he said excitedly. "It just hit the stands this morning, and look at this." "What?" said Arnold, adjusting his glasses as Fritz flipped through the pages with his sausage-thick fingers. He stopped as he came to a 2-page spread entitled, "Reliving the Horror of the Holocaust." There were individual pictures of people identified as a psychiatrist, a psychologist, and a rabbi, plus a group shot of perhaps 12 to 14 other people. The article detailed a seminar being held at Koch Conference Center on Park Avenue South, bringing in subjects who claimed to be reincarnated victims of Nazi death camps. The article went on in great detail, but Arnold had seen all he needed for the moment. For a second or two he felt dizzy, his bowels twisting, knotting. "Oh, my God," said Arnold. "This is incredible." "It's a sign," said Fritz in a booming voice. "Can you believe it?" "This is exactly what Nichols was talking about. It's really happening, isn't it?" Arnold let the magazine drift downward to his lap. All that talk about having lived before, all the things he said, could they really be true? "Could what be true?" said Fritz. Arnold realized he'd been speaking his thoughts aloud, a habit growing more pronounced as he grew ever older. How much had he said? "Oh, what?" said Arnold. "I was just thinking out loud." Then, holding up the magazine, he looked into the eyes of Fritz Hargrove, where something dark lurched with every blink. "What did Nichols say about this?" Fritz smiled. "He said they were making it too easy for him." "What does that mean?" Fritz shrugged. "Search me, but I'm sure he'll come up with something." "I'm sure he will," thought Arnold. "Where is he now?" "He rented a U-Haul van so he could go over to Jersey." "Jersey? What for? Did he tell you?" Fritz nodded and smiled that silly schoolboy grin. "Yeah, he said he had to buy some fertilizer." 31. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. The Koch Conference Center on Park Avenue had been a recent addition to the high-rent architectural neighborhood of Midtown. Michael would have never chosen it for the site of their conference, but Brad Stevenson liked it because of its distinctive design. Lots of open spaces, skylights, clear-story windows, and window walls. Even the seminar rooms had been designed with as few partitions, closets, or other dividers as possible. "No nooks and crannies," Sid Klepner had told him. That meant it would be very difficult for Nichols to surprise them. No places to hide when the building closed, no places to plant monitoring or explosive devices. No laundry chutes, ventilation shafts, catwalks, or any other oddities from which a clandestine operation could be launched. It also had 5 floors of hotel space, so that participants would never have to leave the premises, which was exactly what the FBI agents preferred. The idea, Stevenson had explained to everyone, was to present a target for Nichols that would be too desirable to pass up, but also present him with a series of very difficult attack options, all equally challenging. Given the parameters they'd established, Nichols would be hard-pressed to create a successful plan. Or so they said. Michael and Pamela had never been convinced of the inherent safety of the operation, despite lengthy meetings and brainstorming sessions where they attempted to cover all the possibilities. In fact, the only reason Michael agreed to the seminar operation was the hopelessness of keeping it from happening. Kleppner secretly confided to him that his boss was going to make the seminar happen with their consent and assistance, or without it. Realizing this had made Michael's decision to participate all that much easier. He hadn't said any of this to Stevenson, of course, and had allowed the FBI chief to go through the charade of offering Michael a chance to see Isabella Musina in exchange for his imprimatur and participation in the seminar. Her condition remained unchanged, but Michael continued to be committed to her recovery. He still believed there was a special significance to her coming out of that coma. But that was for a time in the future. There was a more pressing issue at hand, and it was time to put all the theorizing and suppositions on the line. Time to put up or shut up, as Stevenson had said at their final briefing. At that last meeting, the FBI man warned Michael and Klingerman. They were not to let their subjects know anything about any possible danger. Klingerman had reacted pretty strongly to that one, and even called the policy something right out of an old Nazi handbook. What the rabbi had never really grasped was that the FBI did not give a damn about the whole past-life trauma phenomenon. Stevenson and his people were plainly not interested in what the death camp memories might actually mean or portend. The agents could only concern themselves with the stark reality of Harford Nichols as a very dangerous enemy. They had dedicated themselves to finding their rogue colleague and destroying him. It was also interesting that they continued to call their target Nichols, even though it was quite clear that the person known as Harford Nichols had been supplanted by a separate entity calling itself Hirsch-Dukor. A thorny issue the pragmatic FBI agents chose to ignore, or at least not talk about. Michael had been discussing this and some of the possibilities with Pamela as they had dinner at an Italian restaurant called Nanny's. "Irwin is very nervous about all this," said Pamela. "He called the office just as I was leaving. He said he'll meet us at the Koch Center by 8:15, but he kept saying he has a very bad feeling about this weekend." "I think we all do," said Michael. "There's no turning back now. But that's not the only thing Klingerman's right about." "What?" she said. "We've gotten so hung up in Stevenson's mania to catch Nichols. We've almost been convinced that's the only reason we assembled this seminar." Michael looked at his linguine fra diavolo with little real interest. Anxiety had curbed his appetite. "We can't forget about the people who travel all the way here because they believe we can help them." Pamela chuckled softly. "Can we help them? I don't know, but we have to keep focused this weekend. We have to block out this whole spy versus spy routine and pay attention to our patients." Pamela leaned forward and touched his hand briefly, a small signal of intimacy that spoke of understanding and commitment. Then she settled back in her chair and stared off into the distance for a moment. "You know," she said finally, "maybe we should redefine the object of this seminar." "In what way?" Leaning forward, Pamela focused her gaze on him. "Maybe we should not try to think of curing the subjects or helping them, as much as trying to figure out why this phenomenon is happening." "Even though we implied we were going to help them?" "Yes," she said emphatically. He'd been thinking similar thoughts, and he paused as he considered his answer. "You're right. It's just too weird. I mean, it took me a while to face it, to accept it was really happening, but now that I do, I feel worse, not better. I know the feeling. And consider this, he said. With the appearance of Dukor, Mengele's little angel, we have evidence of something nobody seems very willing to talk about. That it's not just the good guys being reincarnated since Germany reunited. Pamela's expression did not change, and her lack of reaction confirmed his feeling that she'd been thinking about this other facet, too. I know what you mean, she said. I guess the idea's been floating around in my mind for a while now, but I didn't want to be the one to suggest that maybe we've got, well, you know, maybe there's plenty of other people out there walking around with the reincarnated spirits of the whole Nazi gang, said Michael in a half-whisper. All of them. Himmler, Goebbels, even Hitler. It's hard to imagine, said Pamela. But we did, didn't we? Michael took a sip of his wine. So that means it could be happening. Jesus, how would we ever discover such a thing? Maybe we're jumping to conclusions, said Pamela. Wouldn't there be evidence of the Nazis being reborn in the psychiatric files, just like with their victims? Michael thought about this. Logic suggests it, doesn't it? But maybe that's not the way it works. God knows there hasn't much been happening so far that could really be called logical. You mean maybe it's only happening to the good guys? Well, said Michael, we know that's not true. We've got Hirsch Dukor, remember? Right. So why haven't we found more like him in the literature? Michael thought about this. Good question, but he didn't like the answers that suggested themselves. Well, let's see. I can think of two possibilities. Either the subjects are all like Nichols, they're getting taken over by the reincarnated spirit, or they are all too scared to admit what's happening to them. Pamela nodded slowly as she thought about it. So what are the chances of everybody remaining silent? Nobody cracking, nobody telling anybody anything? Michael shrugged. I don't know, but I'd say the chances are somewhere between slim and none. Meaning what? Meaning that maybe we've got a secondary phenomenon, a potentially dangerous one, and absolutely no way of discovering it. The very idea of such a thing sent a chill through him. Michael could not begin to try to explain the gist of their conversation to the authorities such as Stevenson and his people, but even worse was that they wouldn't give a damn anyway. You know, said Pamela, after a lull in their exchange of ideas, there's something else that ties in with all this. What's that? She tried to smile and failed. It's complicated. As most things worth anything usually are. Go on, I'm listening. She looked at her watch. It's getting late. We have to meet Klingerman at the center, and you have to address the subjects again at 9. I know. We have a few minutes. Just give me the highlights. She shook her head. More like lowlights. But okay, listen. I think that something, I'm not sure what to call it, karma, the fates, the earth itself, I don't know, is responding to what's going on in the world. In what way? Pamela paused, then continued. Well, you know how they say nature abhors a vacuum? How it will send in anything to fill it? Michael nodded. He had an idea where she might be going with this, but he kept silent. Okay, said Pamela. I think things might be a lot worse than we think in the world. Maybe the economic disasters, the recessions, and market crashes of the last few years, you know, in Japan, Germany, England, here, maybe they are what some of the doomsayers are saying. Just temblors before the big one, the worldwide collapse of money, trade, investments, everything. I mean, think about it. Everybody and every country has spent into the red for so long that the bubbles are starting to burst. Maybe this is an orchestrated thing? How so? Said Michael. He loved listening to her when she slipped into pure analytical mode. Her observational skills were keenly focused in financial matters, and she'd made studying the economic arena a passionate hobby, but filtering it through the politics of a classical libertarian. He loved listening to her theories, although he knew it was tough to stop her once she got wound up. Well, she said, look at what's been happening. Mergers and takeovers and nationalizations of things like pension funds, health insurance, savings banks, an avalanche of new federal regulations. Always new attempts to control what is euphemistically still called free enterprise. It's starting to look like it's all part of some big plan to create the super global village. Where everybody's part of the same machinery, said Michael. Oh, yeah, said Pamela. More specifically, a time and a place where everybody works for the government, and not their own national governments, but some kind of monolithic one-world scenario. A kind of UN gone wild, where central control starts steamrolling pesky ideas like personal freedom or individual achievement. You're starting to sound very scary, he said. I hope so. This is scary stuff. It's hard to believe something like this is even possible in the land of the free. And that's the key, said Pamela, the personal freedom thing. Sooner or later, we get a movement or a rebel group that's had enough, Michael. And what are we looking at? Revolution, he said. Of course, said Pamela. That's precisely why the government doesn't like private militias, people who are free and have a means to protect their freedom. Michael nodded. They're considered dangerous. That's why the power elite goes out of their way to brand them as kooks, or racists, or white supremacists. Labels that make the average citizen see red, that keep him from investigating any further. Argumentum ad hominem, said Michael, bringing to mind the most effective totalitarian smear and propaganda tactic. From the folks who brought you Dachau. But the one problem the world bosses can never get around is that there's always going to be more of the common rabble around than them. And sooner or later, said Michael, having heard this idea from her previously, the corruption gets too pervasive, and the bosses too arrogant, and the commoners, the workers, get too pissed off, right? And if things get completely intolerable, like they could real soon, then we have a situation that screams, Michael, screams for a savior, somebody who can give them back what's been stolen from them, their money, their dignity, and everything in between. Michael smiled sardonically. Sound familiar? Sure, she said. Europe in the 30s. Germany under oppressive European controls and murderous inflation. Or America today. You're good, said Michael. You should teach college. Really? Pamela grinned. I admit I've thought about it. Students need to get passionate about something, and you could get them jump-started. Thanks, she said, but I already have a job, something a lot of people don't have, or are scared of losing. Good jobs are hard to find, sure, he said, but hasn't it always been that way? I don't think it's been this bad in a long time, said Pamela. Regular working people are taxed to death. More than 60% of their earnings are paid out as some kind of tax. Christ, is it that much? Michael shook his head. Maybe more. I haven't done the math lately. I'm sorry, he said, only trying to be half serious. But where is this conversation going? I think I've lost the thread. Come on, Michael. You purposely got me talking about this stuff. You know it's one of those things I feel very strongly about, she said. Are you trying to upset me? Of course not. I was just trying to lighten things up a little. You're making things sound pretty damned grim. That's because they are, she said a little too loudly. Other patrons turned at their tables to look at her, but she ignored them. Listen, Michael, people are getting pushed to the wall. They've had it. I know what you mean, he said sincerely. You've said it before. They're sick of seeing money they've earned by being productive taken from them by the government and given to people who are completely unproductive. Well, thank you, she said. You have been listening to me. I always listen to you, he assured her, then sipped from his wine-glass. So do you believe me when I tell you the world's ripe for a radical new hero? Unfortunately, yes, I do. Why do you qualify your yes? Your belief isn't going to make it any less possible. He shrugged. Force of habit. But what does this mean? What can we really do about it? I think we should use the chance we have this weekend to see what our subjects might know about it. Michael nodded. Good idea. If there are bad guys out there, our subjects might be keying on them, like they did with Dukor." "That's right," said Pamela. "I think what all this points out is that we have to be vigilant and be prepared to warn the world what might be coming." "That's going to be a tall order. I don't think people care that much anymore." Pamela frowned. "Then we'll have to make them care." Michael said nothing as he signaled for their check. It was time to go meet some people who'd been dead for more than half a century. 32. Der Klein Engel, Manhattan, New York. "The clock is ticking, Mr. Hargrove," said Dukor. "You will drive to the corner of 44th and Park and start the mission." "Yes, sir," said Fritz, who had been driving the Voyager minivan south on 5th Avenue. It was 7 p.m. on a Friday evening, and while the traffic was thick, it remained navigable. Dukor sat huddled in the cargo bay of the van, checking his array of rack-mounted instruments and consoles. He and Fritz had spent a complete day and half the ensuing night installing everything needed for the Koch Center assault. Now all that was required was a little fine-tuning. Dukor smiled as he checked connections, relays, and sensors. The equipment seemed to be working perfectly. The equipment. He smiled as he recalled Fritz Hargrove's oafish query when he first saw Dukor pull into his Benson garage with a brand-new van filled with cartons of ultra-high-tech equipment. "Geez, Mr. Nichols, where'd you get the money for the car and all this stuff?" "I stole it," Dukor had informed him. And Fritz had merely smiled. "That's great," he'd said after a long pause. "From who?" Dukor had briefly filled him in. After spending several days in recon at some of the most high-density drug-dealing and distribution street corners in Brooklyn's notorious Brownsville neighborhood, Dukor had been ready to finance his operation. His target was a 28-year-old Negro named Keurajian Jackson, loud-mouthed, arrogant, and stupid as a rock. Jackson demonstrated several bad habits as he strutted and marauded around his neighborhood. He brandished automatic firearms wildly, which belied his ability to use them effectively, and he flashed large amounts of money, which he carried in his crack-fueled Lamborghini. 2 evenings before pulling into Fritz's garage, Dukor waited for Keurajian in the parking garage of the Intercontinental Hotel, where the drug lord kept a suite. After scouting his prey for a week, Dukor had learned Jackson's habits well enough to select the best time to isolate him. And so when the Negro turned off the ignition key of his low-slung Italian coupe and unfolded himself from its interior, Dukor rose up from the shadows of the garage to greet him. It would have been so easy to merely slit the dealer's throat and take his money, but Dukor always liked to feed on the pain and desperation in his victim's eyes. It always provided a special sustenance for him. The Negro reached awkwardly for one of his automatic pistols, but he hadn't been prepared for Dukor's body to be so quick or so highly trained in the killing arts. Springing forward like an uncoiling snake, Dukor cleared the hood of the car with his legs outstretched. In mid-flight, he executed a spin move, with the first foot blow disarming Jackson and the second stunning him across the jaw. As the dealer tottered against the side of his vehicle, Dukor drew close to him, smelling the man's panic as it ran wet and rank, stronger than his expensive cologne. "Give me all your money, and maybe you won't die," Dukor had whispered into his ear like a lover. "You gotta be fucking crazy, white boy," Jackson said, his voice full of bravado, but his knees beginning to tremble. "Yes, that is very true," said Dukor, as he subdued his target with a hammerlock across his larynx. Any attempt at movement would effectively crush it, choking him to death. Jackson had no choice but to drop to his knees as Dukor quickly searched him with his free hand. The effort produced 2 knives and 2 other pistols. One a Sig Sauer with a silenced muzzle, a wad of folded cash, and a wallet filled with additional hundreds. He dropped the weapons to the cement floor and pocketed the money. "How much here?" said Dukor. Jackson said nothing, so Dukor increased his forearm pressure by an inch or so, and the dealer's eyes bugged in terror from the incipient pain. "Hey, wait!" He forced out the words. "Shit! About 10 large, man! Jesus!" "I'll need more than that. Is there more cash in the car?" No hesitation this time. Oh, yeah, box under my seat. Take it, man. Take the whole motherfucker. Just leave me alone. Still retaining his death grip on Jackson, Dukor reached into the car and removed a small metal hinged box, just large enough to contain a brick-sized stack of $100 bills. He placed the box carefully on the cement floor, picked up the silenced Sig Sauer auto. Jackson's eyes bulged a little more. "Now, what am I going to do with you and all this shit?" he asked the dealer. "Just let me go, man. You got what you was after?" "Not really." Dukor mugged in mock sadness like a bad clown. "Huh?" Dukor held the gun up to the Negro's face. "Have you ever used this? Ever shot somebody?" "Shit, yeah." "Did you look in their eyes when you killed them?" Jackson's expression flashed confusion for an instant. "Huh? Did you ever wonder what it was like for them to know you were going to kill them?" "Nah, I don't think so." Dukor let the pistol drop from the Negro's face, and just as his expression started to relax, Jackson heard a sudden "pht." He screamed as the bullet savaged his left kneecap, and tears exploded from his eyes. Dukor put another slug in the right kneecap, released his grip on the target's throat, and let him sink to the floor, screaming like a baby. "Why don't you think about it for a moment?" said Dukor, as he pumped additional caps into Jackson's elbows and shoulders. "Jesus, why'd you do this, man?" Jackson's blood stained the concrete floor, throbbing from all the wounds. His face revealed the agony that twisted beneath his flesh. "Why?" Dukor smiled as he leaned close, placing the now hot muzzle of the Sig Sauer's silencer against the dealer's throat. "Because I really don't like you," he said. "And now it's time to say good night." He squeezed the trigger, blowing away the man's lower jaw and throat. He would writhe and squirm a little longer before finally sliding into the darkness. The next day, he purchased the minivan from a classified ad in the Sunday Post. Its Staten Island owner was more than happy to receive cash, and as a favor he agreed to leave the plates on it for a week. Several hours later, Dukor had located a supplier of false driver's licenses and purchased 12 new identities. Then he took a leisurely drive through New England, where he spent the next 24 hours buying the most sophisticated surveillance equipment from a variety of laboratories, vendors, and government surplus outlets. He purchased only pieces of each component at each source, in each city from Bridgeport and New Haven through Boston, Providence, Nashua, Concord, back down through Springfield, Hartford, and finally New York. He knew the FBI would be watching out for any suspicious purchases of spy gear or sophisticated weaponry, but his multi-state, multi-ID strategy would give him enough time and enough cover to complete his mission long before anybody at the Bureau would put all the pieces together. The next day, he and Fritz stripped down the minivan's interior and rack-mounted his equipment. They also tinted the windows for extra security. It had been tedious and sometimes exasperating because his slow-witted disciple often had trouble grasping elementary concepts, but the end result was formidable indeed. And now they were ready to begin. As Fritz set the parking brake and slipped from the driver's side, he opened the hood and began poking around the engine. 3 blocks south of their present position, across the double lanes of traffic, lay their objective, the Koch Center. Through the tinted glass, Dukor aimed a device that looked like a deep-dish mini-parabola toward the target building's glass facade, then watched a small screen display. The dish was a signal source locator that worked by beaming its probe radiation against any glass surface, which acted as a resonator and collector for a variety of electromagnetic field signatures. Dukor smiled as he read the preliminary data on a small monitor. The probe had found and listed an incredible 112 devices emanating different EM fields. Dukor browsed the list, eliminating most of the obvious stuff: elevator controls, electric eye doors, lamps, microwaves, and coffee makers, to concentrate on the alarm systems, security cameras, computer screens, and other communications and data storage systems. Then, by a process of elimination, he was able to key up all the information he would need. He had snooping infiltration equipment gaining access through paths as innocuous as the building's electrical wiring, its phone lines, and cable TV wiring. One instrument actually employed the steel skeleton of the building as a collecting antenna for EM from selected computer monitors, stealing and relaying whatever images appeared on the target monitor. The average citizen had no idea how sophisticated and efficient their government had become in gathering information. Within the hour, Ducour had acquired a complete set of architectural detail floor plans for the Koch Center, a set of disarming codes for all the alarms on all doors, elevators, the shipping dock, and emergency exits, a list of all hotel guests' names and room locations, a complete schedule of events for the entire weekend, numbers and extensions for every telephone, intercom, modem, and fax link, plus total access to all Bureau communications links in the target building and all the adjoining scout locations in the buildings surrounding the Koch Center. In minutes, he was listening to the remote conversations among the scouts and marksmen. The FBI was playing this one by the book, or so it seemed, and Ducour was able to plan several steps ahead of them. Unless the entire operation was a complete ruse and the Bureau boys had filled every system with false data, which was highly unlikely, there was no way they could keep him away from the target. The next thing he did was steal a signal from each security camera capturing an empty hallway or area. From these images, he created digitized loops, which he then fed to each security camera. The loop images intercepted and replaced whatever the cameras might actually see and transmit, so that whoever was watching their security monitors would only see what Ducour wanted them to see. Finally, he signaled Fritz, who had been tinkering with the minivan's engine, to get back behind the wheel and begin Phase 2. Hargrove complied by heading north several blocks before cruising slowly for a parking space. As they drove, Ducour monitored the outgoing calls of all the seminar guests. Not long after finding a curbside harbor on 48th Street, Ducour intercepted the kind of call he was looking for. Ms. Anna Smithson, in room 723, had forgotten to bring her asthma medication. After calling the front desk and getting the number of the nearest all-night pharmacy, Riker's on 2nd Avenue, she called her doctor in Chicago and had him fax a new prescription for albuterol sulfate inhalant to the Manhattan chemist. Ducour smiled. "That's all I need," he said to no one in particular. 33. The Seminar, Manhattan, New York. Earlier during the day, Dr. J. Michael Keating had greeted the assembly of 32 subjects in an airy conference room with a vaulted ceiling. His plan had been to be as casual and non-threatening as possible, and it seemed to be working. After introducing his colleagues, Irwin and Pamela, he shared the fascinating story of Isabella Musina's research and interest in the group's experiences. And as he looked over the small gathering, he could almost feel them growing more comfortable with each passing moment. Each of them had felt so alone, so terrified, he could not actually imagine the joy and relief they must have felt when discovering there were others exactly like them, others with whom they could share their pain and their renewed hopes for understanding and perhaps control. As he summed up his welcoming remarks, Michael looked over the small group, trying to take a few seconds to study each face, to imprint it upon his memory. They comprised a wide cross-section of the generation called the Baby Boomers, all born since the close of World War II. From various parts of North and South America and Europe, men and women of all races, they were as diverse a group as possible. The only common point necessary was that everyone speak English. He recognized some of them from their medical records. A surgeon from Providence, Rhode Island, a widower from Chicago, a machinist from Buenos Aires, a writer from Pittsburgh, a director from Hollywood, a British officer in the Royal Navy but stationed in New London, Connecticut, a civil servant from Toronto, a Lutheran minister from Iowa City, a producer for the local news at ABC in New Orleans, in addition to his own patients, Allison Enders and Rodney McGuire. They were all smiling softly at him as he stepped down from the podium, and he could feel the warmth of their applause caress him like summer sunlight. With tears in their eyes, they were thanking him for finally bringing them together. As Erwin Klingerman faced them, he was visibly moved by the simple emotional outpouring from the small but already intimate group. "Thank you," he said after wiping away his own tears. "I will be very brief, but I must tell you that I believe we are doing something very, very important here tonight. And I think you know it too. I think you feel it, which is far better than just knowing it. You are all very special people to me. I am a Jew, and I know that very few of you are Jewish, at least in this present life. And that tells me something. It tells me that it doesn't matter what race or religion we are, because we have been asked to come together as human beings, to testify on behalf of humankind against those of us who would be monsters." The group broke into spontaneous applause at this point, and Michael could feel their strength, their resolve, bursting from them like escaping radiation. It would not be contained. As he sat next to Pamela, facing the group, he leaned close, whispered to her, "Is it me, or do you feel it too?" Reaching out, she squeezed his hand. "It isn't you," she said. And he felt reassured. Something special was truly happening this day, he thought, as Klingerman continued. "And so, we will try to come together this weekend and become a family, because we are a family. And we will do as families do. We will listen to each other's stories and help each other to heal. But we will also ask ourselves some important questions about who we really are and why this has happened to us. If there is some greater reason, we must attempt to find it. Do you agree?" The group voiced their assent quickly and forcibly. Every one of them spoke out in positive exclamations. Michael was impressed with their energy and their strength. "Thank you," said Erwin, pausing to look at them and smile. "Very well, then we must begin. In this first session, Dr. Keating, Ms. Robbins, and myself invite you to come up here, one at a time, in any order you choose, and share with us your own past life experience. And while we engage in this sharing, we should all be listening and searching for the answers we seek." Erwin paused for a moment, drew a breath, and exhaled. "Who would like to begin?" As if the entire program had been rehearsed, everyone turned to look at a man in the second row. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, balding, with a round face. He wore baggy jeans and a forest green sweater. Raising his hand only for an instant, he stood up and approached the podium. "John D. Fortune. I live in Pittsburgh, and I'm a writer. I do paperback novelizations based on computer games, and I write reviews of fantasy role-playing games for Dragon's Den magazine. But I have the same nightmare almost every night of my life. I am a teenaged girl living in a Polish village called Frischstock. I have 2 younger sisters, and I'm teaching them how to make simple clothes for their dolls when the German soldiers come to our town. They are wearing long coats and carrying big guns with knives on the ends of the barrels. They give my parents patches to be sewn onto all of our clothes. Yellow stars of David with the word Judah printed in the center. I remember my little sisters asking me if their dolls would have to wear the yellow stars too. I tell them only if they are Jewish dolls, to make them laugh. But it is not very funny. All of us, all the Jews in the village, are not allowed to use the sidewalks anymore. My father is told to remove his hat if he ever passes a German on the street. My mother can only buy her groceries in one store isolated for Jews. I cannot play with any of my friends who are not Jewish, and when the SS comes to finally take us in trucks to the train depot, I am happy to be away from all the embarrassment. I am riding in a truck carrying young girls like myself. On the road to Włocławek, our truck suddenly is directed off into a field by a troop carrier full of Schutzstaffel soldiers. They pull some of the girls down and drag us into the fields, where they rip our clothes from us until we are kneeling naked in the pastures. Then we are raped by the soldiers. One of the girls tries to get up and run, and a soldier pins her to the ground by jamming his bayonet through her shoulder. He rapes her, and then shoots her in the face with his Luger. I do not move when I see this, and one man after another takes his turn with me. I feel nothing. I see nothing except for the gray sky, which has turned to stone above me. When all of the SS are finally spent, one of them kneels down and looks me in the face as if he will kiss me. Then he unsheathes his knife and cuts my throat. As I feel my life froth and bubble away, the sky turns from gray to black. Victor Accardi. I live in Buenos Aires, Argentina, where I work for the Viscaraldo Iron Works. I make bearings and shafts for oil freighters. I am not Jewish, but all my life I have had an understanding and attraction for the culture of the Jews. 7 years ago, I injured my hand on my lathe and was taken to the hospital. When the doctors put me to sleep, they said I talked to them the whole time they operated on my hand. I told them a story that I now remember every day. I am a tailor, and I live in the Polish village of Radom with my wife Moisha and our daughter Pauline. My name is Karl Frankel. The Nazis have a district civil service office in our village, and there are soldiers everywhere, and all the rules are strictly obeyed. One rule prohibits any Jews from owning or playing a radio, and I remember the day all my friends line up with me at a collection depot, where we had to turn in our radios and sign a sheet that promised a safe return of our property at the end of the occupation. About 2 months later, I am sitting at dinner with my family. We finished the meal, and my daughter is cleaning up and washing the dinner plates. She is singing absently as she works. My Pauline has a beautiful voice, and we have enjoyed her singing since she was a small girl. Suddenly the door to our home is splintered by rifle stocks, and several SS men barge into the living room. "Who is hiding a radio in here?" demands one of the soldiers. I am shocked, and I almost smile, but say only, "There is no radio here, sir." The soldier smacks me and calls me a liar. "I heard Erna Zock's voice in here," says the soldier. "You have a radio." Ms. Zock was the most popular soprano in Europe and had a most distinctive voice. I assured the soldiers that it was only my Pauline and instructed her to sing for them. When she did so, they were stunned by the beauty of her song. But one of the soldiers drew his pistol, grabbed my daughter by her long hair, and twisted her head down to the barrel of his gun. And he shot her in the head, right in front of her mother and me. My wife screamed, asking why, over and over, and the soldier shook his head. No Jew should be able to sing as well as Erna Zock. This way, he told me, no one will ever know. I told him that my wife and I would always know, and he thought about this for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then he shot my wife through the forehead and had his men take me outside, where they hanged me from the branch of one of my own persimmon trees. The last thing I remember is this soldier's voice. "Now no one will know," he says with a smile. Maya Lafayette. I live in New Orleans in a neighborhood called the Crescent. I work for the ABC affiliate, WVUE-TV, as a producer on the local evening news. For 8 years, I have been having blackouts. They always happen when I am sitting reading or sometimes writing at my desk. They usually last for several minutes, and people who have seen it happen to me say I look like I am in a trance or have fallen asleep. For a long time, I never knew what was happening while I was blacked out. I couldn't remember, but I would always wake up feeling utterly terrified and so cold my skin would be crawling. It would take days for the feeling to go away. I've been to so many doctors, I can't remember how many anymore. They checked me for epilepsy, narcolepsy, brain tumors, and a whole list of other neurological disorders. None of them could find what was wrong, what was causing the blackouts, until I was referred to Dr. Musina. And then, like the rest of you, I discovered the details of my previous life. In it, I am a man named Hiram Alutsky, and before being taken to a camp in Benson, I had been a Melamed, a teacher of the Torah for the young Jewish boys in my village outside Bergen. But the Einsatzgruppen had taken all the Jews into the camps, and we are forbidden to teach or hold ceremonies on any of the religious holidays. Many of the men defy this rule by having small secret meetings on such days. It is 1942 on the holiday called Purim, and I am leading a prayer in the barracks when the guards catch me. When they ask me what I am doing, I tell them the prayer is a small celebration of a new harvest, and we thank God for food to eat. They laugh at me and tell me if I am hungry, I don't need to ask God. I can ask the guards. They drag me outside in front of everyone and bring me raw pork flesh to eat. They stuff it into my mouth, and I keep spitting it out. It is against kosher law to eat treif, the flesh of the unclean animals. The guards laugh at me as I keep spitting out the raw meat, until finally they get bored, and one of them tells me that if I don't eat the meat, he will kill me. Still I shake my head. He pushes me down onto my back, and has another guard kneel on my chest and pry open my jaws. The soldier stuffs a large piece of pig fat down my throat, pushing it deeper with the barrel of his pistol. I begin to suffocate, and spots blink before my eyes. I feel myself convulsing, but the soldier's weight keeps me from moving very much. Finally the guard laughs and tells his comrades, "The Jew is having trouble swallowing. I'd better give him a little help." And with that he jams the pistol deep down my throat and squeezes the trigger. I feel an instant of intense heat and pressure before a white light fills me. Ira Miller, M.D. My name is Ira Miller. I am Jewish and I am a surgeon. I live in Providence, Rhode Island. About once a week, I, too, dream about my past life. I am living in the Auschwitz lager, and I work as a Schreiber, one of the Sonderkommandos who tattoos numbers on the arms of my fellow prisoners. One day, when leaving the barracks for the morning feeding, I catch my ragged shoe on the step and fall. Some of the prisoners behind me fall on top of me, and my lower leg is broken. I'm taken to the medical building where Dr. Mengele and his assistant, der Klein Engel, receive me with inviting smiles. The doctor looks at my leg and says it is broken in 2 places, that it will take much too long to heal, and that a new Schreiber could be taught to take my place in much less time. His little angel smiles at me, and I see he has 1 gold tooth. He tells me that I am no better than a draft horse. I know what this means, and I expect to be taken outside and shot, or sent to the showers. But the doctor and his smiling friend don't do this. Instead, I'm kept in their lab for several days, until they aren't so busy. When that day comes, I am strapped to an operating table, and Mengele lets his assistant experiment on me. With no anesthetic, the little angel dissects me with a scalpel and a handsaw. I pass out from the pain and the shock, but he keeps reviving me by throwing ice water in my face. But finally, with my chest opened like a picnic basket, I lose too much blood to remain conscious no matter what my tormentors do. The last thing I remember is a circle of light bulbs hanging over my table. The circle begins to spin faster and faster, like a shining carousel carrying me off to oblivion. One by one, the people told their stories. Although they spoke each with their own unique voice, everyone delivered the same testament to a suffering that spanned the gulf of time, to a pain so acute it would never abate, to memories that would never grow dim. Michael listened to every detail as if hearing them all for the first time, even those of his own patients, Rodney and Allison. At the end of the session, a profound silence permeated the room. Everyone sensed the depth of the communion that had taken place. Michael could feel it. It was as if everyone had suddenly begun to breathe at the same rate at the same time, as though all their senses had been abruptly focused, locked together, and functioning as one great single entity. "What's happening here?" he whispered to Irwin and Pamela. "Do you feel it?" "A bonding," said Irwin. "We have created something very special today." Pamela leaned close to him. "We'll make a fine mystic out of you yet, Doctor." Michael smiled as he turned to ascend the podium again. The next phase of the seminar was about to begin, an open forum in which everyone was invited to offer their own ideas about the phenomenon itself. He wanted the group to contribute to the knowledge pool not only their experiences, but also their feelings, intuitions, and thoughts or insights into the central meaning of the entire event. And so he asked them, "Why do you think this has happened to us? What does it mean to you personally and to the world in general?" At first the assembled group remained silent, as though everyone needed time to consider his questions, to gather up their own feelings and thoughts. Then a man stood in the back of the room. Automatically everyone turned to regard him intently. "I have been feeling like this is a very important event," he said. "Until Dr. Keating posed his questions, I hadn't been able to focus on what anything might really mean. But I know I was feeling scared, uncertain, and now I feel better. I feel like just being in this group has made me safer, made us all safer. Does anyone understand what I'm trying to say?" The room suddenly burst into conversation as everyone voiced their assent, their own variations on the same theme. The man had struck a resonant chord in them and had focused in on a basic anxiety they had all felt. Michael was impressed and encouraged by this initial response, making him feel that he and his colleagues had done the right thing by bringing them together. Another man stood up and volunteered his speculations. "For a long time I wondered what could be the cause of my own nightmares and fears. I must confess that I had allowed my own beliefs, my religious beliefs, to slide away, and if someone had asked me if I believed in God, I would always tell them probably not. But now I'm beginning to think that maybe there is a God, and that he's taken quite an interest in what's happening to his world. Or maybe he has something special in mind for his chosen people." "What took him so long?" said a woman in the second row. A scattering of chuckles peppered the room as she continued. "I am a Jew," she said, "but I stopped believing in our God for precisely the same reason you are mentioning." "What do you mean?" asked Michael. He would attempt to moderate the open discussion as little as possible, but felt that the occasional question was necessary to keep the forum in focus. The woman looked very distressed, infinitely sad. "I began thinking that any God who would allow such a thing as the Holocaust to happen was not much of a God, which meant that he probably didn't exist at all. And if he did, he wasn't worth believing in," she said with an ironic sneer. "Chosen people. Chosen for what? Genocide?" Others in the group nodded their heads, and Michael wondered if he should explore that notion or let the first man finish his position, but the man solved the problem by pushing on. "I've thought about that too," he said in a loud voice, "and it seems to me that maybe we're dealing with the Old Testament God, a God of vengeance and cruelty. Didn't that God wipe out whole nations, whole tribes, when he proclaimed he'd been offended?" Choruses of cautious agreement cantoed through the room. "So what's happening now?" asked the Jewish woman in the second row. "Did the God of Israelites change his mind? Have a change of heart?" The man looked at her and then at Michael. He executed a small bow and smiled. "I don't know what he might be thinking, but we can't deny the influence of a higher power at work here." "I agree," said another man. "It doesn't really matter what name we give the power or the cause of all this. by having all of us here admitting the existence of this force or influence, well, I think that is sufficient." "But what does it mean?" asked Michael. "Why have we been called together? Why are you all reliving what is probably your past lives under the Nazis?" The physician from Rhode Island, Dr. Miller, stood up and faced the group. "I've been listening to everyone and thinking very hard about all this," he said softly, "and I think we're missing the point." "What do you mean?" said Michael. "Has anyone considered the possibility that maybe others, from the enemy side, are also being reborn?" Dr. Miller paused as audible reaction to his question grew and filled the room with answers. "They're coming back." "The Nazis, they never went away." "We're going to stop them this time." "How do we find them?" "Maybe they're going to find us," said Michael, thinking to plant a seed in their minds to prepare them in even a small way for any danger they might be in. "There is no way to know these things," said Dr. Miller, "but I think it is wise for us to at least be aware of the possibilities. I, for one, however, will continue to believe that we have been called forth for a purpose, a grand and necessary purpose, to never again let the world or ourselves forget the horror that once was, and to destroy it utterly if it appears ever again." "Well said," said Rabbi Klingerman. "I believe in signs of portent from God, and this thing that has happened to all of us is indeed a sign. I believe we must be ready for anything." There was general assent from the crowd, and Michael felt pleased with not only the variety of responses he received, but also the high levels of both intelligence and sensitivity expressed by everyone. The moderated discussion continued, carrying on for several hours, with almost everyone contributing to the speculations. Michael was especially impressed with the growing feeling of solidarity among them. Irwin had called it a bonding, but it was actually more than that, more like a merging of their experiences into a greater gestalt, a merging of their collective wills toward a solemn resolution of power against perceived evil. The sessions lasted all day and into the evening, resisting his efforts to interrupt the discussions and the sharings, as Irwin called their exchanges of ideas and experiences. Michael wanted everyone to get a good night's rest, because tomorrow had been planned to be a very intense day. He had no way of knowing it would be a very long time before anyone got their chance to rest, especially himself. 34. Arnold Rassenault, Manhattan, New York. He sat in the corner booth at the Greek diner on West 31st Street, sipping coffee from a scarred porcelain mug. The regular dinner crowd had thinned out, leaving only the people like Arnold, the ones with no place better to go. But that wasn't quite true, was it? Arnold had several places he could go: the local precinct house, the FBI, or the Koch Conference Center. Earlier that day, he'd been sitting in the offices of the Journal of Progressive History, listening to Fritz detail an evening of mayhem. He described the encounter with Nichols and the drug dealer with loving accuracy. Then he told him how Nichols had mixed up an Oklahoma cocktail, just like the one those other guys had used to take out the Federal Building, and how they were going to serve it up for a bunch of Park Avenue kikes later that night. Arnold held the mug tightly, sipped automatically, ignoring the dull taste of cold coffee. How had this happened to him? How did he get thrown into the middle of this damnable mess? Nichols had told him a story that could only come from a maniac. Dead Jews from the death camps, camps Arnold had always known in his heart had been real, despite 2 decades of attempts to prove them away, had been reborn to stop the Nazis who were also being reborn. Told like that, it was clearly the tale of a madman. But Arnold had listened and let himself be carried along by the tethers of his own twisted philosophy. He looked at his watch. Almost 9:30. Nichols had planned to strike at midnight. Not much longer. A few more cups of coffee, maybe some pie. But there was another part of Arnold that knew it wasn't going to be that easy. God damn Nichols! Before he'd shown up, Arnold had been so comfortable in his beliefs, his way of life. He'd always thought he really believed all the things he said, wrote, told Fritz and the few other followers he'd had over the years. In fact, he'd pronounced them so many times that the major assertions of his Holocaust as myth position underlay all his thoughts. Arnold knew he had reached the crossroads of his life, the place where his thinking and his actions had finally coincided. He needed strength to go on from this point. A forceful resolution of the facts would help both fortify his decision to support Nichols and pass the final hours. Germany had never planned to annihilate the Jews, only emigrate them. If so, why did they build camps inside Germany? No Jews were ever gassed at the camps. What about the testimony of guards at Nuremberg who admitted dumping Zyklon B into the shower chambers, claiming they were following orders? Any Jews who disappeared during World War II did so in territory controlled by the Soviets, not the Germans. What about Poland and Germany itself? If any Jews died by Nazi hands, they were subversives, partisans, saboteurs, spies, or plain criminals. Their deaths were all legitimate reprisals of war. But how could he explain the newsreel footage of children and old women being shot in the streets of Polish villages? The famous 6 million killed figure has never been proven by the Jews, especially since Israel refuses to open its archives on the subject. They do this in fear of being exposed, belying the money they have received from Germany in reparation. What about Eichmann's own testimony that proudly indicates the figure is quite accurate? Why can't Jewish scholars produce the names and personal histories of all the victims? Is it possible the Germans were more effective in totally erasing any trace of millions of people than even they thought possible? Arnold wrestled with his doubts as he tried to recite his beliefs like a hollow litany in which the words have been reduced to mere sounds without true meaning. He thought about the real reason he was sitting in the diner, going over all the history and the statistics and the numbers, and he knew he wasn't very successful in trying to convince himself of any position, one way or the other, because that's not what this was all about. Arnold had been trying fitfully to enact some kind of magical conversion, to talk himself out of his convictions and the basis for what had comprised the majority of his life. But in the end, he knew it didn't matter what he believed, because that was not his primary motivation. Be honest with yourself, he thought pitifully. 10:15 p.m. The hours moved past him like a glacier. He knew that sitting here like some shivering little toad was completely unacceptable. He should be out there with his soldiers, if not leading them, then at least helping them achieve their objective. To kill people. That's what it's all about, Arnold, he thought bitterly. The world's always been about killing somebody, and the one he was most worried about getting killed was Arnold Rassenault, because he had looked into the eyes of a monster named Hirsch Dukor, and a terrible feeling had washed over him, a hideous premonition that the monster would kill him. And that's what it all came down to. It didn't matter whether he believed his own lies anymore. In the final analysis, Arnold discovered he had no great affection for any group or any one other than his own sorry ass. Arnold Rassenault released his arthritic grip on the coffee mug, stood up stiffly. It was time to do something. 35. Der Klein Engel, Manhattan, New York. He continued to monitor his inputs into the Koch Center. His training with the world's most sophisticated spy network machine had been such a perfectly appropriate skill, Dukor was convinced of the existence of pure fate. He could not be any better qualified to rid the world of this pack of inferiors. Fritz had driven across 48th Street to 2nd Avenue, parking in front of the Target pharmacy. They waited patiently, not speaking, until the delivery boy emerged with a plastic handbasket full of small white paper bags stapled across the tops and a clipboard. Deucourt watched the tall, wiry Negro, assessing the potential problems such a long-limbed opponent might present if things did not go to plan. The boy was thin, but he moved with agility and grace. It was possible he was a student of the martial arts himself. The boy climbed into a white Ford Escort with an illuminated removable sign on the roof which read, "Riker's Pharmacy. We deliver 24 hours. "Follow him," said Deucourt. Fritz nodded, keyed the ignition, and pushed lightly on the accelerator as they eased into medium traffic. They followed the Escort south on 2nd Avenue, where the boy made 2 deliveries in the East 20s, then across to 3rd, where he turned right and headed north. Fritz kept the Voyager minivan close to the Escort's rear bumper, matching the little car move for move. When the Escort turned onto 31st Street, Deucourt leaned forward, scanned the surroundings, and nodded quickly. It was a dark residential street. There was no one visible, and there were no parking spaces in sight. The boy in the Escort was moving slowly up the block, looking for a place to double park, his emergency flashers blinking wanly. "It's going to be here. When he stops, do it like I taught you." "Okay, Captain," said Fritz, knuckling the steering wheel more tightly. The Escort stopped, and while the boy leaned down to pick out the correct prescription bag, Fritz drifted the Voyager forward, giving the Escort a slight bumper-tapping jolt. At the same time, Deucourt opened his passenger side door, dropped down to the street. The delivery boy jumped up, sprang from the car full of indignation. "What the fuck's with you, man? I got my fucking blinkers on." He stormed directly toward Fritz, who was leaning out the driver's side window with a silly grin on his face. Deucourt fell into step behind him, silent and gracile as a cat. "Sorry," said Fritz. "I got a job to do, man. I ain't got time for shit like this." Before Fritz could reply, Deucourt stepped close to the boy, slipping his arms around his long neck and along the side of his head. Tilting him off balance on his hip, Deucourt snapped the vertebrae just beneath the skull, severing his spinal cord. As everything short-circuited, the boy's feet did an involuntary tap dance for an instant before he went limp and very dead. Deucourt regretted attacking from behind. He couldn't see his victim's face, but surprise had been the essential ingredient this time. Dragging the boy to the back door of the minivan, Deucourt opened it and folded his body into the dark space. "All right, good. You will take the delivery vehicle. Get the addresses off the clipboard. Be courteous and efficient. Don't do anything to arouse suspicion," he told Fritz. "I will follow you until we reach the target." Fritz nodded, exited the van. Deucourt watched him climb into the little car, consult the clipboard, and drive off slowly. They still had plenty of deliveries to make, but they were saving the best for last. 36. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. "Would you like another drink?" Michael asked Pamela. He was sitting with her in the lounge of the Koch Center. It was 11:15 p.m., and he had just knocked back the remainder of his Maker's Mark. He'd needed something strong after listening to so many stories of terror and desperation. No one could be exposed to such tales and not be changed forever. "One more," she said, "but that's going to do it for me. I'm exhausted." "So am I, but I'm also pretty anxious. I feel like I need to get some sleep, but I'm too wired up to let it happen." Michael signaled the waiter, who appeared almost instantly to acknowledge their reorder. Pamela leaned forward. "Michael, please tell me something. And hold the testosterone, please. Are you scared?" "Are you?" She said. "You first." He grinned sardonically. "Sure I am. I keep seeing that creep Nichols in the video, and I just know he's going to try something." Pamela just stared at him then. "And I feel awful that we're not telling these poor people they might be in danger. I have to tell you, I've been toying with the idea of just telling them anyway." Michael looked at her. Yes, that sounded exactly like Pamela. She'd analyzed her feelings and the situation and had decided the best way for her to handle things. "I can't disagree with you," he said, "but if you're trying to convince me to go along with you, I don't think it'll be necessary." "Why not? What do you mean? Did you already tell them?" "No, nothing like that." Michael leaned closer to her and spoke very softly. "I don't want to be the one sounding like the occultist here, But I'm serious. I think this group already knows the situation. How could they? He shrugged, sipped his bourbon. I don't know. I just have a feeling that they do. I could sense a power in that room. You said you felt something, too. I know it sounds over the top, and I know I was always laughing at the paranormal stuff, but I can't deny it anymore. There's something to it, I'm pretty damned sure. She looked at him, taking a long, studious sip from her glass. You know, there was a time when I would have ribbed you about this, but it's too tense right now, too serious. You mean if we all get out of this okay, I'm going to be hearing it from you? Oh, yeah, for a long time, Doctor. He smiled, but didn't speak right away. He imagined both of them were feeling contemplative, and both realized the need to speak all the time was becoming less necessary. Michael knew very well that as two people became more intimate and more comfortable with their intimacy, the things you sometimes didn't say become just as important as the things you did. It was certainly true for him and Pamela. The last woman to speak during the introductory session had been one of the last patients seen by Isabella Musina. Her name had been Lillian Carno, and she said something so insightful, so trenchantly perceptive, that Michael couldn't stop thinking about it. He couldn't stop replaying her words, weaving them endlessly among the strands of his own thoughts. I will never be the same person now that I have experienced what another soul suffered. I lived through the humiliation and the pain of having your humanity peeled away layer by torturous layer. And as I try to answer the single most asked question about the Nazi terror, the one that demands to know how it could have happened, I am led back to a quiet evening in Germany when all the dreams and hopes and plans of generations were shattered during a dark, mob-driven assault on an unassuming group of people. Something horrible was born into the world that night. Kristallnacht, that is what they called it. The night the upstanding citizens of a country turned upon their fellow countrymen like rabid beasts, intent on destruction of not only their temples and their homes and businesses, but their spirits as well. Kristallnacht, night of broken glass. That is the night I believe the monster was finally loose, the night it became real instead of just an ugly idea thrown from a speaker's podium. And the most interesting thing for me is that I sense this quiet evening is very much like that one 60 years now dead. Something new is being born as we sit and speak and listen. But I believe it is a good thing, a necessary thing. The world turns like a great wheel toward the beginning of a new millennium, and I believe we have been called back from the gray limbo of pain, never to be suffered again, to not just remind the turning world we can never be forgotten, but to never let the terror happen again. This is our night, this night of broken souls, and I believe we have been called together for a divine purpose, to stop the monster, who I fear has been awakened, and may live in others like ourselves. 37. Der Klein Engel, Manhattan, New York. Fritz Hargrove drove through the streets of Manhattan's East Side like the dutiful servant he was. Large-shouldered, ham-handed, the man had the florid, doughy face of a peasant. A man fit for the bulwark of a mill or a shovel. And the best part, thought Dukor, as he sat in the van watching Hargrove walk toward an apartment building in Gramercy Park, was there would be no worry of any freelance thinking, no ad-libbing during an assignment. Fritz went about his work with the single-minded trudge of a plow horse wearing blinders. When he told Fritz to do something, it would be carried out according to plan, and tonight had been no exception. Fritz had been instructed to be a delivery boy, and for the last hour or two he'd been the best delivery boy anyone could ever hope for. Riker Pharmacy would be very proud. Dukor smiled as he checklisted himself and his plans until Fritz re-emerged from the building. The big man was smiling, walking with his shoulders swaying, half-lurching gait as he approached the driver's side of the van. "That's the last of 'em," he said, chuckling as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of cash. "I forgot they were all going to pay me. And a lot of this is tips." "See that?" said Dukor. "I knew you could do a good job. I'm proud of you, Fritz." "Thank you." Fritz smiled. "Can I keep the money?" Dukor smiled as though looking at a child. "Yes, of course you can. Now listen, we enter phase 3. You know what to do?" "Oh, sure." "You have the floor plans?" Fritz tapped his shirt pocket. "Right here." "Just to put me at ease," said Dukor, "why don't we go through your assignment, step by step, right up to where you've let me into the building?" "Sure," said Fritz, as he launched into a series of movements and contingencies, reciting them as a fifth grader might parrot back a Longfellow poem, but getting it just right. Satisfied, Dukor nodded. "All right," he said. "Get in the car. Let's go." As midnight approached, the traffic through Midtown was intermittent and easy to negotiate. Dukor trailed the little escort as it homed in on the Koch Center like a cruise missile, programmed for a single, final mission. Parking the minivan across the center island on Park, just up from the Waldorf Astoria, Dukor watched Fritz drive his delivery vehicle right to the front doors of the Koch Center, under the porte-cochere by the huge plate-glass doors. A doorman, wearing pseudo-military parade livery, approached the car as Fritz climbed from the escort. Holding a pair of night vision binoculars to his eyes, Dukor dialed the resolution up high enough to read the eyes of the doorman as he regarded Fritz and his little white bag that held asthma medicine. This was the single moment upon which the entire mission would hinge. He knew that if the simple doorman believed him, approved him, then everything else would be easy. Through the tinted lenses, Dukor watched the dull Fritz deliver his lie to an even duller doorman. The dupe nodded, turned from Fritz, and held open one of the thick brass-handled glass doors for him. Smiling, Dukor put down the binoculars and crawled from behind the wheel into the shadowed interior of the van. Beyond the rack-mounted equipment, and before the stiffening corpse of the delivery boy, lay 3 industrial drums clustered like the engines of a NASA booster. Dukor's Oklahoma cocktail had been mixed and poured and was about to be stirred. 38. Fritz Hargrove, Manhattan, New York. When the doorman gave him that quick little nod of the head, Fritz felt his stomach suddenly sag down into his bowels. The tension kind of eased out of him like a lazy fart, and his knees felt weak for a second or two. Till then, he hadn't realized just how damn nervous he'd been. "Just act natural. Don't let them think there's anything funny with you. Nothing's funny." And so he let his arms swing and his shoulders rock as he entered a pink marble lobby that looked like you were walking into some kind of castle. And right up in the middle was this big desk that looked like a kid's fort where these 3 guys in guards' uniforms were sitting. All 3 of them were watching Fritz as he walked up to them like he was naked or something. There was also a 4th guy standing behind them. He was wearing a dark suit, and he had government written all over him. Mr. Nichols said there'd be one like him. One he could see. There might be more watching from somewhere else. Of course, if they were watching him on the cameras, Mr. Nichols would have a little trick for them. "Got a delivery for a Miss Anna Smithson," said Fritz, before any of the guards could open their mouths. "Delivery from where?" said the guard sitting in the middle seat. He was wearing headphones and watching a set of 3 computer screens in front of him. Fritz identified the pharmacy, showed them the bag and his clipboard with his delivery log. "Check it out," said the guy on the left. He opened the bag, read the name of the medicine, and handed it to his colleague. The guard at the central console keyed in a few numbers, waited, then spoke quickly to Miss Smithson. "Just verifying your call for a prescription, ma'am. We have a driver here who says you're expecting a delivery of an allergy inhaler. Do you have a prescription for albuterol sulfate?" The guard listened to the woman's reply, nodding his head, and Fritz knew what she was telling him. Everything was aces. "Okay," said the guard. "She's expecting you, but I'm going to need some ID." "Sure thing," said Fritz, giving them his best smile. Flipping open his wallet, he handed the guy his New York driver's license. "Thanks," said the guard. "It'll just be another minute." "What's the matter?" said Fritz, still smiling, but stopped, thinking that maybe he'd done that enough. "Nothing," said the man at the console. He punched in a phone number, and Fritz figured it was just like what Mr. Nichols had said would happen. The guard was calling the pharmacy. Fritz knew that his boss was sitting out in the minivan picking up the numbers as the guard keyed them in. And even if Fritz had no freaking clue how Mr. Nichols could do it with all that electrical stuff in his face, he believed it would happen just like he'd once believed Santa Claus was going to bring him presents at Christmas. Mr. Nichols would answer that call to the pharmacy and tell these fuzz-nuts that, yes, sirree, that's Fritz Hargrove, and he delivers for my pharmacy, and he's just about the best delivery man I've ever had. So he stood there and nodded to himself as the guard checked him out. Finally, the guy hung up the phone, handed him back his license. "Okay, the elevator's off to the right." "Wait a sec," said the government guy in the dark suit. He had a gray mustache and looked kind of like Kirk Douglas. Fritz had been wondering when he was going to say something. Everybody stopped, including Fritz, who leaned against the counter. "Act like you couldn't give a shit whether you deliver this stuff or not." That's what Mr. Nichols had said. So Fritz leaned against the counter and tried to look as bored as possible. "Howie," said Dark Suit, pointing to the third guard at the end of the desk. "Why don't you go with him, just to be sure?" The guard nodded, slipped out from behind the desk, and moved silently next to Fritz. "For your own safety," said Dark Suit. "Right this way," said the other guy. Fritz followed him through a metal detector, something that had become as normal in most public places as wall clocks, and headed for the elevator. Only he wasn't anywhere near as relaxed as he was just a minute ago. Damn, he thought quickly, feeling a sudden jolt of adrenaline that made his heartbeat spike. The guard pushed the button for the elevator, and they both stood silently waiting for the doors to open. Fritz drew in a long breath, tried to stay calm enough to use his training. This was one of those contingencies Mr. Nichols had prepared him for. If they decided to send a man with him to make the delivery, Fritz had been trained to take care of it, and he would. The doors opened, and he strolled in with the guard. "How about them Yankees?" said the guy. "Yeah, there's something, ain't they?" Time kind of stretched out and sagged in the middle, and he stood there waiting for the car to stop and the doors to open for what seemed like way too damn long a time. Maybe they found out the call to the pharmacy was bullshit. Maybe they'd been playing along with him all along. The doors were going to open, and there'd be 10 guys waiting for him with automatic rifles. "Hey, take it easy. Get control. Remember all the training. Mr. Nichols had worked real hard on this kind of stuff." So he used the passing seconds to do like he'd been trained. He sized up his prey and made his decisions. The guy was about Fritz's height, but maybe 20 or 30 pounds lighter. He looked wiry and like maybe one of those workout types who was a lot stronger than he looked. That eliminated several techniques and highlighted others. Fritz mentally prepared himself. There was a soft ping, and Fritz inhaled, watching the polished metal doors part, revealing an empty corridor that looked like any one of 100 hotel hallways. Dumb paintings broke up the wallpaper along with the occasional house phone or fire extinguisher. 723's down here," said the guard, pointing along to the left wall. Fritz followed him to the door, waited for him to knock. This was going to be a little tricky. "Who is it?" came a muffled female voice. "Howard Stillman, Miss Smithson. I'm from security, and I've got your delivery." She had to let them in. If they stayed out in the hall, the camera watching them was going to have to go haywire at the wrong time, and that was going to cause the security guys to come running, which would screw up the timetable. Clicks, clacks. The door unlocked and swung inward to reveal a pleasant-looking woman in her mid-40s. She was dressed in a pair of jeans and a baggy sweater and looked like one of the women on TV advertising makeup that would always keep you looking young. So far so good, thought Fritz. Now just let us in your room. "I'm sorry to bother you men like this," she said with a really nice smile, "but I left my medicine back in Chicago. I can't sleep without it." Yeah, lady. Let us in, okay?" "Here you are, ma'am," said Fritz, giving her the little white bag. He quoted her the cost, and she nodded. "Come in, please. I'll have to get my purse." Bingo! Fritz exhaled, smiled, and walked in past Howie the guard, who followed quickly. If the lady hadn't invited them in, Fritz would have tried several scripts Mr. Nichols had made him memorize, stuff that might get them inside and out of the hallway. If the script didn't work, well, then it would have been free for all time. But it did work, and Fritz knew that Mr. Nichols would be real busy right about now, reprogramming the cameras and the alarms and all that stuff. They'd find out what he'd done, sure, but by the time the security guys were wise to anything, Fritz would be done with his job. "Here you are," said Miss Smithson, bending down to pull something from her purse at the little vanity desk in the far corner of the room. "And here's something for you, too." Fritz smiled as he took a step forward and extended his hand. A very measured, carefully planned step. Him and Nichols had practiced what was coming from 100 different angles and positions. Every which damn way but loose. For days and days, that's all he'd been doing. Nothing but practicing how to take out this guard. The only thing he hadn't known was that his name was Howie. And with his hand out, making like he was taking the money, Fritz suddenly spun on his left foot faster than any man his size ought to be able to move, and wheeled quickly inside the punching-striking radius of the guard. He stomped heavily on the guy's foot to give him that single instant of distraction, all he would need. Screaming, Howie the guard's eyes bugged as he reached way too late for his weapon. When his fingers groped for the pistol's handle, they met the resistance of Fritz's hand, already locked down and pulling the standard police-issue Glock from its holster. Howie tried to grab Fritz's wrist or arm, but Fritz was way ahead of him. Still turning into him, going with the attack instead of against it, was the perfect move. This was great, just like Mr. Nichols said it would work. Howie's own weight threw him forward, off balance, as Fritz rolled him with one guiding hand across his hip. Bringing down his elbow like the point of a lance, he delivered a stunning blow to Howie's neck, and the guy was staggering down and away from him as Fritz brought up his knee to connect with his temple. Just like they'd practiced it 1,000,000 times, and Fritz was still shocked to see how easy it had been, how perfectly the guy went down. The best part was that all this had happened in like 1 second, maybe 2, and it hadn't been enough time for the lady to do anything, not even scream. So, easy as pie, Fritz spun around and cold-cocked her with an old-fashioned barroom swing, catching her almost straight on in the jaw and putting them Tweety birds in her eyes. He watched them kind of roll back into her in that second before she collapsed. Then, moving real fast, he did what he really wasn't sure he could do until the time actually came. Fritz ran into the bathroom, threw 2 big bath towels under the tub faucet, and soaked them real good. Then he doubled them over, covered up the Glock, and put it up against the guard's head. And then he had to think through the idea that if those government guys caught him now, they'd kill him anyway, that he'd already gone over the wall. And it worked. Pulling the trigger was like an afterthought. Woomph! The heavy wet towels absorbed almost all of the sound of the muzzle blast, and the 9mm slug took out enough of Howie's brains to fill a cereal bowl. Scratch one guard. Doing it to the lady wasn't as easy because she was kinda nice-looking, and she'd given Fritz a nice tip. But when he put that thick wet towel around the barrel and laid it across her temple, the damn gun kinda coughed without him even thinking about it. Man, that was fast. Mr. Nichols was right again. Once you kill the first one, everybody else is easy. Fritz smiled, tried not to look at his work. There wasn't any time for it anyway. His watch said 11:46, right on schedule. This was the time when he had to trust Mr. Nichols, that he was doing his job as good as Fritz had done. Nothing left to do but run out into the hallway, right past the cameras, and believe they were looped into showing the desk guys a blank hallway. Nichols told him he'd have about another 60 to 90 seconds before the security guys would start wondering what happened to him and Howie, and they might either call the room or send somebody up. Moving to the door, Fritz paused to take a deep breath, hold it for a moment, then exhale slowly. Full of oxygen, his head was clear and sharp. First thing to do was stash the guard's gun in his jacket pocket. Shouldn't be needing it, but just in case. Then he reached in his shoe, pulled out the floor plan to refresh his memory, then stuffed it into his other pocket. Okay, let's do it. Out into the hallway, Fritz ran as fast as his heavy legs would propel him, past the elevator bay and through the stairwell doors. He bounded downward, aided by gravity, and swung himself around the pipe railings through the core of the building. Counting the floors was easy because they'd painted big numbers on the doors. When he cleared the mezzanine and the lobby levels, he started to feel good. No alarms had gone off, nobody yelling or chasing him yet. No sweat, baby. The next door read Physical Plant, and that's where he had to get off. There was a number keypad next to the door, and a sign read Exit Only, but that was bullshit. Fritz drew a breath, exhaled, and imagined himself keying in the code Mr. Nichols had picked up with his machines. Then he pushed his kielbasa thick index finger against the pad, keying in an 8-digit code. There was an almost inaudible click, and Fritz turned the knob. Like magic, the door drifted inward, and Fritz slipped onto the level of the cot center where you could make things happen. Remembering the floor plans, Fritz stood for a moment to look around and orient himself. Directly ahead lay a huge heating and air conditioning array. Pipes, ducts, and wire harnesses ran in and out of a monolithic block of machines. To the right ran a walkway, flanked by breaker boxes, switches, and meters. Overhead, industrial lighting cut deep shadows and crevices into every open space. Visibility was just okay, and Fritz was glad he'd been drilled on the layout by Mr. Nichols. Slowly, but with confidence, he pushed ahead. Down there, that's the way. Breaking into a trot, Fritz ran to a junction corridor, turned left, and saw his objective. A triple set of garage doors leading to the loading docks. They were painted a bright safety orange. He glided to a stop, scanned the wall panels till he found the big red and green buttons to run the doors, then looked for the keypad to disarm the alarms. Mr. Nichols had promised him the 2 sets of controls wouldn't be far apart, and they weren't. Standing there, looking at the keypad, his mind suddenly went totally blank. The codes, the little sets of numbers he'd spent 2 days memorizing, had just flown out of his head like a canary with its ass on fire. Damn it! As a backup, Mr. Nichols had him keep the numbers on a business card in his wallet, made up to look like people's phone numbers, but he didn't want to have to look there. That would mean he fucked up, and that would mean he was a fuck-up. No way, Bob. You just stand there and get those numbers back in your head. And so he forced himself to calm down, take a breath and let it out, then use that trick Mr. Nichols taught him, imagining himself standing there punching in the code. He did this and watched himself hit the numbers, and damn if he didn't see the code right there in his head. Repeating the task for real, Fritz smiled as the panel blinked and winked and finally went green. With the flat of his big hand, he slapped the green button on the door control and listened to the sturdy hum of the electric motors beginning to lift the doors. As the panel slid upward, Fritz stood there grinning, feeling pretty good about himself. It was like watching the curtain going up on one of those fancy Las Vegas shows. But instead of some guy like Wayne Newton standing there, it was Mr. Nichols, dressed in black coveralls and baseball cap. He had a very big gun in his hand, and it was pointed at Fritz. 39. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. He and Pamela had just entered his 5th-floor suite at the Koch Center when the phone started ringing. "Who's that?" said Pamela wearily. "What time is it?" "12:15, said Michael, moving quickly to the small writing desk and grabbing the receiver. "Hello?" "Hello, Dr. Keating. This is Allison Enders." Her voice was soft, weak. "I hope I'm not bothering you." "Hello, Allison. No, of course not," he said brightly. He'd been especially happy with the way she'd presented her story during the introductions, but hadn't gotten a chance to tell her in person afterward. "It's always a pleasure to talk to you. What can I do for you?" I don't know. Something just happened, and it scared me." Michael didn't like the sound of that. He pantomimed at Pamela to pick up the extension phone in the bedroom, and she rushed to comply. "Allison, what's wrong? Can you tell me?" "I'm not sure. I was just getting ready to go to bed, and I turned out the lights and was reaching for the sheets when I saw this flash. It was like a bomb going off, like a flash bulb on a camera, but it wasn't really there. You know what I mean?" "No, not really," he said. "But go on. What else?"
I mean the light, the flash. It was inside my head. But it was this blinding explosion. And there was this terrible pain. 1,000 times worse than the worst headache. Like a big needle in my head.
"Allison, when did this happen? Are you all right now?"
It just happened. Now. Right before I called you. I got so scared I called you right away.
"And you're okay now?"
Yes, I think so.
"Do you want me to check you out? Are you feeling faint, queasy? How's your balance, your equilibrium?"
I'm okay, Dr. Keating. I'm just scared. I have this feeling that something really terrible just happened, and that, whatever it was, I somehow was able to feel it happening."
She paused to breathe deeply to calm herself.
I just don't want to be alone right now.
"I understand," said Michael, giving her his suite number and instructing her to come down right away. Hanging up the phone, he noticed Pamela coming toward him from the bedroom. An expression of concern tightened her features. "What do you make of it?" he said.
I don't know, but as she was describing what happened, I felt my skin start to crawl.
"Yeah, I felt pretty weird myself. I'm not sure what she was talking about, though." Pamela shook her head.
I don't think she did either.
"When she gets here, we'll—" The phone rang again. Pamela moved to answer it.
Dr. Keating, sweet.
"Is Dr. Keating there?" The voice was male, crimped by anxiety, but loud enough for Michael to hear it through the tiny earpiece that Pamela projected slightly outward from her.
Yes, he is. May I tell him who's calling?
"Ira Miller. I was just at the seminar and something's happened." Pamela's expression tightened as she handed him the receiver. "Yes, this is Dr. Keating. It's Dr. Miller, isn't it?"
That's right, and I'm sorry for bothering you like this, but I just had some kind of, well, it was like a vision, I guess.
"You saw something?"
Not really, more like I imagined seeing it. It was like an explosion, a terrible burst of energy or something like that, and I felt a pain, but a physical pain. But, you know, like the pain of loss. Sorry, but that's the best way I can describe it."
"You did a fine job," said Michael. "I'm not sure what this means, but somebody else in the group described the same thing. Why don't you come down to my suite on the 4th floor?"
"I'll be right there."
Michael hung up the phone, and it rang immediately. Looking at Pamela, he grinned ironically. "Why do I think I know what this one's about?"
"I'll take care of it," she said, picking up the receiver.
She stood there listening, and Michael walked to the bar unit at the far end of the room and poured himself a bourbon, neat. Pamela spoke almost nothing as she listened to the caller. Finally, she held her hand over the phone and looked at him.
"It's Rodney McGuire. Same thing. What do we do?"
"I don't know, but I think we should all be together." Michael knew something important was happening, and he was having trouble thinking clearly. The day had been so long, so exhausting. Think. "All right. Tell him to meet us back at the conference room immediately. Call the desk and tell them to call all the subjects with instructions to meet right away in the conference room. I'll head down there right now."
"What about Allison and Miller?"
"Oh, yeah. Can you wait for them here? Then meet us down there?"
"Sure."
Michael knocked back the remainder of his glass, headed for the door, and stopped. "And you'd better call Kleppner or Stevenson, or whoever's on the bureau phone. Tell them something weird is happening and that they might want to be here." The phone started ringing again, but she ignored it. Walking to him instead, she kissed him.
"You're very sexy under pressure. Did anybody ever tell you that?"
"Actually, no. But thanks." He kissed her once, then held her for an instant. In that quick span, he could feel himself spinning down the well of his memories to a time when he was very young and he'd held on to his mother. Scared at night, not knowing why.
"You'd better get going," she said finally. "I'll make those calls."
40. Azziz ibn Mahmoud, Manhattan, New York. 1/2 hour, and his shift would be over. Azziz could take the old checker back to the garage on 10th Avenue, turn in his log and his cash box, and go home. Friday nights in the city were always insane, but this night had been especially frustrating. Everybody who'd climbed into his cab this night had the look of a crazy person in their eyes. Since the sun made its retreat, not one normal fare.
Azziz popped a wintergreen lifesaver into his mouth as he pulled up to the traffic light at 28th Street. Maybe he'd go up to Penn Station, see if maybe there was one more train. One more fare to a midtown hotel. End of a most wearying evening. But just as the light turned green and he dropped his foot off the brake, someone sprang from the darkness and slapped both hands on his left rear window. "Wait!" cried the voice. "Where do you wish to go?" said Azziz, winding the window down a crack and turning to see the identity of the shadow man. "Koch Conference Center," said the man. His voice sounded old, but edged with tension. "Sun Park Avenue, but I don't know the cross street." "I am familiar with it," said Azziz. "Okay, come on, get in." The door opened, and a gangly old man wearing a long, shabby coat slipped in. He had longish gray hair and a carefully trimmed little mustache. He looked to Azziz like a man of culture who was down on his luck. "Thank you so much," he said to Azziz. "This is very important to me." Azziz looked at him for an instant, nodding his head. "Yes, sir, I am most certain it is." He pulled away from the curb and joined the traffic flow. The old man appeared to be very agitated and nervous. He kept rubbing his hands together and looking out the window as if he expected to see something quite horrible. "Can you go any faster?" he said as Azziz slowed down for a red signal at 34th Street. "Not unless you want me to ride on the roofs of the cars in front of us," said Azziz. It was one of the favorite standard answers he kept at the ready for his customers. Others were, "I am from a place you have probably never heard of called South Yemen. No, I don't own this cab, but this is America, and therefore I will someday expect to do so. And yes, it is a lot colder here than in my home country." "Please," said the old man, "it's an emergency." "Do you want I should call the police?" said Azziz. This was another good question. Usually calm down the fare, but this old man was thinking about it. Maybe he was serious instead of just crazy. "No, I think they wouldn't believe me," said the old man. Azziz shrugged, turned right on 42nd Street. "Something bad is going to happen tonight." "Okay," said Azziz. "Don't you even want to know what I'm talking about?" "This is your business," said Azziz, "not mine." Actually, he was finding himself very interested, but he knew much about this city. New York was a great machine of great complexity. Stand too close to it, you get caught up in its gears. Better to not wonder how it works, just know that it does. The traffic along 42nd was thinning out, and he reached Park Avenue very quickly. As he headed toward the Koch Center, Azziz knew something was going on. A stream of black sedans were converging on the building, jamming the entrance drive and portico. Men in dark suits were stationed along the sidewalks and outside the building. As he guided the cab closer to the activity, two men wearing topcoats signaled him curbside. The one closest moved to his window and held up an ID that read FBI. "The Koch Center is closed, sir, for the rest of the evening." "Tell him I have important information," said the old man. Azziz did not want to get involved. He said nothing as he put the cab into reverse. "Tell them," the old man yelled. Then he wound down his window and started screaming at the dark-suited men. "Wait, it's about Harford Nichols. You've got to help me. You've got to save me from him. Nichols, it's fucking Nichols." The cab had begun drifting backward, away from the sedan-blocked driveway, when suddenly the two FBI agents were trotting alongside, banging on the hood. "Hold it," said the closest man. "What did he say?" Azziz shrugged. Better to play very dumb on this one. The old man was frantically winding down his window. "Harford Nichols!" He yelled the words again. One of the agents spoke into a small radio transmitter, while the other pulled out a large handgun. Brandishing it at Azziz and his passenger, he spoke in a very firm voice. "Okay, both of you. Out of the car. Now." 41. Der Klein Engel, Manhattan, New York. 11:50 p.m. Fritz Hargrove was standing there in the loading dock with a silly grin on his face. Insipid, unvigilant, stupid. If he didn't think he might still need him, Dukor would shoot him now. No, not yet. Quickly, Dukor scanned the area behind him. Actually, Hargrove's face put him at immediate ease. The big oaf was incapable of any ruse. Had there been an ambush waiting for him, it would have been announced in the man's doughy features. "What's wrong?" he said flatly, although his eyes had zeroed in on Dukor's automatic pistol. "You were 30 seconds behind schedule," he said. "I had to take out 2 units guarding this entrance. We have maybe 60 seconds before they realize what's happened. Every second is critical. Get moving." Fritz nodded and ran to the rear door of the van, where the 3-drum cluster on an orange handcart awaited him. Fritz grabbed the handle, tilted the load forward, and muled it across the loading dock. "This way," said Dukor, running down a corridor just wide enough to allow the drums of explosives. Moving at a brisk jog, he reached the outer bay of service elevators and waited for Fritz to catch up. "Keep moving. Hurry." They passed the bay, following the corridor deeper toward the central core of the building. Dukor knew that to completely consume the building, to ensure maximum carnage, he would have to detonate the device as close to the exact center of the structure as possible. Any minute now, the security force would realize they'd been breached and duped. The building would be locked tight. By that time, Dukor would have to be clear of the target. Another 30 seconds was all he would need to get the device into place. 2 minutes to clear the area. It would be tight, but he'd worked close to the bone before. The second set of service elevators lay just ahead, 30 yards up the corridor, which was flanked by ductwork and pipe railings. Running hard, he reached the bay in several seconds. He pushed the button to summon one of the cars, then stood off the line of sight of the doors with his weapon extended. Behind him echoed the sound of Fritz's labored breathing and the creak of the dolly rolling forward. With a soft metallic sigh, the elevator doors parted. Dukor checked the parabolic mirror inside the car, leaping past the opening while sweeping it with the barrel of the gun. No need. The interior lay empty. A dull clunk sounded behind him, and he spun quickly to see Fritz leaning forward, pulling on the dolly handle like a plow horse in deep mud. "Oh, shit," whispered Fritz. "What are you doing, idiot?" Dukor pushed him out of the way. "You'll wedge it tighter. Push it back." His copies of the blueprints of the building had provided him with everything he'd needed to calculate his plan. Right down to the maximum width he could make the bomb cluster, the size of the drums, dolly, everything. Along the catwalks and access corridors, he'd allowed a 3-inch clearance on each side when he designed the bomb. Getting stuck like this was impossible. Or so he assumed until he bent down to examine the problem. At some point, there must have been a wiring or plumbing problem along this walkway. To fix it, to provide access to a vertical shaft intersecting the corridor, a technician or a workman had installed a metal casement with a hinged faceplate, like an oversized breaker box. The addition extended into the walkway just far enough to wedge the bomb and dolly. "Here," he yelled to Fritz. "Push with me. Back." They did, but the cluster and the dolly did not budge. Again. This time their combined effort forced the dolly backward, freeing it from the occlusion, but not solving the problem. There were only 2 choices: either leave the device here, detonate and hope for the best, or dismantle the cluster and feed it piece by piece into the elevator. Physics demanded he get the device into the center of the building for maximum effect. He could not risk an explosion like the one at the World Trade Center, where it became contained within the foundation. "Hold this," he said, as he produced a Navy SEAL serrated edge assault blade from his belt. The titanium steel blade could cut through just about anything, and it made quick work of the cables he'd used to lash the drums together into a triad cluster. Fritz eased one of the drums off the dolly, then pushed it past the barrier. The rig cleared it with plenty of room to spare. "Into the elevator. Hurry. Then back for this one." Hargrove hustled the dolly into the elevator, then returned to help Dukor lift the single drum so that it could rejoin its mates. They had lost precious seconds because of the fuck-up. He had to assume that security was onto them by now. Reaching into his coveralls, he pulled out a device that resembled a hand calculator with a small LCD screen. Turning it on, he watched a grid appear, displaying a rectangle surrounded by 10 or 12 red dots. They were waiting for him outside. "No time to relash this thing. I'm setting the detonator for 4 minutes. Even if they find it, they won't be able to defuse it in time." "Does that give us enough time?" Hargrove's voice sounded hoarse, strained. "To get out?" "We've lost valuable minutes. We have to adjust," said Dukor. "We'll get out." Dukor leaned close to the digital face of the detonator. Keying in his security code, he locked down the time at 4 minutes, then activated the panel. Stepping outside the door, he pushed the elevator button for the 4th floor and smiled at Hargrove. "All right. Move your ass." 42. Bradley Stevenson, Manhattan, New York. His PCS phone buzzed the exact moment he dropped his pants and started to let go. Why did everything happen at the worst possible time? The eternal question jetted through his mind as he struggled to pull up his pants and get everything tucked in. Banging his elbows on the walls of the toilet stall, he cursed the tight parameters of the restroom and the events of the last 5 minutes. Bursting from the stall, Brad almost collided with Sid Kleppner and Andy McShay, who rushed to meet him in the bathroom. "All right, brief me, quick." Andy McShay wiped his brow with a rumpled handkerchief. Brad noticed the man was sweating heavily and observed that he must be one of the last guys on Earth still carrying around linen hankies, even if it was for a very good reason. "Okay," said McShay. "We've got 2 dead on 7, security guard and a guest. Perp's still loose in here somewhere. Building electronics have been breached and pretty well fucked over. Dr. Keating has a possible mass panic situation up on 4, and the perimeter team just apprehended a guy out on the street. Says Harford Nichols is bringing a bomb in here." "I think he's a little late on that one," said Brad. "Anybody sweat him yet?" "No, he's still at the front desk," said Kleppner. "I figured you wanted to see him first." "Good figuring. We got ID on him?" Kleppner's features tightened. "Yeah, it's Rassenault." "That old kook?" "So what are we doing?" said McShay. "If there's supposed to be a bomb in here—" "I'm sure there is," said Brad. "But why are you getting excited?" he said with a shrug. "Isn't this what we planned on?" "I didn't plan on getting blown up," said McShay. "Nichols is still in the building. Relax." "Yeah, but where?" said Kleppner. "The delivery boy was definitely not him." "Probably one of Rassenault's goons," said Brad. "What are we doing to catch him, by the way?" Brad walked to the restroom exit door and pushed through without waiting for his men to follow. "A4's just landed on the roof," said Kleppner, as he held his earphone in place and listened to an update. "They blew their way in, and the assault team's on its way down floor by floor. Hang on, there's more." "What about from below?" Brad continued to head back to the lobby security station, commandeered as the HQ. He felt as though somebody had hooked him up to a high-voltage cable. All jacked up, pal. He loved it. Everybody looking up to him for all the answers. The ultimate power trip. Some guys thrived on it. Some guys choked. Kleppner continued to hold his mini earphone in place as he looked up and shook his head. "We've got 2 more units terminated. They'd been assigned to the loading dock entrance." "That's probably how Nichols breached us. Any sign of forced entry?" Kleppner shook his head. "No go. All the door codes have been scrambled. But there's a Voyager minivan at the loading dock full of high-tech gear." Brad nodded. "Tell everybody to hold their positions. No forced entry at this time. We've got him bottled up. If he does have a bomb, he's trying to send it up the central elevator shaft. But unless he's on a suicide mission, he's going to try to break out somewhere." Brad paused to take in a deep breath. Jesus, this was what it was all about, wasn't it? This is why they paid him so well. If he thought about it too much, he knew it could start pulling away. He had to kind of play it out by instinct as quickly as possible. There just wasn't any time to weigh decisions. You just made them and hoped they were right later. McShay brightened, as if just remembering something. "Sir, we figured—" Ignoring him, Brad jogged the rest of the way down the plushly carpeted hall to the security station. He grabbed the closest building guard still seated at one of the consoles. "Any way to kill power to the entire building from here?" "Sure, but nothing's working right now," said the man in a panic. "Everything's locked up." "Manual override?" "You gotta do it from the physical plant, downstairs." Brad nodded, turned to Kleppner. "Take some A4s and this security guy. Get down to the physical plant and shut this building down. All I want is auxiliary power. Some lights in the halls and the security consoles in this area. Can you do it?" "Sure," said the security man. "If we can get down there."
"Mr. Stevenson," said the other security officer, who was seated at the main console checking screens, "we've got a service elevator lifting from the physical plant level." 3 minutes, 59 seconds. "Looks like we're a little late," said Brad. "Kleppner, we have the bomb wagon here yet?" "On their way, any second. The chopper's touching down in the street right now." "Send them up to 4 right away." "Got it," said McShay, barking the order into his PCS phone. Brad paused, coordinating everything, keeping his thoughts together. Don't lose it now. He was juggling a lot of balls in the air. "Okay, take some A4s. Get down there anyway. Try to flush Nichols back toward his van. We've got a team outside the loading dock doors." Kleppner nodded silently as he produced an automatic pistol from inside his jacket. He signaled to the security officer and the commander of the A4 team to follow him to the emergency stairwell. McShay stood by, pressing on his earpiece. "A4's just reached Keating's people." "Everybody okay?" said Brad. McShay gave him a thumbs up. "Want to start evac?" Brad shook his head. "No, that many people will get in our way." McShay wiped his shiny face again. That hanky was soaked and looking kind of nasty. He edged closer to Brad, arched an eyebrow. "Listen, if we've really got a bomb in here, don't you think maybe—" "Forget it," said Brad. "If it's going to go off, we've got to take our chances. We didn't all come rushing in here just to run away. Now, give me a minute to talk to our pigeon. Get him over here." McShay spun off to a far corner of the security station, through a door to a small office, then returned almost immediately with a spindly, gray-haired man in a long, ratty-looking topcoat. Rassenault looked beaten and scared, but Brad didn't have much sympathy for him. "So, Arnold, how's the hate business these days?" "You've got to get everybody out," he said in a painfully weak voice. "He's crazy." "We know that. When did you hook up with him?" "Weeks ago. He found me, hounded me." Brad grinned. "See, you're a famous guy." "A terrible mistake," said Rassenault. "My whole life's been a mistake. I just want to help, any way I can." Brad chuckled. "Yeah, sure. What's the angle? Misdirection? Disinformation?" "Nothing like that, really. You've got to believe me." "Yeah, we've heard that line before," said Brad. He looked at the old guy. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. Like holy hell, really. If he was here to put on an acting job, Rassenault was doing it too damned well. But he had to push him. "You expect me to believe that you had this sudden conversion, eh? 40 years of being a Nazi wannabe. That's over, huh?" The old man hung his head, shook it slowly. "I don't know about that anymore. All I know is this bastard scares the living hell out of me. He's like the devil himself. He thinks I'm his friend. And you've got to stop him. You've got to keep him away from me." "What did he tell you about this whole thing?" said Brad, starting to understand what was going on with the old guy. Rassenault shook his head. "Not much, but he's so smart. You have no idea how smart he is." "Did he say anything at all?" "He said he mixed up an Oklahoma cocktail for all the kikes. Some kind of bomb, right?" "Yeah, you could say that," said Brad. "Can you stop him?" "Sure," said Brad, with a sardonic smile. "We're the government, remember? We're here to help you." "Please," said Rassenault. "Nichols is a monster." Brad said nothing, but inwardly he acknowledged the hideous truth of that. Nichols was probably the scariest foe he'd faced in a long, long time, and if he thought about it too much, it could intimidate and influence his thinking. Better to just forget about it. He looked at McShay, who was holding on to Rassenault's arm. "Go put him back in his cage," said Brad. "He's got nothing else we don't already know." He checked his watch. It was almost midnight. If that was when their friend scheduled the blast, they were all very deep in the brown stuff. 3 minutes, 50 seconds. 43. Der Klein Engel, Manhattan, New York. 3 minutes, 43 seconds. Fritz did indeed move his ass, faster than Ducour'd ever see him move. The big, slow-witted man lumbered down the physical plant corridor toward the loading dock. Ducour followed him with the stride of a natural athlete. He reveled in the excellent tone and condition of his body. Gifted with power and grace, Deucourt felt as if he could do anything. Keeping his gaze on Hargrove, he watched him reach and pass the outer bay of elevators. Almost done. Another minute, and they would be out of the building. The lost 30 seconds were inconsequential now. When he was within 10 yards of the elevator bay, the maroon door to the emergency stairwell suddenly opened. Instinctively, Deucourt pulled up, flattened himself against the padded ductwork of the access corridor. Hargrove had already cleared the area and could not see the movement. He would be an easy target if he didn't turn around. Unslinging his Heckler & Koch MP5, Deucourt dropped to one knee, watched a squad of 8 commandos stream from the open door with the precision of army ants, carapaced in distinctive black Kevlar armor. These guys were slick and tough. A4s were some of the best assault squads FBI money could produce. They weren't as fearsome as Navy SEALs because there weren't enough thoroughly lunatic agents available to fit that mold. Regardless, they would have to be handled almost instantly if he was going to clear the building in time. If he didn't surprise them successfully the first time, they might get him. Very quietly, he arranged his LCD remote in his outer coverall pocket and unhooked a concussion grenade from his belt. But he had to be very careful, patient. Even though they knew he was down here, even though they were looking for him, the element of surprise remained with Deucourt. Wait till everybody clears the cover of the door. Wait till they're all exposed. Plan your moves. Anticipate their counters. Remember, those men were running on fear energy. They didn't know what they were walking into. But one of them was going to spot Hargrove any moment now. The last guy out the door always wore the black suit and tie, and this operation didn't disappoint. As soon as the bureau man appeared, Deucourt activated the grenade, heaved it with the classic straight-arm toss right into the middle of the assault team. It arced gracefully downward, clattering dully at the feet of one of them, and he reacted the way most men in the same situation did. The man stood rigidly looking at the thing that was going to blow him to pieces, unable to move or even cry out. Somebody did, and the rest of them started diving to the floor when the grenade hammered them with its fiery blast. White heat and light blinded him for an instant, and the sonic concussion grabbed him like a barroom bouncer and threw him up against the wall. Roiling smoke choked through the contained area, and he couldn't see how effective the attack had been. But it didn't matter. Deucourt had no alternative now, other than running past the carnage toward Hargrove and the loading dock doors. Breaking into a sprint, he shot past the edge of the blast area, where smoldering debris and pieces of what had been people lay scattered like burnt trash. Ahead, Hargrove had been stunned by the explosion and had been thrown forward on his face. The big man was still scrambling to his feet when Deucourt reached him. "Get up," Deucourt said as he wheeled and sprayed a clip into the chaos behind them. "Get up and start shooting." Hargrove's face numbly reflected the terror that churned in him. Deucourt had seen the look before in men who'd never taken their own words seriously enough, who'd never realized they might die for the cause they claimed to love so much. Incredibly, 3 commandos and the guy in the dark suit staggered forward from the dissipating smoke. Deucourt knew they had to be still shaking off the effects of the blast, but that wouldn't stop them from shooting wildly in their general direction. Hargrove opened up on them with his own HK MP5, which he picked up from the dolly, but his hand trembled so badly the slug stitched a path across some PVC plumbing over the commandos' heads. In turn, they raised their own automatic weapons. Absorbed by the action, Deucourt had lost all sense of time. He had no idea when the nitrate would go off and couldn't think about it now anyway. Unleashing a second clip, Deucourt put enough slugs through the lead man's body armor to drop him. The other 3 broke into a run, heedless of Hargrove's defensive fire. They both turned and ran for the automatic doors on the loading dock, taking cover behind several pallets of unloaded cartons. "Fritz, you've got to hit that door button." "No way," shouted Hargrove, his eyes brimming over with stinging fear. "No fucking way." Deucourt smiled as he moved inside his guard like a cat. Before the big man could blink, the barrel of Deucourt's HK was stuck under his jaw. "I think there is a way, my large friend. You keep yourself lined up so these boxes stay between you and them. You do that, or I'm going to spray paint the ceiling with your brains." Hargrove didn't say a single word and managed only the slightest of nods. Turning away from Dukor and his weapon, Fritz bolted for the red and green slap buttons on the near wall. As he did this, Dukor reached into his outer pocket and grabbed the remote keypad. With his other hand, he unloaded the rest of his clip into what was left of the A4 commandos. Behind him, Hargrove stumbled and rumbled to the corner of the building and whacked the big green button with his palm. Instantly, the electric motors began grinding, and the steel security doors began to rise on the final act. From where he was standing, Fritz had a clear view of the Voyager minivan, and as Dukor took a read on his expression, he knew what was coming. Hargrove opened his mouth in warning, but a volley of bullets ripped him across the stomach and neck too quickly for words. Hargrove's body slammed back against the wall, hung there for an instant like a marionette on tangled strings, then collapsed. The attack had been the sign Dukor was waiting for. He smiled as he touched the keypad in his pocket. Time for a little surprise. 44. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. 2 minutes, 38 seconds. Until now, Michael did not believe in miracles. But as he stood in the midst of these very special people, he knew he would be witness to one. Something special is going to happen, Allison had just told him. She was standing at the entrance to the conference room where everyone had assembled. "What do you mean?" said Pamela. "Miss Carnot says we've been brought together to stop the devil," said Allison. "She might be right." "There's something else," said Ira Miller, stepping close to Allison. "What's that?" said Michael, feeling a vague sense of unease. "I was thinking about this when I went back to my room," said Miller. "It's almost the millennium. Lots of cults and religious groups think it's going to be the end of the world." "The same thing happened in the year 1000, said Michael. "I don't follow what you're getting at." Miller shrugged. "So maybe the end of the millennium is a milepost, not signaling the end of something, but the beginning." "Beginning of what?" said Pamela. "I'm not sure. But if the Nazis are also being reborn in people like us, the way we've been reborn, then maybe it's like that Yeats poem. You know the one. Something evil slouching toward Bethlehem, ready to be born." "So what are we talking about?" said Michael. "Some kind of spiritual Armageddon?" Miller and Allison and all the others slowly nodded as they looked at him. It was a moment of chilling certitude. Although Michael had no evidence to support what they were telling him, he believed it might be true, and just the idea of it unsettled him. He didn't like the idea of being tangled up in such metaphysics. Perhaps... His last thought was interrupted by the arrival of the FBI's black-clad A4 assault force. They reached the conference room silently, en masse. They carried automatic rifles, utility belts strung with arcane devices, and ebon-visored helmets that made them look very much like menacing insects. Everyone stood silently looking at them as they soldiered into the room. "Which one of you is Dr. Keating?" said their leader as he approached Michael and the others. "I am," said Michael. Flipping up his visor, he revealed himself as a handsome young man in his 20s. "I'm Commander Tasker," he said. "We've got a very serious situation here." The commander summarized Anna Smithson's killing and the bomb on the elevator. As though expecting panic, Tasker scanned the room, but everyone remained calm, perfectly silent. They'd already sensed what he now told them. In fact, the utter serenity on their faces was disturbing in itself. Michael could feel it, so could the FBI agents who stood among them. "It's going to be all right," said Allison Enders. She had approached Michael, touched his cheek, then went to join the others as they assembled into 3 concentric circles in the center of the room, holding hands, closing their eyes in unison. Michael, Pamela, and the FBI team stood closer to the room's entrance, watching them. "What's going on?" said the commander. "I don't know exactly," said Michael, "but it's nothing to fear, I can tell you that." The space seemed consumed by a wondrous silence, but Michael could feel more than hear a very low humming sound, like the subtle vibration of a gigantic piece of machinery slowly whirring up to speed. A turbine gathering revolutions until its keening wail of sheer power left the register of audible sound.
The air began to crackle, and some of the FBI men tried to reach under their helmets to protect their ears. Erwin Klingerman had fallen to his knees, reciting a Hebrew prayer that began, Shema Yisrael. Michael! Pamela held him ever tighter, but could say nothing more. Michael felt as if he was standing at the edge of an endless beach where the star-filled sky stretched to infinity, and a summer storm flirted with the earth. It was both scary and comforting. "What's going on?" said the commander, trying to remain stolid, in control. Allison Enders stepped from the outer circle, her long strawberry-blonde hair tossing in an unfelt wind. She had a detached look in her eyes, but something strong and hard and bright lurked behind them. Michael could sense a force in her, coming from the others. They were radiating it like a uranium pile, with the control rods being slowly extracted. 1 minute 47 seconds. At the same time, 2 new FBI men appeared in the doorway, wearing dark metal or plastic gear and looking like something from a medieval armory. "Bomb wagon, sir," said one of them to the A4 commander. "We've got big trouble." "How big?" said the commander. "Okie cocktail, 3 drums of nitrate, digital scrambler on the timer, no way to stop it." "You talking evac? Now?" The commander did nothing to conceal the panic in his voice. Michael could deduce enough to realize there was nothing they could do to stop the device. Nichols or Ducor, or whatever ominous force had been controlling him like a puppet, had beaten them. He'd listened to the FBI and their swaggering confidence, their prideful arrogance, and played into the hands of the beast. The bomb specialist shook his head. "No time for that. Either we start cutting wires and hope for the best, or we just sit back and wait for the fireworks." 53 seconds. "Okay, take your best guess," said Commander Tasker. "We'll get these people down the corridor and as far away from the blast as possible." The bomb guy's expression said it all. A facial portrait of words never spoken, or of kids he'd never see again, of the soft curve of his wife's hip touched no more. He swallowed hard, saluted, and turned to leave. Allison Enders had been listening and now moved in between them. "Wait," she said. "It's okay. Don't touch anything." "Lady, we've got to try." "No, you don't." "Chucky," said Tasker to one of his assault team, "get these people out of here. Double time." "No," screamed Allison, grabbing the bomb specialist by the breastplate of his armor. "We've got it." Michael, who'd been standing there with Pamela, mute witnesses to what should have been the final minute of their lives, had remained calm, as if waiting for something beautiful, something special. The way Allison had looked at everyone, with the graceful gaze of an archangel, he'd simply known they were all right. All around them, the subtle vibration and the crackle in the air grew stronger, like a rising wind. Like a ghostly chorus, an atonal resonance filled the room. "Come on, lady, you've got—" "No!" yelled Michael, grabbing the commander's arm. "Stop! Can't you feel it?" The FBI man's eyes gave it away. He could feel it all right. Everybody could. It was like standing on the deck of a ship that had suddenly started to vibrate. It was like placing a just-struck tuning fork to the side of your skull. Michael knew he could feel it all the way down to his toes. The bomb specialist stood unmoving, staring past Allison at the concentric rings of people. Holding hands, closing an arcane circuit, like the mystical pattern of a crop circle, everyone became filled with light, radiating a burst of holy fire that shot through them. Painless, cool, eternally bright. Michael felt his back arching as he was practically lifted off his feet by the sudden ebullience. Something had been generated among them, something that had literally burst from the group, passed right through the rest of them, the FBI men, Pamela, Erwin, and himself. Something that now rushed to snuff out the bomb like a tired candle. 17 seconds. As the energy passed through him, Michael's knees buckled just enough to make him stagger. He felt as if he might black out, but he didn't care. He felt something inside him, only for an instant, so sweetly pure, so all-consumingly just and righteous and good, that nothing would ever harm or corrupt him again. The final seconds devoured them. 45. Bradley Stevenson, Manhattan, New York. 12 seconds. Even if he wanted to play hero, protocol and his superiors wouldn't allow it. As soon as he'd been given word there were several major snafus in progress, and no time for the bomb wagon to get their fat out of the fire, Brad had been evac'd from the building and into a black chopper on Whisperjet. He was hung out to dry above the Koch Center, listening to the final frantic seconds of the botched operation. The only reason the bureau chiefs wanted him alive, he knew, was so they could toast him themselves. Brad had the bomb wagon channel in his headset as the chopper hovered over the building like a hungry dragonfly. "What's happening out there?" said one of the poor bastards near Ground Zero. "Can't see it. The light. What's that light?" Suddenly the ambient noise of the city was sucked up in a fireball that blossomed behind the Koch Center, unfolding its deadly petals and throwing off waves of heat and sound that bounced off the tall faces of the surrounding buildings, battering the chopper in the backwash of the blast. 46. Der Klein, Engel, Manhattan, New York. 8 seconds. The explosion was a lot bigger and a lot louder than he'd imagined. Where the minivan had rested, a small sun nova'd, sending deadly shrapnel that had only a moment before been wheels and sheet metal, steel beams and rack-mounted consoles. Now hot, flaming slabs of junk took out everybody within 50 yards of the plastique he'd applied to the Voyager's gas tank. He laughed as he ran off the edge of the loading dock, straight through the flames, and out to what his colleagues like to call the perimeter. As he cleared the bank of snarling, curling smoke, he almost ran into the ATAV. All-terrain armored assault vehicle. But his quick reactions allowed him to throw himself into a tuck and roll, sending him under the vehicle's balloon tires and up on the other side before the turret man ever saw him. No sense worrying if anybody else was watching. In one quick motion, he pulled himself up to the deck of the ATAV and emptied half a clip into the man on the .50 caliber gun. "Hey, Eddie," said a voice from inside the vehicle. "What was that?" Ducour dropped through the dead man's open hatch, shot the driver in the back of the head, and yanked him from the control seat. Punching the ignition, he jammed home the throttle. The ATAV leaped out into the street like an angry armadillo. He smiled as the powerful machine surged under his touch. He was going to make it. 47. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. 7 seconds. Something has passed right through him. Like the others, it had paralyzed them with its icy touch, but he could see it now as it encircled the cluster of explosives in the elevator. Like a vortex, a whirlwind of light, fueled by the fires of 6 million ovens, it surrounded the device and held it within the crucible of its righteousness. And it was gone. No sound. Not even the whimper promised in that Eliot poem. Nothing to tell him. But Michael knew it was over. 48. Bradley Stevenson, Manhattan, New York. 6 seconds. Somehow they were still airborne, though foundering in the superheated air of the shock wave. Brad's pilot wrestled expertly with the chopper's controls, keeping them aloft. "Hang on, sir, we're okay," he said in a voice that belied his surprise. "What the hell was that?" "Not the target," said Brad, pointing down at the Koch Center, bathed in the play of temporary searchlights. "Christ almighty," squawked somebody's voice in the headset. "We just lost the van." "Control, this is Stevenson. What's the situation?" "No contact, sir," said a flat radio voice. "Looks bad from here." Directly below them, the square of asphalt behind the building, where Nichols' van had been surrounded, had been transformed into an open barbecue pit. Littered with 1,000 pieces of flaming debris, it looked very bad indeed. "Hey, what's that?" said his pilot, pointing to the roof of the Koch Center. Following the pilot's lead, Brad saw a pure white dome of light coalesce on the flat roof. A perfect hemisphere, maybe 20 yards in diameter, it glowed with a mother-of-pearl intensity of color and swirling energy. "It's beautiful. It's so goddamned beautiful," said the pilot as he angled his craft back to the right, swooping down for a closer look. "My God," said Brad in a half-whisper as he watched the dome of light begin to transform. Slowly at first, and then with stunning quickness, the dome distended skyward, extruding itself into a narrowing shaft of the purest, whitest light Brad had ever seen. Like a laser beacon, the column of energy reached for the edge of the night itself. And as it grew ever stronger, brighter, Brad could see it transform itself into a double-edged sword. Churning across its mercurial surface spun a million ever-changing patterns of helical complexity. The narrowing gyre sharpened to a fine edge, forming a pointed column that pierced the blue isle of the night. If there was such a place as heaven, thought Brad, then it most surely reached it. 49. Der Klein Engel, Manhattan, New York. Driving the ATAV was like riding a wild boar. Its oversized tires bounced severely as Dukor vaulted over obstacles. Despite the chaos spinning all around him, several NYPDs fired their handguns at him to no effect. Straight ahead, blocking access to Park Avenue, stretched an ambulance and several emergency light stanchions. Dukor ran the throttle forward, and the vehicle's huge Chrysler engines whined like turbines. The ATAV cleaved the thin sheet metal of the ambulance like a Jinsu knife, scattering equipment and debris out into the traffic lanes. Sparks ignited the emergency oxygen tanks, and Dukor had created yet another explosion to liven up the drab colors of the city. The thought reminded him that something had gone wrong with his nitrate bomb, and his failure truly wounded him, igniting a seething fury deep within him, down in that core where a dark engine drove him. Fuck it. They live only at my pleasure. They're together because my destiny demands it. I destroyed them all before. I'll do it again. He allowed himself a small smile as he cleared the wreckage and angled across the divided lanes of Park Avenue. He knew none of his opponents could have anticipated his next move, one of several escape options he'd carefully structured, and just the thought of it amused and sustained him. And so, with the throttle still redlined, Dukor sent the ATAV hurtling and balloon-bouncing over the concrete dividers on Park. He entered the lanes of northbound traffic, facing the oncoming cars and trucks head-on. With no running lights, his vehicle became a shadowy dreadnought. As he angled the vehicle across the lanes, homing on his target, several cabs braked and swerved, but couldn't avoid slamming him broadside like dud torpedoes. The sharply beveled armor of the ATAV sliced through the cars, ripping them open like rotten fruit, and Dukor lumbered on, leaving more destruction in his wake. He literally jounced and rolled over a row of parked cars and commandeered the entire sidewalk at interstate speed, taking out street lamps and telephone poles along the way. The few pedestrians in his path scattered, passing beyond the scope of his periscoped view. Whether or not they escaped the steamroller advance of his giant tires was of no concern to him. Several blocks down, his target lay bathed in a majestic play of lights and landscaping and elegant banners. From the quickly closing distance, he could see guests and staff under the marquee of the Waldorf Astoria scrambling for the shelter of the grand old building's lobby. Wrong move, folks. Seconds compressed as Dukor reached the entrance to the hotel and wrenched the vehicle into a careening power slide to the left as its great tires wailed in spinning defiance. Then, gaining purchase, the ATAV lurched forward through the array of glass and revolving doors of the Waldorf. In a brilliant eruption of masonry and glass and steel, the entire entry facade to the building imploded into the grand lobby, lacing the patrons with a variety of deadly missiles. Like a giant charging rhino, the ATAV surged forward, its driving wheels ripping up the plush carpeting and spewing it out behind in a great rooster tail of fabric. The panic in the lobby was total and irreversible. People swarmed in any direction as long as it was away from the berserker machine that crushed through the expertly paneled mahogany front desk, taking out partitions that supported ceilings and crystal chandeliers. Dukor didn't stop the mad onrush of the ATAV until it rammed against the steel supports of the old elevator shafts and cages. Calmly, he threw back the hatch, climbed out, and headed for the stairwell down. Of course, no one tried to stop him. He chuckled as he watched the few remaining citizens running away from him, their eyes wide and their jaws slack. What a bunch of terrified sheep. He raised his HK, wishing he had time to take out a few of them for being so stupid and gutless. No, not now. He had the advantage of surprise and total shock, and he would only succeed if he held the advantage. And so, with a wry grin, he saluted a uniformed bellhop who'd been half crawling, half staggering away from the splintered nightmare of the front desk, then disappeared through the doors leading into the bowels of the building. 50. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. Until tonight, the phrase religious experience had just been another piece of clinical terminology for Michael. Something from the days of William James and his profound ruminations. Intriguing, certainly, but abstract and without passion. But no longer. With his arms held tightly around Pamela, Michael allowed himself and the others to be escorted from the 4th floor. They passed the elevator where its doors had been pried open, and saw the dolly that had carried its deadly cargo now strangely empty. The air in the corridor had a clean, almost antiseptic odor to it. Michael recognized the smell of ozone and wondered what kind of bizarre and wonderful transformation had happened here. No one spoke as they were led down to the 1st floor reception area. And Michael understood perfectly. There was no need, when all the people in their group had communicated in some deeper and perhaps far older manner. It was not until they reached the security desk and were forced to interact with the FBI agents and other uniformed people that the spell was broken. "I feel like I've been in church," said Pamela, "and God actually came down to have a talk with me." Michael nodded. "I think that's how we all feel." Erwin Klingerman moved through the crowd, embraced both of them to his wide chest. "Sorry if I'm too familiar," he said excitedly, "but I don't think I could go through something like that without hugging somebody." "It's a very human thing to want to do," said Pamela. "Count me in." "I don't want anybody asking me what happened up there," said Michael. "I don't want to know. I don't ever need to know." "I know exactly what you mean," said Pamela. "I just feel blessed to have been allowed to witness it." "To feel it is more like it," said Michael. "Yes," said Erwin, "but even though we didn't really see anything, I still feel like we saw everything. Am I making any sense?" "Oh, yes," said Michael. Paramedics and support staff had begun filtering through the crowd, checking everyone for any kind of trauma and making every effort to ensure that all were safe and comfortable. Michael scanned the FBI types, looking for Kleppner or another familiar face, but there was still too much confusion among them and the uniformed police now streaming through the vast reception foyer. From the ambient sound and energy in the big room, it sounded as if there was still something serious going on. Michael maneuvered his way to the security desk, now a swarm with people on radios and telephones. In their midst, Michael finally spotted a familiar face, Andy McShay, Kleppner's partner. Waving to get his attention, Michael walked over to him. "Mr. McShay?" The man glared at him. "Yeah, what do you want?" "What's wrong?" said Michael. "What happened?" "Sid. God damn it. He didn't make it," McShay said, taking a deep breath. "Oh, no. I'm sorry. McShay read his shocked expression, shook his head sadly. "Hey, listen, Doc. Sorry about that. I was out of line." Michael nodded, said nothing. He hadn't known Kleppner very well, but he'd liked him a lot just the same. The agent had probably instilled that feeling in most people he knew. "I'm sorry," said McShay, adjusting the knot on his tie. "We still have work to do here. What can I do for you?" "We just came down from upstairs." "Yeah, I heard it was some show." McShay arched his eyebrows. "And we wanted to know what happened down here. Did they stop Dukor?" "Who?" McShay tilted his head just slightly. "Nichols," said Michael. "I mean Nichols. Did they get him?" "Oh, geez, you didn't hear, did you?" McShay summarized the shootout that killed Kleppner, the bomb in the van, and the hijacked ATAV. He was going into a few details when he was interrupted by the appearance of Brad Stevenson and a small squad of underlings. "Dr. Keating," said Stevenson, who looked rakish and formidable, dressed in a dark blue jumpsuit and carrying a flight helmet. "Glad to see you made it through this mess. Everybody okay in your group?" "Pretty much," said Michael. "What's going on? You didn't get him?" Stevenson shook his head. "Outside, you mean? No, we couldn't chance any rounds from the chopper. Too many civilians around." McShay says he crashed it into the Waldorf? Stevenson looked embarrassed as he rubbed a hand over his face, as if to remove the expression. Yeah, that's where we lost him. In the hotel? Well, not exactly. Witnesses say he escaped down the stairs into the building's basement, or below, said Stevenson. Some of my people followed him, and they found a door to a sub-basement blown off its hinges. The stairs leading down had either rotted away or had been damaged in the blast. They went down anyway and found the damnedest thing. I know what they found, said Michael, his heart hitching up a few extra beats. You do? How? They found the tunnel, didn't they? Said Michael slowly. Stevenson nodded. Huge thing, yeah. Heading north. No lights. 2 lines of narrow-gauge railroad running down the middle. Michael nodded. How do you know about that place? We toured it about 5 years ago. My museum group, said Michael. Park Avenue's like a thin pie crust from Grand Central Station all the way up past the 90s. Last century, the wealthiest people in New York got together and had a little railroad built for themselves and their families underneath the city. You're kidding, said Stevenson. What the hell for? Michael shrugged. Privacy mostly, and also just because they could. They used to have a private handcar pick them up at their houses uptown and take them down to their offices at the Grand Central Building. And whenever big wigs or a president came into the city, they could be secreted off into the suites at the Waldorf without ever poking their heads above the ground, straight from their train just in from Washington. How come nobody knows about this place? Stevenson shook his head in mock disbelief. Nobody's used it in a long, long time. Some people still do, the museums and the Archaeological Society, and apparently our friend Nichols. As Michael talked, several ideas occurred to him. He decided to save the best for last. Incredible, said Stevenson. Fucking incredible. Listen, said Michael, you wouldn't believe what's under this city. Tell me some other time, said Stevenson. We've got to get after him before the trail's cold. Any place we can get some maps of that area? Michael shook his head. No place quick and dirty, but I have one. Stevenson grinned. In your head, right? Yeah, said Michael, but better than that. I think I know where he's going. That last sentence seized everybody's attention, especially Stevenson's. The FBI chief looked at him with a look of tired exasperation. Where? When? Do we have time to head him off? Probably, but if we do, I have a big favor I'm going to need. Name it, said Stevenson. Just get me to where that crazy fucker is. If we catch him, said Michael, I have a feeling my people are going to want a piece of him. A big piece. Stevenson chuckled, wagged a black-gloved hand at him. No way, Doc. He's ours. We have our own plans for him. Just tell... Michael smiled. I can tell you right now. They won't go for it. Stevenson's voice notched a little higher. They're not in charge around here. Sorry, said Michael, but I think they are. You used them as bait, remember? And they didn't care, even though I'm pretty sure they knew what was going on. They didn't care because they sensed that this was their only chance to get this bastard, this monster they've been waiting 2 lifetimes to get. You don't know that for sure. Stevenson's face was flushed, and his eyebrows were pinched down. Tension and anger knotted him up. You can't expect me to base my decision on some religious mumbo-jumbo. Michael edged closer to him and spoke purposefully lower. Look, Stevenson, you saw what happened here tonight. From what I heard, you had a better seat than most of us. So we all know that these people, these victims, are the ones who stopped that bomb. I can't say for... Well, I can, said Michael, and we can't exclude them now. Not after what they've been through. Listen, Keating, said Stevenson, if you don't help me now, I'll have you arrested for obstruction of justice. I can... Michael grinned. Stop the bullshit. You're running out of time. You want this guy or not? Jesus Christ, said Stevenson, shaking his head in frustration. How am I going to move that many people that fast? If you were sending troops, said Michael, could you get them in there? Hell yeah, you know that. Stevenson nodded his head, threw up his arms. He knew where the argument was leading him. Well, let me tell you something, said Michael in almost a whisper. These people are your troops. You aren't going to need anybody else." All right, said Stevenson. "God damn it, let's get moving." Michael reasoned that the most obvious place to come up from the Park Avenue tunnel was an underground station just south of 85th Street, located below what used to be the immense townhouse of one of New York's biggest railroad families, the Van Landinghams. During the 30s, the building had been transformed into an embassy for New Zealand, and after World War II, it was renovated for offices by Harry Reuter and Sons, the international currency exchange broker. Other than a single night watchman and a state-of-the-art security system, the building was deserted at this hour. Stevenson agreed. If Nichols was coming up to the surface, the Reuter building was the perfect exit point. Even at a stiff jog along a decaying roadbed in Hyperborean darkness, Michael calculated Nichols' transit of the almost 40 blocks to take no less than 20 minutes, and Stevenson thought that was a pretty good estimate. Operating on this premise, the FBI chief mobilized 3 transport choppers to get everybody up to 85th Street with a 5-minute window. McShay suggested bringing along Arnold Rassenault as a negotiator, and even though Michael sensed Stevenson wasn't in the mood for any gunpoint rhetoric, the FBI chief assented to the move, for public relations, if nothing else. He also sent in a squad of commandos with the promise that they would only be employed as a last recourse. Michael had exacted an oath from Stevenson in front of witnesses that his group would be given their chance first. What they did with that chance, or how they did it, was left completely up to them. Leading them down into the sub-basement turned out to be a major expedition. The stairwell was far narrower than Michael had remembered it, and progress was slow as 40 people descended through a dank stone foundation to a platform made of wood ripe with mildew and rot. Stevenson had ruled against flashlights or torches of any kind, and the only thing keeping the operation from being next to impossible were night vision goggles that everyone wore. Flanking Michael were 2 commandos, assigned to recon the area with infrared body heat seekers, just in case Nichols had in some way beaten them to the station. Michael smiled at the nod toward technology, but he felt very comfortable with the idea that his group could sense the monster's presence a lot more effectively than a piece of electronics. Once satisfied that Nichols hadn't been there yet, Stevenson allowed Michael's entire group to funnel out across the platform. They'd been briefed by Stevenson, who was more than a little shocked when he'd received a briefing of his own from the group's spokesman, Rodney McGuire. "There's no need to tell us about how dangerous this man is," Rodney told him. "We've lived and died and lived again with the horror that's in him, that can come out of him. He's already given us his best shot, and we took it. We rolled with it. Now it's our turn. He's finished hurting us." Short and to the point, but perfectly stated and with just the right amount of conviction and truth to make Stevenson respect what was happening on the quiet side of midnight. That's why Michael stepped aside to let them fan out across the sunken rails and cross ties. Stepping back to the far end of the platform, Michael joined Pamela and Klingerman, who'd been the last to enter the underground station. The view from under Park Avenue was bizarre indeed. Like a vast plain painted by some twisted surrealist, it stretched off into endless darkness, featureless, foreboding. A low ceiling hovered over them, a repressive presence that Michael could feel as much as see. The place was so empty and cold, it could have been 1,000 miles into the earth. It was hard to imagine traffic pounding the asphalt just above their heads. As they stood there waiting, after long minutes dragged by, Pamela whispered in his ear, asking him if he thought he might have misanticipated Nichols' plan. "No way," he said sotto voce. "This is the only logical way out." Additionally, he trusted the instincts of the group above his own hunches. If they didn't feel they would intersect with their nemesis, they wouldn't be here. And so he waited, like Beowulf and the villagers, for the inevitable approach of the monster, Grendel. Bringing them together, Michael knew now, had been a magical but necessary event. It was just another element in the fantastic sequence of things leading to this moment. He only wished Isabella Musina could see the fruit of her passionate labor. "What's taking him so long?" said Pamela, shivering. "It's cold down here."
"The tunnel is a mess," said Michael. "I've never walked the whole thing, but I hear it's pretty rough in spots."
"What about the—" "He's coming," someone whispered, and the words passed among them like notes from a trumpet. Others echoed the feeling, and once again, just like on the 4th floor of the Koch Center, Michael had the impression of being exposed as a bad storm approached. The group surrounding him was unconsciously bonding again, allowing their natural chemistry to create a force far greater than the sum of all their energies. They were ready for him, all right. Michael could feel their rightful anger resonating deep into his bones. They could sense the approach of the beast. "I've got a body heat blip," said one of the commandos behind them, who was hunched over a portable console. "Affirmative," whispered Stevenson. "Let's keep the noise down." "What are they going to do to him?" said Pamela. Michael shrugged. "I have no idea, but I have a feeling that whatever happens tonight, it will end it for them." She nodded. "The nightmares will be over." "Without question," he said. "This is going to be it." Looking out beyond the line of his people, who'd spread themselves across the wide tunnel, he lifted his goggles for a moment just to remind himself how consummately dark it was beneath the streets. Had Nichols been prepared for such abject blackness? That's when he saw the approaching light. With goggles off, a bobbing splash of light danced far off in the distance. Like the glow of a cigarette, it marked the forward progress of their prey. Michael smiled at that thought and found it extremely gratifying to think of such a hunter and killer as the prey himself. But he was, and it was a very good thing. "Look," he said in his softest whisper as he nudged Pamela and pointed in the direction of the weaving light. "That's him." Yanking his goggles back on, he was amazed at how much they enhanced the small penlight in Nichols' hand. The point of light, when seen through the green lenses, had been transformed into an outrageous beacon, broadcasting his presence and approach. Even though still far away, Michael could see the vague trace of his features in the faint backwash of illumination. Suddenly the bobbing light stopped and was extinguished. But they could still see him, approaching the line of people in a crouching, stalking posture, as though he sensed everyone out there in front of him, but continued to believe he had the upper hand on them. It reminded Michael of the briefing they'd had with Stevenson, who had insisted on bringing the commandos in case of gunfire. Rodney McGuire had smiled at that remark, reminding the FBI man that since the group had protected itself from a bomb, it certainly had no fear of a man with a gun. The logic was unassailable, but Michael still felt nervous about bullets from assault weapons flying wildly through the darkness. He was thinking about how vulnerable he and Pamela might be, standing on the handcar platform, and was considering a safer vantage point when the darkness was pierced by the sound of a single peal of chilling laughter. "What a way to announce himself," thought Michael. "You're a bold son of a bitch, I'll give you that." "So we meet again, my friends," said Dukor, his voice loud and deep, rattling around the vast interior. Michael could feel and hear everyone take a breath together, as if to demonstrate their unity, but not one of them spoke. "Oh, come on, you fucking bunch of sheep," yelled Dukor. "I know you're out there. Even us villains have feelings, too." And he laughed again, either at his own humor or perhaps to intimidate them. He wasn't funny, and they weren't scared. "Let me talk to him," said Arnold Rassenault, his voice surprisingly strong, confident. "Shut him up," said Stevenson harshly. Michael, the image of gunfire lighting up the tunnel still fresh in his mind, touched Stevenson's sleeve. "Wait a second," he said. "What?" Stevenson's voice had a rough edge from either anger or fear. "Let him talk. Rassenault might be able to save everybody a lot of trouble." Stevenson sneered. "You don't really believe that, do you?" "Not really," said Michael, "but I think it's worth a chance. What do we have to lose?" Stevenson considered the proposition, then signaled to McShay. "Okay, let the old guy through." Michael watched Rassenault work his way through the crowd of FBI men and step off the platform.
Pausing only to adjust his IR goggles, the old man walked with no hesitation, no fear. It was as if he knew the danger of confronting a madman like Dukor and didn't care. Michael could understand this. If Rassenault really was seeking forgiveness, then how better to receive it than to martyr himself at the altar of the false god he'd worshipped? Everyone watched the old man approach Dukor. "Nichols, wait! Nichols, it's Arnold Rassenault, wait!" Dukor flicked on his flashlight for an instant to pin the old man's face, then slipped back into the darkness. He chuckled madly. "Fuck you," said Dukor. "It's over," said Rassenault. "We were very, very wrong." "You disgust me, you old bastard. I took away your typewriter and offered you a gun, and look at you." "Nichols, please. We are all ghosts. We should be at rest. You're the aberration here. You gave my twisted thoughts life and made me see how sick I've been." Dukor snickered. "You haven't seen shit. You're just scared of me." "Do I look like I'm scared?" said Rassenault. "Get out of my way, old man." "Enough. End it now, Nichols." Dukor's voice coiled through the darkness, soft, almost seductive. "No, that's what you'll never understand. It can never end. You and I, and even these pitiful sheep, we're all proof of that." "Please," said Rassenault. "Why don't you tell me what you really want, old man?" "I think you already know," said Rassenault. Michael had been watching the interchange play out under the fuzzy resolution of his IR goggles, which imparted a gauzy, otherworldly feel to an already surreal scene. He was shocked to see the old man suddenly leap forward and wrap his hands around Dukor's neck. For an instant the madman must have been equally stunned, because he stood there, reeling briefly under the feeble attack. And then, jaguar-quick, Dukor grabbed him by the hair, holding him in one hand at arm's length. A serrated blade suddenly appeared in his free hand, and Dukor raked it across Rassenault's neck with a single flick of his wrist. So fast, Michael was not sure he'd actually seen it. But the hideous death dance tapped out by the old man, as Dukor continued to suspend him off the ground, confirmed the result. Then, tossing the body to the track bed, he rushed forward, raising his automatic weapon from his hip. Suddenly, the gun muzzle erupted in a series of hollow, rapid pops and 4th of July sparkler-like flashes. In the thick air, the sounds were swallowed up almost instantly, and what should have sounded threatening seemed empty and ineffectual instead. The slugs themselves never reached them or appeared to have touched anything. It was as if they too had been absorbed into the air, like Dukor's laughter. The commandos unshouldered their own assault rifles, and the machine-like clicks of clips being checked and reseated announced their readiness to respond. Only a negative command from Stevenson kept them on their leash. Responding to the attack, the group adjusted their goggles in a weirdly choreographed move, surged together, forming a larger entity. They moved forward, gliding over the old track bed toward Dukor. Having exhausted his ammo, he let his weapon drop to his feet. Eerily, he smiled at their encircling advance, and laughed again as they drew ever closer to him. "What's happening?" said Pamela, straining to see anything beyond the group's move to surround him. "They're going to tear him to pieces," said one of the commandos. "No," said Erwin Klingerman. "I don't think so." Michael said nothing, but he imagined the rabbi's hunch might be right. They were standing at the edge of a dark stage where the players had been selected and cast more than a half-century past, where all the lines had been spoken once long before, and which awaited only a final curtain. Watching the group, Michael could see that they had completely surrounded Dukor, and now the group closed in. His laughter had trailed off, echoing away across the vast dark plain of the underground until it sounded more like a pathetic whimper. And a new sound was rising like an unstoppable wave, softly at first, but gathering power like an engine wanting to redline. Michael had heard it once before, when they stopped the bomb. It was a chorus of millions of voices, scored by suffering and anger and pain and innocence and evil.
the sound of retribution, of cosmic reparation. The signature of a force summoned into existence by divine imperative and driven by the simple prayer of never again. Ducour's laughter had been transformed into a twisted chain of agony and despair. Totally enveloped by the group, Ducour screamed, a sound of abject torture radiating from beyond the circle, only to be drowned in the ever-rising chorus of souls. Suddenly, Michael and the others were pushed back by a shock wave of heat that rippled out from the center of the group. A perfect sphere of light and fire rose above them, lighting up the wide tunnel like a miniature sun. And in the center of that burning sphere, for an instant, he thought he saw something twisting and blackening and curling against the all-consuming fire. In that single moment, it became a pure act of revenge. Anticlimactic in its simplicity, but perfect in its symmetry. Then, abruptly, the sphere of light collapsed in upon itself, shrinking into a tiny white speck that winked out like a single spark in cold air. At the same time, the entire group of people who'd been crushed into a circle collapsed. "Something's wrong," yelled Pamela, breaking free of the platform and rushing toward the group of bodies, which had fallen in an awkward heap all over themselves. Stevenson unleashed his men, and suddenly the area was bathed in emergency floods, and the commandos were bending to attend to the stricken group. With Erwin Klingerman, Michael rushed to join them, and upon reaching the first fallen member, he used his med school skills to determine that the man was okay, the victim of a fainting spell. A quick check of some of the others confirmed this. The entire group had been rendered unconscious en masse. Now they were all beginning to revive simultaneously. Michael found Pamela with Allison Enders, who was shaking her head and looking very confused. "What happened?" said the woman. "Don't you remember?" said Michael. Allison shook her head, pushed her hair from her face. "I'm not sure. I feel like I've been dreaming, but I can't remember the dream. There was a bright light, and I had this terrible headache. God, is it starting all over again?" Michael smiled. "No, I think it's finally over, actually." "Why did they pass out?" said Pamela. "Are they really all right?" Michael shrugged. "Hard to say what happened. They were obviously undergoing some kind of intense experience, emotional and physical. It just tapped them out for a moment, I think, like the sudden and total exhaustion that overtakes a runner after a marathon." "Where's Ducour?" said Klingerman as he huddled down beside them. "He's gone. Stevenson's crazy upset." "I think we know," said Michael. "Didn't we all see the same thing?" "We all saw something, but I don't know what it was," Pamela said as she helped Allison to her feet. All around them, the FBI team and paramedic support gathered to aid the confused and shaken group. Slowly, they began escorting everyone from the oppressive atmosphere of the tunnel. "We are very fortunate," said Klingerman as he walked along with them. "Most people can go a whole lifetime and never see a miracle. I think we've seen two tonight." "I know I have," said Michael, who had been reflecting on the profound changes in his life since the day Allison Enders entered his office. "But where do we go from here?" "I've been thinking about that too," said the rabbi. "Is this the end of something, or only the beginning?" "There were a lot more monsters than Hirsch Ducour," said Michael, "and a lot worse." "Right, but are we supposed to keep looking for them?" said Pamela. "Maybe not," said Klingerman, gesturing toward a group of seminar people being ushered ahead of them to the stairwell. "But I think they are." Michael nodded, put his arm around Pamela, and continued walking. It felt so good to feel her closeness, her support. He couldn't wait to get out of the tunnel and up into the cool, clear air. As they teetered on the edge of a new millennium, the world churned and twisted under new pressures that were also old and familiar. If everything did turn on some great dark and cyclic wheel, he knew now that he and Pamela and the others had been summoned to witness what might be coming round once more. If this had been a night of broken souls, Michael prayed it would be the last. Epilogue.
239 miles away from the underground tunnel where Hirsch Dukor had been consumed in a crematorium of tortured memories, Isabella Musina woke up. The coma in which she lay dreaming had abruptly ceased at the moment of Ducor's end, and as she looked up, blinking at the ceiling of the naval hospital room, she somehow knew this. The monster was dead. She knew and understood so much more now. The coma had been necessary. She had been given the chance to rest, to grow strong once again. She felt as if she'd been revived from the hibernation needed for a long journey, as if she'd somehow been stretched across the light-year gulfs of time as well as space. Her mind brimmed over with 1,000 dream images, still warm and fresh in her memory, and each one a key to unlock another door, another mystery. The coma had been a gift of images, but of all of them she embraced a single dominating scene where she stood upon a great platform flanked by grandiose banners of red and white and black, by stanchions topped by eagles carrying the twisted cross. She stood there, as if drunk on the sound of 100,000 cheers, while Der Fuhrer whispered in her ear and called her Heinrich. Heinrich Himmler. No, she rejected the idea, but the memory of the scene would not leave her, too vivid, too real. Isabella knew now what had happened, what had been happening all along. The other within her, lurking in the dark well of her soul, had been sleeping, waiting until the time when he could return. She could sense a turning of the great wheel, and her time had come round. No, not her turn. His. Isabella closed her eyes as if to make the terror go away. But of course it could not. It dwelled within her. Now she felt what it had been like for Harford Nichols, who'd carried the evil presence of Dukor in his own soul. Isabella had watched it take control, completely obliterating the self that had been Harford Nichols. And she knew it could happen to her just as easily. She was the reincarnation of Himmler. Impossible, yet true. Hence the reason she'd been driven so passionately and heroically to locate all those wretched souls. The final solution had not been final enough. Still a job to be done. The thoughts, clearly not her own, stunned her, and Isabella prepared for the most important conflict of her life, the battle for her very existence. Dark thoughts pressed against the door of her soul like invading barbarians. It would be so easy to slip the latch and surrender. But she would not. She would never give in to the seductive and poisonous logic of evil. Never again. End of Night of Broken Souls by Thomas F. Monteleone. Read by Chuck Benson in the studios of Talking Book Publishers, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, August 1998. Published by Warner Books, Incorporated, 1271 Avenue of the Americas, New York, New York, 10020. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.